Futures holding on to positive territory here this morning as we get going ahead of the main event coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Fed Chair Powell will take to the microphone at Jackson Hole. We then get a long line of Fed officials coming through after Fed Chair Powell. So not only will it be 10 o'clock, we'll hear from Powell, but then the rest of the morning and into the afternoon, we'll get more comments. So set for a busy day potentially for the market here as far as the futures are concerned. We are, as I said, upside right now. Not a lot as far as individual movers are concerned. We'll talk a little bit about Tesla showing some relative strength here early on. Volume coming back in as well for Tesla after a bit of a quiet day yesterday. Chip stocks, relatively flat. We had Marvell out with earnings. We'll talk about the rest of the group, including NVIDIA, gave back the entire earnings move yesterday. We're downside ever so slightly to kick things off once again this morning. It's Friday, August 25th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Yeah, there's a look at negative 0.35 reading right now anyways for NVIDIA after, big, ugly red candle yesterday that followed the earnings pop after the close on Thursday. We're basically flat here for the entire market, in fact, not necessarily just for NVIDIA or chips in general, but it's a wait and see kind of a morning as far as the overall market is concerned ahead of, as I said, the main event to come at 10 o'clock this morning. I don't know why I'm making such a big deal about this. It could be absolutely nothing, let's be honest. It could be a huge event as it was last year. It was, and he did actually really let the market sink last year. We retraced the downside 2% before the event in the previous 3 days, and then the subsequent 5 days we retraced 5% southward. So it is a big deal here. Yeah, we saw with Frank Caberna yesterday afternoon as well what happened to yields. At the same time, that was the turning point back to the upside. Yields went after this speech from Jackson Hole from Fed Chair Powell last year. Here's how things ended yesterday. If you missed it, it was very, very red across the entire board. NASDAQ, the S&P, the Dow, and the Russell, all 1+% across the board. We're basically flat, a little bit positive, 0.45 here for the SPY. Currently coming off these lows. Remember, I mean, all three U.S. markets ending the day at the lows yesterday ahead of what is to come on a Friday morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, and we'll see if it stays a good morning in the markets when Mr. Powell takes the podium. It's not just Powell at 10. Like you have like Harker and Mester and the guy with the Goolsby, and they're all speaking twice. Like literally all day, we just have to listen to them, which means keep your ear to the ground. Brendan will be all over it, getting us the news and seeing what they're saying, and it's going to move the markets. I do think at least a little bit. I don't think it'll be quite as harsh as last year because it was a much more harsh tone. I doubt that'll be as harsh a tone. If it is, we're all screwed. Some interesting names to look at. We'll be looking at a chip name because Marvell is falling faster than interest in the Captain Marvel movies. That's just taking a shot at Disney because I just looked at that chart, and it sucks. Disney's going to... Yesterday, somebody joked about Disney going to $80. I'm like, it's not at $80.
It was 83 at that time.
Yeah, well, it's getting close. So these pandemic lows at Disney are actually potentially coming into play if this sinks any further. But a lot to watch. Hawaiian Electric, again, another lawsuit, this time by like Maui County. That's not a good... I just feel like that could be a short to pop situation as well. You know all about the chips. We'll be looking at those. This time I've paid for locates on XPeng. So if it gets to 17 again, I will actually be prepared for that moment. And yeah, you just got to be paying attention to what's moving. Join the trend. Don't try to fight the trend. The problem, I don't want to say the problem with, but the idea is when you have an event like Powell speaking at 10, you make your open trades, play out the key levels, but at 10 o'clock, it's worth reassessing. You know, okay, where am I at? Maybe throw some trailing stops in there. You want to stay nimble because whatever direction we're moving in the first half an hour, just be prepared that it might make a hard right turn.
So I tweeted this out yesterday, and we've been mistaken this whole time. Like we're well below the pandemic lows. We had that one little move down.
We're already below?
Well, there's one move to $80. This is a monthly chart, so you know there's one move to $80. But really, this is like, you know, you go all the way back to 2014 here for Disney, where we're at right now. But you are at the 200 period moving average. So, I mean, anyways, it doesn't really matter. This is on a monthly chart. You can call up any average you want on all these different charts. But yeah, Disney is getting hit, and obviously there's some politics behind that as well. But yeah, I feel like the risk today is really to the downside. I'm just writing the sticky note here. I mean, obviously I'm looking at NVIDIA breaking lower as we speak. I mean, lower than even yesterday. At some point, this is going to be an epic buy because NVIDIA's business is the strongest on the street. I mean, there's no better beats, there's no better quarters out there really on a reputable name where we know the story. And we know the story with NVIDIA, we know the story with AMD, you got Marvell yesterday, everything is tanking, right? It's just, right now the market, I know Brendan sort of led off with saying that, you know, this may be a nothing burger, and he could be completely right. The thing is, it's just fear that something could happen. Last year, traders aren't, you know, they have, you know, that memory of what happened last year, and that was it started a huge tank. From this day until late October, the market got absolutely crushed. And I mean, Powell came out and talked about inflation, that they had to keep the rates going higher. Boom, then we got 500 or 525 basis points higher to where we are right now. So, I mean, let's just see what he has to say. NASDAQ up right now. 10 a.m. has never been more important. So we're going to see what he has to say. Sharif's already told me he's going to put the headphones on and grind when he's talking. So we're ready to rock and roll here. Marvell breaks below this 56 level. It's going to be a fun day. I want to stay short. I'm writing the sticky note as we speak. Everything on there is short. And despite the market being up, might just be hammer time off the open.
And oh yeah, by the way, we also get University of Michigan sentiment at 10 o'clock as well, which also has an inflation expectation portion to it, if you remember. So we'll get the 1 year and the 5 year expectation coming out at 10 o'clock. So Fed Chair Powell giving the Michigan sentiment number a 5-minute buffer here, it would appear anyway. So 10:05, this note saying anyways, we'll start hearing from Fed Chair Powell. But we'll bring that to you live again. University of Michigan sentiment at 10 o'clock could also be a bit of a market mover as well, but everyone obviously waiting for Fed Chair Powell. Sharif, you were mentioning this morning still, I mean, we talked about it with Frank a little bit yesterday, but 42% chance that we're still looking at yet another quarter point to come here from the Fed heading into this speech, and then heading into, in a couple of weeks, the next CPI print, September 13th, not too far away.
Yeah, not too far off from each other here. Let's go to the screen. 41.7% chance in November that we get that quarter BIP raise. And if we don't get it in November, look at this, in December, much in the same thing, about a 40% chance as well. So, you know, the market pricing in one more rate hike, Brendo, at least it seems.
Yeah, and, yields as well. Back to the upside here this morning. Here's the 10-year, 4.251. To kick things off this morning, we'll see these will be very active regardless of what comes out of Fed Chair Powell's mouth today. So the 10-year and the 2-year will be on watch. The dollar will be on watch as well. Showed these very quickly there. But a few interesting names here, guys. Affirm off earnings. Marvell, as I mentioned. Hawaiian Electric, another lawsuit I saw coming through. And then we get this S&P downgrade as well for HE, so it's down huge. HIBB was out this morning in the pre-market as well.
Yeah, Hibbett. It's really sad what's going on in Hawaii. Like, it's not just that there are over 100 people have lost their lives. There's 1,000 people missing. And
yeah, what's up with that?
Downgrades, lawsuits. It's an ugly risk in picture for HE. It's down 17% already. And if you go back to, I mean, just last week, $9 is the low since the disaster here. So if it can't hold on to this, who knows? This is always a risk of a halt or multiple halts. It has been relatively stable trading for the last few days, and now you're getting another gap down. So a lot of the ridiculous volatility that we saw came on the way down to $9 and then bouncing off $9 all the way to $15. I think you could see a similar type of event today. Obviously, $10 is a bit psychological, and it's a current pre-market resistance. You break 9. I just think that, to me, that's like if it breaks $9 after the open, I'd probably just be looking short, tight stop. If it halts to the downside, take your profits, see what happens. Every single dollar level at that point. And just in case this cascades, you don't want to miss out on opportunities like that. Anyone watching, Better yesterday, you know, when something starts cascading, you join the trend, you just try and get that first early move and then look to see what happens. If it holds 9 at the open, I don't really have much of a plan, not really looking to be long on Hawaii Electric today. Speaking of better, it is now it's on our platform today. Yesterday we didn't have it on day one. Pretty much exactly what happened, not exactly, but mostly what happened yesterday, which is falling. It already did so. So it got up to like 170 or so early in the pre-market. It just bounced off 115. It did survive $1 yesterday. Let's see if it can do that again today. If it was a big wall at $1, I wouldn't be opposed to just sitting ones and twos and looking to risk a couple of pennies to get even like a 10-cent bounce on BETR. But that was a nasty SPAC on day one here. I'd just be looking for that dollar bounce. I suppose the dollar break would be in play. I think it got to 80, 70 cents maybe yesterday when it broke $1. Look for something like that today. But I might play that bounce. Give it a shot if there's any bid there.
Crazy name there. Yeah, look, I was gonna call up Google. I mean, we were looking at AMD and a bunch of different names there. I think the fact that Google at the end of the day yesterday broke through 130, and I just put the sticky note out right now, you can go find it. It's on here for a short now. I mean, once we broke that 130 level at the end of the day, I just feel like that was just a sign that, like no one wanted to sit there to defend it. And I know it was 4 o'clock or, basically right at 4 o'clock on those imbalances. But then it continued to go down again in the aftermarket, right? And so there was nobody really there to buy it, although it's up right now today, which kind of makes sense because the market's up. So this is an AI name. I mean, Google now has given up that 130. We saw that yesterday. Now it's going to try to defend it, which it's doing right now. But at the same time, I'm going to switch over, bless you. I'm going to switch over to a 132 short right here. Yo, what's up, Michael Noss? How's it going? Right there. You and Brendan were just on the screen there. But it's great to have Michael Noss here because today is one of the biggest days in Trade Ideas history because we are giving a huge promotion. So stay tuned for that as that's coming up very, very soon. But 132 right there for Google. I'm switching it up, man. I'm going over to the short side of things now. It's an AI name. Here's 132 right here. We've been liking it, bouncing off that level. But when we took it, and there was no coming back. And then we tried to take it again, and it resisted that. So I'm here for 132 short. I love Google. I love the name. The more these stocks drop, the more we want to sit there and buy some of them, but not yet, man. I think the risk is way to the downside. Google's been really treated well, man, during this whole move, and hanging out near earnings highs. But now you can see the sectors, chip names here. Technology does not appear to be the right space in this current environment. So here we go. We're starting to head to the downside. I want to short Google. So that's an interesting name that might not be on everybody's radar. But I'm going to be sitting here near that 132 to look SS. But we're not going to get run over. I mean, if the chart keeps going this way, starts going to the north side, we can flip up our game plan. But let's try some of these ideas first and then hope that we get that little puke action in the first couple minutes.
Figurative puking.
Yeah.
We don't want that.
I feel fine. I don't think we'll puke on the show or anything like that. But all right.
Iron stomach. I never.
Let's go back to the boys.
All right, not on the watch list today, but worth a mention here. There was a couple of retail earnings as well, some movement, but I mean, absolutely no volume, which is the reason for not being on the watch list or not really being paid attention to here. Here's Nordstrom, the initial move after the report higher through 18, just chopping around, doing absolutely nothing right now. Basically flat. Gap you saw was after the close yesterday. Same story. We get move higher, move lower. We opened this morning dead flat.
Yeah, Nordstrom sales down 8.3% year over year. They were able to beat on the top line. They missed on the top line, but they were able to beat on the bottom line, maintaining some margins. But yep, there's that word again on the call, shrinkage. Lots of problems with retail theft. A quick YouTube video will show you a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, worth a note, as I mentioned, but not really a lot of action here, guys, for these retailers.
Yeah, you know what? It's not like yesterday. Like there was a setup on Guess, and it was right there. It was 28% short float. It was breaking that 21.5. Here, I'll show it to you guys, because every now and then during earnings seasons, you're gonna get something which is almost like a perfect scenario, like a perfect wave, which was a bunch of retail earning names that were downside indications, basically from A&F, Abercrombie. that they had, some names were going to be strong, and like I said, 28% short flow is going to be usually enough. And then you had a nice flat top break. It was good on the daily chart. You were breaking resistance on the daily for a double top, and then it barcoded at that, basically the exact price you wanted. It barcoded into the open. It was a clean break. It went 10%. I don't see, you don't have a setup like that for Nordstrom's today. It could have, no questions about it. If it could have been back maybe above this 18 level, breaking out 1850, somewhere in here is where it would have been good for a breakout. They are 17% short as well. It's flat on the day. There's not much happening. I wish I could tell you this one looked more exciting, but you don't want to completely write this off because of that short flow. Okay, so the initial reaction was down. Now it's held a double bottom. Everybody knew shrinkage was going to be an issue. You could look, just anybody can Google Nordstrom's and see all of these crazy videos smash and grab. And it's not the recent one that got shown on the conference call. It's not the only one. So we all know that's a bit of a problem for them. Ultimately, the thing I care about is the short float and whether it can squeeze, and it needs to be taking out 18 to do that. So it's $1 away from it. It's probably something that if it's that strong in the open, you look for a later day break. Maybe it's a 10:30 kind of idea, or an afternoon play. If it makes some kind of a gigantic bounce, that's what I'm looking for. On a squeeze, I'm looking for breakouts on squeezes, not trying to buy the dip. You don't want to anticipate strength when your reason for going long is because of the short float. You want people to be covering shorts and panicking. That's the idea. I don't see any of that happening right now on Nordstrom's.
Oh man, yeah, I hate. I don't know. It really makes me sick to see those videos, to be completely honest with you. But I don't know if it's a political thing to talk about that or not. But I really feel
it's crime. You can say it.
I know it's crime. I know, but it's. Anyways, just one of those things. JWN not doing any volume today in the pre-market. 58,000 shares is not super exciting to me. I guess nobody's smashing, grabbing anything in Walmart. What do you want to get over there? Some Hanes underwear? I mean, I think that's what I'm wearing right now. So I don't think anybody's smashing that. But I think that on any weakness from all these other names that are coming through, like a Guess or Jade or Nordstrom's or Macy's or anything like that, I always think you can go back to the big guys. And that, I mean, Walmart's quarter was fine. Costco's been getting hit a little bit lately. At least it was the last time I checked it out. I feel like there's some safety. Yeah, look at this. I think there's some safety here in Costco at some point, being down below the 540. When you have recurring revenues like Costco does, and I don't theft there. I guess if you can carry out a 75-inch TV, then maybe you can get away with it. But maybe. But this to me is one of the better names that you want to get involved with, right? Walmart, Costco. I would just stay away from all these little smaller retails. The market cap of some of these names have been really depleted here. They don't have the online presence that maybe they should have. I know they're trying to work on that, and we don't really have Macy's or Nordstrom in Canada. Nordstrom was here for about 5 or 10 years, then they left, and my wife wanted to rebel against the whole company when they left about 6 or 8 months ago. But look at Macy's. I mean, still straight to the downside, taking out some of these levels. It's actually pretty crazy, the destruction of some of these brick and mortar retailers. So if you're going long any of them, I just think it's wrong. So you can take that for what it's worth. I won't be trading any of these today. I mean, obviously the love's going to be in the tech space, but if you're a retail, I mean, what is it? It's XRT, right? Isn't that the retail? Yeah. So here we go. This is the Spider retail. I don't really know the constituents here or the weightings that are involved in this, but it's broke below the 50 period as well, and possibly getting into some buy zones. It's kind of like when we talk about the big China names. You can just trade FXI. And if you want to break out in Alibaba or Baidu or some of the big cap Chinese names, you could trade FXI. So I feel like the same thing here on the retail side of things. I'm not smart enough to say Nordstrom's going to rebound or Macy's is going to rebound. So maybe you just pick a ETF here, hold that, and you don't have the volatility that maybe you would experience in some of these other names. So I am not positive, if you can't tell, on retail.
Before we leave the retail notion, I'm just going to point out one thing, because I might do this myself. This is the weekly chart on Costco. That would be the 50 on the weekly. That's at about $503. If you pull up a daily chart, the 200 period moving average is at 507. So yeah, 506, 507. So essentially just in front of $500 is the weekly 50 period moving average. It's the daily 50 period moving average. It's a good trend to the upside. I think that looks like a dip by 15. What is that, like $20 from
I mean,
here?
we were just at
25
500
bucks?
in June.
Yeah, so like we're talking $25 away. So that's actually not that far away. Whoops, I moved the wrong chart. That's not that far away. So that looks pretty enticing. They don't report till they're a month away. They literally 1 month away till we get the Costco report. Really? It's kind of weird, but that's where we're at. So the only way I trade Nordstrom's if I think it's squeezing today. Costco, I'm stink bidding. Let's call it 506. 90
stink bidding.
Yeah, 506.90 or 504.20. One of those two prices.
You so stanky. Yeah, I like Costco. I'm glad we talked about that. All right, so there it is. Apple could supercharge data transfer speeds. Nothing. New lightning cable. There. It's funny because I had my nephew was over on the weekend, and he was like his iPad ran out. And he doesn't have a lightning charger because he lost his, and his parents are like refusing to keep buying a $20 charger, so they just buy him like dollar store ones. So he comes up and says, "Oh, Auntie Marissa, can I borrow your lightning charger?" I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa!" I'm like, "If you plug in that lightning charger, it could blow up your iPad. It's so strong. It might, like, your thing would charge so fast." He's like, what? He's like, he didn't realize it. I said, yeah, we got this super lightning charger. And they went to ask his parents if he's allowed to use it because he's like, Uncle Sean said it will like blow up my iPad. And I was like, okay, it's not going to blow up your iPad. And of course, go ahead and use it. But
I believe everything you say.
I know, there it is there. So apparently now a new
But you
new
can't let him
iPhone.
use it if he loses every single one.
Oh, no, but it was plugged in our house. I mean, he's at our house. It's just like, I don't know, it was
You
just
think
funny.
it's
I was
safe.
like, I can't believe he believed that. Like, that's
The amount of stuff you lose that is like right
He's
there in
8
your
years old
house.
or something.
It's like, it's unbelievable how many things can find legs
Yeah.
and just leave once a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old gets
Well,
hands
the thing
on
is
it.
that once they sleep over at grandma or grandpa's house or something like that, they bring their chargers, and then it's like, okay, they forget them. So, anyways,
It happens.
family life there. All right, back over to the desk.
Quickly here, let's touch on Alibaba. There was a headline regarding AI launching a new version of their AI generative chatbot that can now read pictures. I mean, ChatGPT already has this technology, but apparently now Alibaba's new AI will be able to read pictures and have quote-unquote complex conversations. Whatever that means.
Yeah, Meta has the same thing. Meta announced this back in the spring that they had an AI chatbot that could actually read pictures. But the important thing here is it's open source. This QuenVL chat is set to help researchers, companies, and academics that can build their own AI models without actually having to expend the resources to build it from scratch using the LLM version.
And now you can really tell it how you feel, I guess, for Baba's AI, guys.
Yeah. I actually tweeted that out this morning because yesterday we were actually talking. This is a pretty cool video. Yesterday we were talking about this on the stream, right? And it was just Alibaba, and I was like, if this wasn't a Chinese name, I feel like it would have got a lot more love because Alibaba is huge into AI. So I mean, I posted that. We talked about that yesterday, and then here it comes out today. But it's not rocket science. I mean, everybody knows that all these big tech names are all in AI. I mean, it's just that's why when I see releases and I don't know if you buy Alibaba for any of those reasons. Obviously, it's up here today. It actually, I believe yesterday we sort of left it alone, but it actually held up okay. I mean, yesterday there was a lot of tech destruction, but this name just went from 90 to 89. Like, that's not as big of a deal as AMD down 8% or some of these other names. So I wonder that if in all this tech sort of blowout, if there are going to be some names here that we're not thinking of that eventually come out of the woodwork here to be good buys at these levels, right? And I'm still not positive on China, and I think that I'd rather hit the short right now than the long on any of these names. But I like the Alibaba story. It's just too bad about the environment. So we'll go with it for now. It's up more than the market. You're still below the 50-period moving average, so I don't like that. I'd rather get above 90 before we start talking about longs. And you're not far away from that. You're at 89.50 right now, so I just think you got to get going again. This is the best part about Alibaba is that if you're going to buy it, you definitely have some good areas. Just like Neil was talking about $500 for Costco. This is the same kind of level, $80. It's been held since March. So this is a good little dip buy opportunity if you like Alibaba, and then I mean ultimately maybe we get to 60. I don't know, but this is what we talked about last year. Look, here's Jackson Hole.
Yuck.
Right here, and then here's Alibaba. So $100. down to 60. Remember what we said, from August to October, it was complete destruction in the market. So, you know, guess where Alibaba is? You know, you're in that area again. So let's just wait to see. But you know, I like the Chinese names. It's just, I don't think that, I personally don't want to invest in them until we get some sort of a clearer guideline there, especially with the U.S. elections coming up as well. Like, I don't know, you know, what's going to happen, but we do know that, you know, Trump, the past administration there, I guess we could say it, Donald Trump, President Trump, I guess, had a harder stance maybe against China than...
I'm not even sure that's true.
I'm not sure that's true either. That's why Biden hasn't been easy on them either.
No, I just feel like Trump was a little more upfront about it.
Yeah, well...
But it's basically the same... But it's
really,
basically
Trump
the
being
same,
upfront about
I
this?
know, but it's basically the same thing. Like, Biden might speak less harsh about it, but then he said a few things out there. It's like... Oh man, like when be fearful when bad people get desperate or whatever, or bad actors get desperate. I'm like, okay, those are fighting words. But I want to get to Baidu just very quickly, because these guys, you know, they have they're self-driving, big deal. And if you're looking at the ramp that they had the last couple of days, they're just like almost on the verge of giving it up. So it tried to get above that, you know, previous resistance here, 135. It was breaking that out on a gap up. I mean, everything was yesterday. What wasn't gapping up and looking strong right away? And then gives up the 35 level, holds it as resistance. It's essentially challenging it right now. Like, if this doesn't break from here, if you fill gap the other way, that's like $10 or, yeah, it's almost $10 to get back to next support. That could be nasty on Baidu. It doesn't do a lot of volume, unfortunately, but that's at least one worth watching here. If we start rolling to the downside, you know, this could be one that has a lot of room to head to the downside, so you could, in theory, be late to a move. But if it's broken underneath this 133, it could be on its way to a bigger move to the downside and giving up some of these gains the last 2 days.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you here on a Friday morning. Not that it's probably going to matter much. But here we go. Netflix back to the upside. What a wild week it's been for Netflix. Higher, then lower, now back to the upside a little bit. Here this morning, shift for payments, A&F, once again, back on here. Nothing terribly exciting on the downside of things. Dollar Tree may be notable today with retail on watch.
Oh, A&F. Put that back up again.
Netflix is a beast. A&F up there, Dollar Tree.
I mean, obviously everyone's going to be shorting Domo today. What? That minus 33%.
Domo already got, so Mr. Roboto.
Weibo is on there. Oh, that Netflix.
Right.
That Netflix is actually,
you were.
yeah, good singing there. The Netflix is actually an interesting story, because it's fallen again over the last little while. So we can throw that off there, Fabian.
We're good.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about this at the $400 level as well. This goes back to June. I'm just not sure that we want to be buying stock right now. You know, today's a Friday. Yesterday was obviously a bad day. We're down 2% in the NASDAQ. This is going to be a big, huge name. But again, if you just look, this has held up pretty good from the doldrums of 170, where it was all the way down here, you know. I just feel that this is a decent level that could come through, and we're just going to have to wait to see. Even last year's Jackson Hole there, it didn't even go down that much. It went from 255 down to 220, which is not even that bad, before obviously making this, you know, heroic rise in this coming year. So this current year. So, you know, 380 there looks like a good dip buy opportunity for Netflix. I don't know about you guys, but like, there's no way in hell my family's ever canceling Netflix. They just keep billing me $23, or I think it's $19.99 plus tax or something a month there. Don't tell anybody, but I think my mom and dad are still using my ID.
They're not cracking down on this.
So I don't know if they're
right?
actually cracking down.
Not in Canada.
No, they were cracking.
But
Canada was one of the first.
But I don't know anybody that's, not that I.
It was, it wasn't working initially. But now my parents are logging in.
I
think they've loosened up on it.
I'm just saying a few people that I know have not had issues since they said they were cracking
I'm the primary person. What do you think?
So I'm just saying. I'm not saying.
So you're saying that I'm illegally logging in, Fabian?
You're copying to it right now. I'm not admitting to any crimes while the camera's on.
It's not a crime.
I'm just playing with you.
I mean,
but you are admitting to.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's all good. Look, I actually think today is a reasonable. Look, I think it's reasonable to look at that 400 level for a dip buy today. I don't think. Like that's look, we're $12 away from it here. It's a double bottom on the last week. Like if we get down there, like a lot of times, like you're looking for a level of strength just to make a trade that's a good risk to reward, and that wouldn't necessarily. Like, yeah, you'd be catching a falling knife because you have to go red. by a full percentage point there. But if we get down there, I could see there being buyers at the 400 level. We've seen it bounce off this a couple of times already. So, if we get down there on Netflix, I mean, it's a stock I'll have on watch. The second it's under 405, you start looking for an opportunity to go at it. I don't know that I'd be buying it on the way down, but if it gets to 400, I think you give it a shot. If it plows through the level with no signs of any kind of a consolidation or a hold, you don't have to be there. But yeah, that's for sure one that I want to have. If it gets to 400, I think it's worth that dip buy shot.
People are saying I'm going to have a photo like Trump. Was that actually his?
Yeah.
Oh, it was? Okay, because
Yeah.
I thought some people weren't certain if that was his mugshot. So I'm going to keep looking over my shoulder now. Crime, that's the best.
Alvin Kamara?
Alvin Kamara, yeah. No, I'm not in the NFL, so maybe
Yeah, but he admitted to it like
would I
while
get like
on
2-game suspension for sharing Netflix password? What would I get if I was in the NFL?
Oh no! In the NFL, you get a season-long suspension for
'cause it'd be
sharing
like
your
gambling,
Netflix. Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Like you can't bet $100 on a random game or else.
But you could knock off a Nordstrom's, and in the NFL, you'd get like
man.
nothing. I'm just saying.
The other thing, yeah, you could go into Nordstrom's and take a $3,000 Gucci purse, and it's absolutely no problem. But if you're
You get the
sharing
Walter
$20,
Payton Man of the Year award in the NFL. For
yeah,
that.
the thing about that all is in the NFL. So, aren't these guys playing fantasy sports?
I mean, of course they are.
That's gambling.
That's gambling.
Like if you're Patrick Mahomes and you have Travis Kelce on your fantasy roster, is that not a conflict of interest? Like I'm just going to throw to Kelce so I can win my fantasy pool.
True.
I think we're opening up a can of worms here. Attention. Hello, Roger Goodell. Yeah. We'll speak after. Yeah. So there you go. So we're gonna figure this out. And now this is not a trading show anymore. This is like we are locking down different policies.
It's still a trading show.
It is,
because Amazon actually apparently had a good broadcast and a new feature. Darwin mentioned in the chat. I think you have to be on a Fire Stick, or at least he confirmed on a Fire Stick. If you're watching Thursday Night Football on Amazon, you could shop directly by clicking the ads and getting the product, which I don't think was available on the stream last year.
I think Roku's doing that.
Roku's doing that as well. So that's
Cat.
That's good for Amazon.
What were you just smiling so much there? Oh, you guys are matching? Oh, wow, you guys both have black pants. That's amazing. Okay, so, I mean, that was really fun. High five.
How are you matching just because you have black pants?
I mean, I have black pants. I don't get no damn high fives around here. This is crazy.
What's going on around here?
Nobody ever knows. All right, I think AMC will tank more. Yeah, probably right about that one. All right, people want us to fire that guy over there, but I don't think we're going to do that. I mean, Kat likes him. So.
Well, that escalated really quickly.
It did, yeah. I was just reading in the chat there.
Another
level? Yeah, HNL, whole another level? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it
okay.
Is it? A whole another?
Yeah. But another. Yeah, okay. All right, let's go back over to the desk and get some sanity back in the show.
It's Friday. Let's get going. Sharif's going to kick it off with a look at the futures here.
Yeah, we actually held this morning yesterday's close, which was 43.87. It also happens to coincide with this down trend line that we had from the July highs. Have a look at this. And we reclaimed that trend line to the top side, now bouncing off it. But we are still below the crests made in early July and mid-June. We weren't able to break through that level yesterday. 44.85 was as good as we could do. Let's see if we can hold above 4,400 today.
Yeah, we are under an hour away as well from Mr. Powell. Going to come up at 10. Actually, no, we're right at, I guess, an hour. 10:05, remember, for Fed Chair Powell. From Jackson Hole, that's the watch list, guys. If you haven't done so, use that QR code. Absolutely free for you every single day. It comes right to your inbox. Affirm, top of the list this morning. Let's talk a little bit about positive report here. This line, specifically, operating income positive from now on, going forward for Affirm. Good look. You made a good point, though, this morning in the sense that any positive report that we've seen, especially of late from earnings, has been sold pretty heavily.
Yeah, it has been. It's kind of been sell good earnings season, to be honest. But let's talk a little bit about Affirm. They missed, obviously, on the bottom line, but they beat with respect to revenue. Now, what's good about this? They grew their sales year over year on the quarter by 22%. What I do like, though, is they're very aware of their surroundings. They know that goods spending is decreasing, so they made a new partnerships with Booking.com and Cathay Pacific. Why? Because the consumer is spending on services and experiences right now, and now you can actually leverage that by paying that off incrementally.
We'll see how things play out here, but obviously the overall market going to be the big influence today across the board.
Look, the whole market will be an influence, but there's a few things about the report. Like they were pretty bullish on how delinquencies weren't that bad. But, I mean, what's going on with the consumer right now? Is that going to stick around? I understand the standpoint, and actually this is a good point that Sharif was making earlier today, was that this is probably good for them when you have a little bit of a redistribution of the consumer and where they're putting their money to, and maybe you don't have the dollars, so instead of putting something on a credit card, this becomes viable for them, the buy now, pay later. However, I do think as delinquencies are likely to reverse, some of this optimism, it might just abate itself. And I think that's the way a lot of people might look at it. The other thing about it, well, let's just look at what's going on here. Like, the stock is underneath the 50-period moving average. This is 16 bucks. If we were breaking out 16, I was like, all world, this is squeezing, right? Like above here, again, I think it would have been an easy squeeze. There is this 1475 to 1480 area, which has been resistance to 15, that if you can hold that and get above, maybe you can squeeze from there into 16, but we're not even holding that. So I don't see anything I like in terms of a long potential squeeze, 17% short float, unless it gets back above these prices and breaks out 15. You get back above 75 and can break 15 at the open, start showing buyers up there and make some sense. Otherwise, I mean, the gap is to underneath 14 bucks. And usually they sell off on the earnings. So this was setting up for a potential squeeze type play. Now it's almost looking more of a bit of a pullback here. So a bit of a disappointment. I thought there'd be at least one squeeze breakout between Nordstrom's and Affirm. I was counting on one of these to be setting up for the break, and neither one is. They can maybe later, but I don't think this is necessarily an easy squeeze setup.
All right, just real quick here. Why buy Affirm if you could buy PayPal? I feel like it's a little bit of, I mean, I know they're not exactly the same, but they both have very similar, ideas behind them, and the buy now, pay later. And I mean, I know they're not similar company. Well, they're similar, but not exact. So I always think about it. I'm never going to be an investor in Affirm, but I actually have some PayPal shares, which has been disastrous. But what about $60 holding here on PayPal? Because yesterday, again, we had this huge move down. And I know in the market, right? And PayPal only went from 61.80 down to 60.80 and stopped. And then at the end of the day, we had a pretty epic move down. We all saw that in the market with the NASDAQ closing basically at its lows. And we still did hold. And now today you got up in the pre-market up to 61.80 again, which is sort of where we started yesterday. And now you're dropping back down again. So you're still up 0.81 with its current price down here at 61.20. We were just at 61.80. So I feel like there's going to be some love for PayPal at some point today or whenever. So I'm looking at this. I'm looking at a $60 bottom for PYPL. I like the name. I don't love the name, but I think that you have some outs if you get burned, right? You can get out at 58 bucks. This little wick bottom there, 57 and change. We're through earnings. I like PayPal down here, and I think it's just a better buy at 60 than Affirm is at any level. So Affirm, though, today will have, that short float. I think it was 17 or 18%. We talked about this on the show yesterday. And I was like, okay, you got to get above this $16 level, which is right here. It's above the 50 period and looking pretty good. So I would say you take this long at 16.05 or so, but you're still a ways away from that. So you got to break through this 15.80, then get to 16. Affirm's interesting to me at $16.
All right, let's talk about some semiconductors here. We'll touch on a few, obviously, NVIDIA. The main one from yesterday comes all the way back to essentially where it was before the earnings pop. As we talked about, a little bit further of sell-off into the aftermarket here. Pre-market this morning as well, 0.3 to the downside. Ton of options volume throughout the session yesterday, pointing to further upside into September. Really nothing new as far as individual news this morning for anything outside of MRVL with a decent report.
Yeah, good. Not a bad look, but like we mentioned at the top of the show, good earnings reports are being sold off at the moment. Let's talk a little bit about why Marvell sold off. So, number one, companies are not upgrading their technology as much as they were in the previous years, looking for possible uncertainty in the economic future here, so they're holding off on expenses. Second, they have had a lackluster expansion into China. They had done much better previously in China. This time around, with the chip ban and the exports restrictions, they're not really expanding as much in there.
I wanted to zoom out here just to give you an idea. Well, there's 4 days. How about that? Volume yesterday was off the charts, obviously, for NVIDIA, mostly on the sell side. So a lot of people taking profits, guys, after that report for NVIDIA as well.
Third point on Marvell, they're not NVIDIA. That was, someone asked us, like, why are AMD and Intel down so far? And I feel like when coming up with the longer explanation, the shorter one should have been, they are not NVIDIA. And that's the reason. So NVIDIA, I want to start there because that's where everyone wants to look, obviously. You saw what happened yesterday. Just don't put anything past this, especially after 10 o'clock if the market decides to trend. Like if we trend down, we're at 470. I got marked off the 450 support and the 430, 32, 33 areas. Because I said yesterday, if I buy anywhere other than 480, if it goes to the downside and broke 500, if I try to go long anywhere in front of before 480, slapping. It's just me selling that to myself. It's the same thing. If we don't hold this 470 area at the open, I don't think I should be a buyer until it's around that 450 level. Anything holding above here, you can get relief rallies that I think I want to fade. I want to fade at 85 to 90. Like that zone, I think, is a sell on NVIDIA. But if it starts flushing, wait, and then wait some more for that bid. Intel has big support at 32. That could definitely come into play. It's 2% away from that right now, so a 2% drop in Intel gets you to 32 support. 33, just above 33 for a pop and fade is in play there. And we talked, I mean, Marvell, obviously it dropped just as big, but this is the one, like it's underneath this 56 level, so that's a flat bottom break. We mentioned a couple of times, we've probably said it a few times since they had that earnings, you're now finally beneath that 56. You're gapping underneath that support level on Marvell, which puts all kinds of shorts in play up to here. It could pop, fail break above that 56, not get to the local ties here. That's about 56, 70. So that can set you up for shorts in that range. It can set you up for a pop and fade short at 56 even. It could hold a pre-market high, and you could have a consolidation short. Like anything and everything that sets up in those three regards in the first 30 minutes I'm open to. But I am only looking short underneath that flat bottom break in Marvell. That's the one I will not try long. I don't have a bid that I like, maybe 50 or something like that. I feel if it's going to the downside, these chip names, Intel at 32 is probably the one I give a test.
Okay, yeah, so I'm agreeing with everything there because I wrote today here on the sticky note, you guys can go find it right now, just hashtag sticky note or go to my page. I said it's going to be a tough day. Patience with jackhole, so we already know what all that means right there. AMD, I wrote down that there's going to be a short here. Yesterday down 8%. I don't even know if we will look at NVIDIA, but I want to use NVIDIA for guidance. If that continues to go down, I mean, I was really sort of taken off guard yesterday when AMD, I mean, you guys saw when we went over to there at the end of the day, we were like, what? Like AMD is actually down 8%, and then we actually caught a good short into the end of the day where we were able to make some money there on AMD and on NVIDIA. So it turned out to be pretty good. I don't want to ignore this. You're down at the $100 level right now, but what I really like, and again, I hate that we have these wicks. I mean, I guess I could just quickly edit it here for you. Yeah, 101.50 or so. It's okay. You can go to the screen when I'm doing that. It doesn't really matter. But, look at this yesterday.
Doesn't work for you.
You know, I remember like if this was Amazon, I was buying. I really believed in Amazon yesterday. But we didn't get above 103 when the market was bouncing yesterday, right? And so I feel like that's going to be a good level, but then I'm just going to level it up a little bit and go back to 1030 at this 104 area. So I wrote down that I'd like to be short around 104. I'm fine with it being negative today. We may not catch a 104. So what we may have to wind up doing is taking out this bottom right here of $100.80. I was caught today, Sharif knows this, I was writing my sticky note, and I actually had it, it's all here. It's literally ripped up right now, so this was not ripped up, but I started writing down, it's gonna be hard to see, I wrote down AMD long 100. And then I said to myself, Why that? Self. First I said self. Yeah, that's right. And then I said, why would I want to go long anything today and against, what is probably a risk-off day again in the market? I don't think people are going to be buying stock today. We're going to wait to see what happens, but that $100 level is pretty key. So I don't hate anybody that's thinking about the long, but I had to rip that up. If I'm going to think short, then I'm not going to sit there and take a position in front of a key level, because even if you take a couple hundred shares and you lose 50 cents or whatever it is, it's just, if you're not feeling that that's the right way to go, then you're not going to believe in the trade. So I'm going to wait for a pop. I mean, just going long at 100 is kind of the same as going short at 104. And what I mean by that is if the stock is going to be strong, then we're going to need to get to 104 anyways. And then we're not going to even get to 100. But if we get to 100, I think there's something wrong. So if we get to 100, I want to wait for that short break. It's just like what you said yesterday about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, you didn't want to take anything until it got to 480. 480 was great for a very, very long time, until it wasn't.
Yeah,
and
once
I
it
mean,
broke.
yeah, and all these wicks
goodness.
again, it's ridiculous. I can't even show this right here, but here it is. Like 480, right? It was good until it broke. And when it did, you basically went down $5 almost in a straight line to 475. So here's 480 holding. And then at 11 o'clock, it finally broke, and that was it. So I could see that happening here again with AMD today. Wait for 100. It could be good for a while. I'm going to not take the long, and I'm going to actually wait until we break through. So let's be very, very careful with AMD.
Before you go back.
Yeah, I also want to short Marvell just because Marvell had broken through $56. So that's another short into yesterday's close of $57. So right now, I have 3 orders out. I have AMD short 103.80. I have Google short 131.80. I have Marvell short 56.80. Those are the 3 pending offers.
I just want to give a shout out to LJD because he said, "Morning, chaps. Greetings from Salisbury, England." I think that's the first time I've seen anybody from there in England. I'm assuming that's where you get like Salisbury steak. Does that come from Salisbury, England? Because I have no idea about that. But shout out to you. And go Team England in everything that is football and in everything else. Go Canada. The Halls is in the building.
Yes, thank you to Rob for that. He went and grabbed
That's what it's all about. I think we got some coffees coming, but let's go back to the desk. Or you're getting tea at?
I'm getting tea, yeah.
Yeah, downside again today here for AMC. This is quite the chart. If you go out to 15-minute, going back to the beginning of the week, it's just stair-stepping to the downside here. We're back to yesterday's low already in the pre-market. This conversion, AMC to APE, will happen at the open coming up this morning.
Yeah, so the common shares, Class A, will increase to 550 million from 542 million now that the split has happened and the conversion is happening. Technically, though, here, Brendo, we did a bit of a bottom at 13 1/3 yesterday. We're a smidge away from there now. I wonder if we find support.
Elevator continues downside for AMC, guys.
It was a great trade yesterday.
This stock, look, everyone understands what's going on here, and it's not good. Like nothing about it. You can be spun as positive right now. It's like you can't call it a flat bottom break, but it kind of is because like yesterday's bottom is essentially right here, right now. For us, locates were, I don't know, like 1 cent per share.
That's it. I
on
forgot to
AMC. Actually, 3/4 of 1 cent per share. It's different when you're day trading; it's a little bit cheaper. But 13.33, I think, is the local bottom. Obviously, the resistance from yesterday at $14.80 to $15 was really good. I probably should be in this, and if it pops, as long as it's underneath that, to me, squeezes happen when you break out levels and stop people out. So anything that gets up to that area on any pop, I think, should be shorted. So just look for the stair step to the downside. 13.33 current low on AMC. No more APE anymore, so this is the only thing to be looking at here. I don't know if I prefer this on a short pop or just both of them. That's Hawaii Electric, for those that don't know.
Yeah, yesterday we were short $15 on AMC. I'm going to get some shares right now if it's only going to be a couple cents per share. Yeah, I actually, just right now, I was like, okay, you're breaking that bottom of 13.40. I just tried to punch short, and that's when I realized that you have to pay for them again. So there's no way you can look long on this name, I don't think anyways. It's now down to $1.30. I mean, we all remember and I don't know if it's going to go to the pink sheets at some point or not, but we saw Bed Bath & Beyond. That's gone now. AMC, there's obviously a lot of share structuring. I feel like Adam Aron has been super quiet through all of this. I don't really know what to think about this. There's a lot of stuff written about share structure and where AMC is going and what they've been able to do and what their capital requirements and all that kind of stuff. And I just, you can go find all that. I'm not, I just playing the price action, and look what's happening right now. I mean, yesterday it was down 30%. Add another 7% to that. Add another 7% Monday. Add another 7%. At some point, there's going to be a relief rally, but for right now, it looks like every time it tries to go, there's just someone here taking all the shares. Like there's a reserve order right now in the pre-market. Look, they can't even break 29. So like you're seeing all these orders go through at 29, but look, it's not going higher. There's like this ARCA could have 10 million shares. See, there you go. Now it's even lower. They can't break the offer. So if you can't break the offer, then it is just going to continue. Like look, ARCA there, NASDAQ, ARCA, NASDAQ. Like see, now it's lower. All right, try to break 21 again. Why? Like they can't do it. So, and now it's going to break through 20. And when they do it, it'll rip up 10 cents, and the guy will come right back. So, see, let's just see. Look at all this buying right now. Look, see, there's 3,000 shares on NASDAQ. There's only 100 shares being shown. Look, there it is right there. A couple thousand shares on ARCA. There's only 900 shares being shown. They're hiding their orders. They're putting in icebergs, and it's not stopping. So, I just tried to punch short. We could have had 20 cents, and I'm talking like this. Like I could have, I'm just got to go in there. I got to pay. Yeah, but you can get short, no problem. So I just got to get in here and buy and pay for shorts. And unfortunately to everybody there that's YOLOing this, you're going to have to wait for lower prices because it's not stopping.
All right, let's talk about Tesla here, trying to bounce right now. In fact, back above 230 and holding currently, which was around the low from yesterday. It's been relatively weak over the past couple of weeks, but trying to get back to the upside. A couple of minor stories, including they're going to open this diner, supercharger station diner in LA, which I think is so cool because obviously it takes a little bit of time, a little bit longer than putting gas in your car, so why not?
I'll go if I don't have a Tesla, but I'll go check it out anyway when I visit my sister next time around. Here's another interesting headline. India looking at cutting import taxes for electric vehicles that are willing to actually invest in the company's infrastructure. Here it is. So currently, a car that costs over $40,000 US will incur 100% tax. Others, less expensive, will incur 70%. The Model Y, for example, is $47,000. It would be subject to 100% tax. But this new proposal, Brendo, takes you down to 15%. Not a bad look.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today, guys. I mean, kind of cool anyways with that diner as well.
Love it.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, and what they'll do is they'll actually have something which isn't spending ridiculous amounts of money like Neo is. Like you compare that to Neo, and like those things look like they are literally out of a science fiction film. They must be spending a ton on that experience to try and create an image. Now, Tesla, for now, it is flat into a flat market. It's worth mentioning that it didn't really give back everything. Almost. It got right down into 2 days ago. It's Wednesday's close area, open area, down underneath that 228 level. I think if it can hold on to that, there's always a chance that you could pop back up. I still have my 241 resistance drawn. I don't think we see that today. Obviously, 35 is going to come into play. There is one name that I feel as if today is a more likely day for Rivian. Just if you get any kind of a relief rally. Like Rivian's been trying to head underneath and break down this level underneath the 50 period. Like it's slowly doing this underneath the 50, getting down to the 200 period, and it's seemingly bouncing off the 200. Now, one of these days, one of two things happens. It breaks the 200 period, we get a flush, so breaking lows and consolidating under, you want to be short, and if it gets to the upside, I think it could like semi-squeeze above the $20 level. So that's going to be my look for Rivian. I'm sticking with that $20 level. I just feel as if there's a better chance I can find a trade on Rivian off 20 than Tesla actually getting to a resistance point.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla yesterday, big flush into well, that's a key level, right? We're short AMC, by the way, right now. Is it showing it on there? Yes, it is. Okay, so, all right, so let's just go over to Tesla here. I'm going to be short AMC until it breaks that 1350 mark. So right here, if we break above there where the teal is, then we'll get out of this. But we're going to go short there. It's funny because it just went into the 30s, and I tried to get more, and that's where it stopped. Okay,
that was the breakdown yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's going to...
That's what I want. I want the flap off.
I mean, I made up this word quadunk. I think it could do that right away off the open. Shout out to the... Shout out to the Pharaoh over there.
Check out Urban Dictionary.
That's actually Neil's line. He steals everything from Sharif.
It's not just Sharif. No, I'll steal lines
from everybody.
Anybody.
Yeah,
I'm an equal opportunity thief.
Anyways, that is the Pharaoh's line. 228 is where we stopped. So, I mean, we stopped there yesterday right away. We stopped there in the pre-market today. So, yeah, 228. If the market's going to bleed today, look at the NASDAQ already getting ready for jackhole. And when it comes back down to the downside, we're going to wait to see what happens here. So, Tesla, 228. Will it hold? I don't think so. Not if this market comes down like I'm expecting it to do. So, I would say, if you're going to short anything, obviously you just want to look at past support from yesterday or past resistance from yesterday into the 33, 34 area. I believe it's too bad we don't have our markers on here. I trade so much that I can't even remember, what we were trading yesterday. Maybe that's because I was in a daze. But 233 to 234, I feel like there is some love there up to the upside. Thank you, Rob. And Rob is the man that also went and got these hauls. So thank you to Rob for all of that. And we just got a tea and a coffee reload. So I'm looking at 228 breaking down. Long story short there for Tesla. So watch out, man. Here comes the market. It's probably going to turn red just at the open.
Apple on the way back to the downside here after what happened yesterday as well. Relatively weak all day long was Apple. Coming up in a couple of weeks, we'll get this iPhone 15 event. I mean, there's other things they're going to launch, obviously, at it as well, but iPhone 15 will be the headliner. A couple of data points I put on the watch list this morning about what's to come as far as technology in the iPhone 15. As always, year over year, we get these leaks ahead of these events. It looks pretty cool as far as what's to come. But very, very weak yesterday. Yeah,
it is. Wi-Fi 6 or something of that sort, supposed to help declutter the networks. But we got the NOS boss in the house, so at the risk of putting my neck out here, I'm going to say that this, on the chart, is a bearish engulfing candle, Michael. Is that correct?
He's nodding. I see him.
That means it's correct. I'm very happy about this. Yes, essentially yesterday's yesterday's technical level, essentially we engulfed all the profits Brendo made the day prior. Not a good look for my account.
Sharif gets the technical pass. Good job.
That was awesome. Yes, young Padawan.
You see how he's sitting at the trading desk. Maybe that is a little bit of a
what might happen.
Tease
I don't know what might happen. I'm hoping. Look, everybody wants the market to go up, generally speaking. But as a trader, yesterday provides you with fantastic opportunities. 177 on Apple was a good line in the sand. It tried to bounce, but once it broke that late in the day, we flushed. We're kind of looking at the same thing here. Like the market's bouncing around, break even, up and down, and that's what's happening off 177. So this resolves itself, opening range under 77. I'm thinking short, above, I'm thinking long, and I'm not doing anything in between. This is not a name I anticipate trading in the first 5 minutes. This is one that I only want to be looking at we're gonna resolve one way or the other. If we're still going back and forth at 10 o'clock and after Jackson Hole off of this level and not trending one way, then I don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole because it needs to be running away from this price. This is clearly some gravity headed towards 177 on Apple. Sometimes it's a good barometer for the markets. I think that's what we're seeing today.
So I tweeted this out yesterday. So if you come over to the screen here, I don't know. So here's the Cybertruck on the road here. And I just don't know. I thought I really liked it. And then now that I'm seeing it driving like that, I don't know. I don't know about it, man. It looks kind of like an army truck or something. I feel like people will
movie prop?
Yeah, almost like a movie. There's are they filming Batman or something? I don't know. It does have that Robloxian look to it as well.
That's what I think. I think
New York City.
I think kids are gonna be like, oh my goodness, can I have the Roblox car?
Yeah. No, I think people will. And what people put in the chat there to me, and thank you so much for putting all your information in the chat or in X, I guess, reposting and stuff like that. Is I think people might buy that truck just because of it's cool and it's different, and that's happened before, right? All right, here a quick little look on the imbalance locator, just real quick, as the Nasdaq's kind of just hovering around. We'll wait to see. We are now in a full position for AMC. We're out of the money now, 9 cents, so we'll wait. Bed Bath & Beyond, BlackBerry there with BB. We haven't seen that in a minute, so that's on there. What is this price? I was gonna say $5. It's close to $5. No big Nasdaq names on here. So there's PayPal. I thought that there might have been some AMD or some Marvell on here or anything. So again, more sells than buys, and the fact that there's no big NASDAQ names or no big names whatsoever on here is making me believe that I think everybody is waiting for Jackson Hole here.
Which is 10:05,
which
John.
is still a minute away from opening and then 35 minutes away from Jackson Hole. So, all right, let's just watch out. I feel like the early trades for me will be in AMD. Look at this, man. Starting to come down again immediately right here. Look at that quadunk right there back to the downside. So I think we're going to be the right way here today. NVIDIA looking to go sour as well for everybody. So we may get stopped out of this real quick here on AMC. So let's wait to see if that does happen. But with only 30 seconds left, is it going to be the cat on the bell or is it going to be Ramin on the bell? Is
They're
it going to
deciding.
be? It really should be Michael Noss on the bell.
Yeah, Michael's right here.
I mean, can you get there, Michael? We have about 20
See,
seconds.
I just
Watch out,
said
Parsa.
Michael without saying the NOS, by the way. I'm just
Watch
throwing it out
behind
there.
us.
Now that I have said it.
Cameo.
Although we are running
here we
a
go. All
clock
right, we only
in
have 10
10,
seconds left, and he's over by the bell right now. So
there
here we
he
go.
is. Get it off me and put the camera on Mr. Nos in 4, 3, 2, and ring it. The gentle, kind
Yeah, I
ring
thought
on
I thought
our
that was going to
ears.
be like a crescendo.
That is much
there,
appreciated because it's louder than you think when you hit that thing hard. Well, a couple of things to get to. That better stock.
AMD tanking
That
like
is worth a
crazy.
dollar bounce. The market, oh my goodness, 67's already NVIDIA. Apple's to the upside, and the
Oh,
chips
you
are
could
all
have
down
just
right
bought
now.
100.
Don't, you just said.
I know I didn't want to buy it, but look what just happened. It just touched 100 flat. It touched 100 flat and then ripped up 50 cents. Oh, and there we go. Well, our first
there
trade,
goes.
we didn't do anything really on AMC, but it did
It's not
flush out.
open.
It's not even open yet, and we got stopped out on AMC. So we're going to have to watch out for that. We do have AMD. Oops, that's AMD right there on our mind right now. Oh, that would be $1 in the money. Oh, stupid sticky note. Why did I rip you up? But okay, we're going to have to watch out for that. NVIDIA bouncing around. Google's way below that 130 marker as well right now as all hell breaking. No, I'm just joking. The NASDAQ's actually going up right now despite Google heading to the south side, despite AMD. Wow, Sean.
Firm's going upside. Watch out.
Yesterday, man, we were long everything off the open, and I was literally going to put down, I did put down $100 there as the short, as the log for AMD, but we missed it, so woe is me.
So headed to 16 is the firm. Marvell's now reversing course. It just got back underneath 55. I was a
AMC
pop and
open
fade,
yet?
so it's not open yet. At least I don't see it open. I punched out at 80% of it. It's not open yet. I want to wait for the opening print. But if we get a pop in Marvell, I'm going to go to the south side. Now it's open. Now it's open. There goes a firm. Oh my goodness, a firm. So look. Oh no. And I literally just took everything out of a firm with a keystroke on that punch at 16. I took it all out at 20 instead of taking a piece out. That's a little bit foolish. I've jumped back in here at 11, so that's why my price is no longer just in front of that 16 level. A firm is absolutely flying. If it gets to 1650, let's take some out, see where it goes from there. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA is tanking again, down to 646. Where the heck is it going?
646.
I got to get into that Marvell short because that was the one I wanted. Did not get it. I said any of those things set up to the south side, and we haven't gotten squat on Marvell. So the next available pop, I'm going to try and get some shares in here on Marvell. Maybe it's even 54.40, or 50, I should say, because it is absolute nastiness there in AMD. Not AMD, NVIDIA. Apple's to the upside, though. Apple's definitely strong.
Yeah, we're going to try out for this play right here on AMD. We don't have many shares, but it is starting to go back up to the upside right now. Oh, that's still AMC. Hold on a second. AMD right here, up to 102, 101.80 right there. We'll try to get a little bit more here on this, but yeah, maybe this is the day where all these names want to go. That really sucks, man. Now I'm a little bit off tilt here because we did have that $100 long spot, but looks like we're going to be wrong here. And we said to try to be as patient. Oh my God!
There goes AMC
again.
So I had 25
Short's not right
out
on that
50,
one, apparently.
80. Come to my chart for a second. There we go. 25 out 50, 80. That broke that 14. Got to wait for the curl this time. You got to wait for the curl. It is popping, and really you want to get on the back end of it. It was at least consolidating a bit before the open, but it's screaming upside. 15 is still resistance. HE. Hawaii Electric was the other one I wanted a short pop. It didn't get to 10, so I'm not in it. Just got to 960 here. see, I'm patient with this and not with AMC because I like shorting AMC. Marvell did make a nice little push down into the 54 even. I was able to get some out there, so I rang the register on that. I'll look to short the next pot, but just like Intel the other day, a lot of times I want to short it a little bit higher if it's going to continue this stair step. And that just means I'm not going to get it. Just kind of plunge back into 54, so that's reversing. Affirm is still holding above that 16 level. I got one fill up here at 42. I like 42, so in front of 50, that's where I offered. If we can bounce off that 16, I think we keep going for it. All right, I'm going to say it just because it has to be said. VinFast broke $60. Wow. There you go. You've seen the chart. I've mentioned it. Now you guys don't have to add us that we're ignoring the stock. VinFast, I didn't even pay for locates today. If it breaks 75, I will pay for locates on VinFast. 100%.
75.
It broke 60. It happens.
I'm just like, wowie wooey.
I cannot even believe that stock, whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
Yeah, that's VinFast for you. Again, we were just joking the other day about when it being at $50 and it was more, or at $35, I think it was more valuable than everything else combined. Not combined, but yeah, more valuable than Mercedes, more valuable than BMW, GM at these levels, Ford at these levels, and there goes VinFast again. Starting to keep, I don't know why it didn't halt. Well, I guess it didn't go 10% yet. I guess it did actually.
I don't know the halt rule
should have been there.
Man.
All right, okay, so I was going to re-short AMC here because it looks like 14 might be something there, but look at it just continue to go up. We were wrong twice on this name, so out there and then out again. So about a 40-cent hit on about 40 cents twice on that stock. So
I never believed
that's okay. We just went right back into what we've been doing here. And did we get a fill there? Yes, we did. Look at this, short, boom. So everything is all good. We got out when it broke 101, so we did take a little bit of a hit there on AMD, but it was basically nothing. And then we let this go up. Now we have that high of day marker there at 102.10. So now we can use that as our out. So if we're going to use 102.10 as our out, we now have about 40 cents to play with here. So that out rate down there is about 40 cents. So that's 1 to 1. But it looks like it wants to be strong, man. And if it does, that's fine. Let's just check out NVIDIA. We're not, remember.
63.
Yeah, like NVIDIA is tanking and AMD is holding up, which is kind of not what I had thought.
Intel as well is holding up, by the way.
Intel's holding up. Let's go back over to Marvell.
Marvell's tanking.
Yeah, all these names that we thought would tank. Like we looked at our sticky note here. AMD, we said wait to 104. Marvell, we should have shorted. And then Google, we obviously should have shorted as well. So yeah, man, here it goes. We're now into more shares of AMD as it's, we're going to get stopped out here. It looks like, yep. All right, well, it's 936 right there. We were short AMD and short AMC. Maybe I got to trade something else other than an A name.
I actually made a keystroke error on Affirm and was accidentally short the stock, but I was covering along. I got trailed out at the same time I went to punch and I still had to stop, so I ended up reversing. I just don't believe it is more than a squeeze, and it's already traveled $2. We had a 16 long, not a 15 long, so really I don't believe it's getting past 17. Not enough to short it, but definitely to take profit. I keystroked out of it and got back in the second I realized what I had done. But it just gets to that 17-ish, 16.97. Take the money and run. If you're going to get that kind of a move, getting a dollar move after chasing it a dollar when it's a pure squeeze play, and I don't think the quarter was as good as everybody thinks. You got to take the money and run there, Brendo.
Not a lot of volume behind this, but worth a note. Polestar here, this WVnews.com. You can go to that website for this. Polestar selects Mobileye to bring autonomous technology to the Polestar 4. So a nice pop here for MBLY.
Yeah, I saw that news this morning.
How is a Polestar contract that great for anybody? It's Polestar. I will cheer anything positive for Mobileye because I own Mobileye shares. But yeah, it's again. Wait a minute. I just got one from Rob. Now I can double fist these coffees. That's a problem. We're going downside here on Marvell. So it got 54.50. I did not get the reload. We got some in front of 54. 53.60 was the last exit. It's continuing to fall. There aren't any obvious levels because this is a gap fill. So when you have this much room to a $50 level, if this market turns red, Marvell I think could get to 50. It's not crazy. It moved more than this last time reported earnings when I was gone. So it wouldn't surprise me if it has a big retracement. I'll look for a reload on the next available pop. Right now, you're also seeing Apple just turned around. NVIDIA, okay, that's a little weird. At the moment that Apple pulled back, NVIDIA started bouncing because obviously that makes sense. Nowhere near 450, so I'm not thinking long. We're underneath that 470 level. Remember, in 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes, Big Papa Powell is going to hit the podium, and he could move these markets. But if you consolidate lower, I got to be thinking short here on NVIDIA. Consolidate here, maybe get a drop down at like 66, 67. VWAP doesn't matter that much. I can either reload Marvell or look for the short here. Affirms through 17, so
how do I?
I mean, I saw that price and I wasn't a believer. So it is what it is. I probably should be holding on to it, but to me, it was breaking 15 and you're long 16. It's insane to me. It's up 25%. Where are the levels here? There's a lot of room to 18 bucks here. Maybe I should have given that more room, but I don't know. We're out of it. It is what it is. AMC is still flying. That's crazy. If it gets to $15, you guys should know the plan. But there was, I don't want to call it the open. We'll call it the pre-market resistance and afternoon resistance on AMC at 1475. That could be another rollover zone. But Marvell good, Affirm good. AMC was trash. Shorted it twice. Probably should have left it at once. It's starting to curl now off 1450. I'm not sure I'm convinced I want to get into it just yet. I think I'm going to leave that one alone. A couple of names on the AI space that we forgot about that are moving up. That makes all the sense in the world that C3 AI is going up. It doesn't. Really? If it gets above 2950, this could always squeeze. That is first resistance here. If we pop and fade, I think the 2950 level is going to be it. I see people saying Tesla is going.
My computer is restarting.
Oh my God, Tesla's strong. All right. You don't want to fight the market. At the end of the day, this is trending up. It bounced off the bottom. If it takes out 235, that gets pretty nasty. So I'm not going to be fighting this at all. NVIDIA 470, you good?
No, my thing froze. Now I'm restarting my computer, so unfortunately...
We're having some system issues over there.
My computer's not even restarting.
There's nothing we can do. We're waiting for Sean's PC to restart. It happens. Believe me, it can be frustrating, but the best you can do is soldier on every now and then. 14.5 I do like for AMC a little bit more now. If it goes a second time and fails, then we can go for it. I don't even think I paid for locates on Affirm. That's another issue. But it's AMC. That's another bounce off the 14.5 level. It's starting to resist, so I think I'm going to try and get it. You have to try to get on the offer here because it's short sell restricted from yesterday. So really, you're usually taking the fill against you, meaning in the moment that you're getting filled in AMC, like you're against the momentum 100%. Like you need that uptick, you need that buying. There's really nothing you can do about it. I'll give it to that local high and re-enter again up here. I think just taking pot shots and trying to hold is the way to go. NVIDIA is now flying. I got to watch out this Marvell because NVIDIA is over 470 here. So you're now breaking out 470. Now above there, what are we doing on Marvell? Still relative weakness in Marvell. If this holds 54, then I should like it for a short while watching pretty closely to NVIDIA here. So if we hold underneath this with NVIDIA flying, that's a good sign. First sign of a pullback on NVIDIA, I can probably short this. As long as we get back underneath 470 in NVIDIA, I think I like to add to the short on Marvell. That's working rather nicely. I just want to see what's happening over on AMD as well to make sure this isn't, I'm not only looking at one name here. Let's go. Now, AMD super strong. That's headed to 103. So I've got the relatively weak name, but if this breaks 103, NVIDIA breaks 475, all these chips are going to absolutely fly. I'm skeptical about Intel going up in that particular case. I'd remain a short there. Yeah, we're back above 54. I'm getting out of Marvell. You've got to ring the register when you notice this kind of strength. The second I see all green on AMD, it's just get the heck out, take the money on the short, and start thinking about joining the trend here to the upside. You got to watch out for 15,000 as well. That's a big one. Oh, Palantir, Nimit. I totally forgot Palantir. Palantir's starting to break out. All of these names are getting right into resistance from the afternoon. This is not the moment that I usually want to be punching highs. I thought 13.5 was going to get tested. It looks like that's not going to be the case here. We're just breaking out to the upside. Let's let things settle down. Still about 20 minutes till Mr. Powell. Let's go, Brendo.
All right, we teed it up in the pre-market, guys. Michael Noss in the house from Trade Ideas all day long. Here it is, 30% off, available right now. Go use TraderTv30. We'll get you 30% off the entire platform. They have a brand new web version that you see on that graphic there. Yeah, mobile enabled tablets, the whole deal. Mr. Noss, give us a first little tidbit here of what you're looking at.
Yeah, so I'll just give a little sneak peek about actually how we found the mobile eye that we were just talking 2 seconds ago. This is the main screen to the new web version. We'll go deeper into detail, but it's mainly designed to show you what's moving in real time. You can see a new highs ticker at the top and a new lows ticker at the bottom. We saw Mobileye go through there with increased volume, quickly able to research the stock, find the news, all in the new web version. Again, go to tradertv.live, use TraderTV30 for 30% off.
Free trial.
Free trial. You can use delayed data for as long as you'd like, just to try it out, see how much you like it. But again, when it's time to convert, TraderTV30.
TraderTV30, guys. Free trial available as well. Check it out.
We're using trade ideas here, and we can't say enough about that.
I'll tell you this, I had a
30,
chance to try it out. I'm already a gigantic fan of it. So,
I mean, the thing is, you can have your computer, then you can have your iPad.
yeah.
You know, so it's like you can have.
Oh
your
no,
computer.
it's actually really great on a phone as well. Like
mobile.
it's a very simple, streamlined experience for scanning and looking and
Those are
finding
all
movers.
the
If you're
talking
into
points.
big time movers
Simple.
and gappers, that's what it's all about.
Mike is on.
He's getting to the upside. I'm only in AMC right now, but Hawaii Electric is making a little bit of a double top here. So I liked it in front of 10. Let's see if it makes a failed break of this 970 for a bit of a short trade. NVIDIA is still going to the upside. That was probably a little bit hasty getting out of Marvell. I'm just going to quickly show you. I got out here, trailed out of Marvell when I thought NVIDIA was super strong, and that's still a fantastic short. That actually could have been an entry point. It is what it is. You make the read. I saw NVIDIA strength. I saw AMD strength as well. I'm back into AMC, this time more of the curl in front of 14.5. Ignore that wick to 16. Once we're at 1400 VWAP, I start taking some profits on this one. NVIDIA is, if we get to 480, I know I like that short. Another wick up there. 475 just held. You know what? I'm not going to get it. I don't want to trade bad prices. Wait for a key price.
Right.
Yeah, that's a bad price to trade. I'm not going to wait around for it. I want to see where the trend holds up in the first half an hour here. So AMC short, Affirm's absolutely flying. I'm always out of breakouts really
We
early.
sort of knew Affirm had that possibility to fly today. We were actually.
I'm
with
shorting
that,
18.
Oh my God! I talked about taking Affirm long if it took 16. AFRM. Right now, I guess that's already happened. Damn it! Of course it has. Darn, that really sucks. Here I am, playing around with AMC and AMD when we talked about this breaking 16, and that was the only level that we wanted. And then in the pre-market, of course, it's down here at 14, so I leave it alone thinking that that's not a chance, but there it goes, breaking up through 16. I really think this $20 level will come into play, and when it does, that is a huge short. I don't know if it's going to come into play today or not, but you're going to short Affirm for sure. Some of these names, they get climbing, they get going on earnings, and then can fade right back down. But wow, what a big winner. Oh, my stream deck is off because I had to restart my computer, but what a big winner there for anybody trading Affirm on that 16 break. Wow, that never even thought about going against you at all. So good trade there. All right, so now that we've calmed down and we're not using, like I said, we're going to put on hopefully positions that make a little bit of sense for us. We wrote down 104 for AMD, but let's just wait to see here what's going to happen right now. We do have 103 coming into play here. We are going to go a little more short near that 103 mark, but we're going to try to be patient and wait to see if it does get climbing into that 104 area. So we noticed that yesterday. We talked a little bit about right there. That's 103.25 or so as being the high, and that's really where we just wicked to right now. Broke through 103. So we're short now. We're going to put a little bit more into this in the 80s if we can get up there. And I don't want to punch out immediately. I want to try to give it up to 104. So trying to be a little more patient with some of the ideas that we have right now, letting it just sort of go. Because NVIDIA, and I was saying this earlier, like this could be a great buy down here. You just need to let the pressure sort of get off. I mean, there's no other name that's really performing as well as NVIDIA. It's had obviously a couple bad days here, or just yesterday, I guess. And we've been down to 400 before. So it's like not much has changed except for they put up a blowout quarter. So of course that means we should be shorting it. But anyways, this could drop in a little bit more. If it does, I think at some point, obviously this name gets picked up by the masses. That is NVIDIA. All right, let's just go check back in on Marvell because that was another earnings name.
I can't believe I got out of that.
Should have been Yeah, I mean, that was just a short that we had written down. Obviously, it doesn't come up to our level, but sometimes levels don't really matter. You just want to play the momentum to the downside, and that's exactly what was the right play there with Marvell. $54, man. It came back there, gave it to you, and then now it's $52.80, so it's a nice move to the downside here for Marvell. We said we'd let it breathe a little bit, and we're doing exactly that here. We didn't get short on AMD. We were waiting in the 80s. It only pops to 70, but here it goes. It was just in the money a little bit. It needs to break down below 102. I think we can almost add to the position if it breaks 102. VWAP is right here at 101.85 or so. So I think that that's a reasonable opportunity to maybe push a little bit more short in AMD. But we've already got the position on, so it just needs to come back. We've lost 40 cents on this name, so if it does come back in, we should be able to make that money back. So I like VWAP 101.80. Let's just put a bid there in case we do flush down. You never know where the fills are going to come, so we'll put a little small bid down there and take out a piece just in case it holds.
Yeah, I was able to get that bid at 14 on AMC. You have to take profit there. It is trending to the upside. You're now getting a bit of a bull flag setting up, so if it takes out the local high, I get out easy, wait for it to get 75 or 15 for the next level to the upside. Now getting a pop over an Intel. I see this resistance underneath that 33. And I'm going to try short off this high. We are near that 15,000 on the NASDAQ. Just going to pull up the NASDAQ chart for you guys. So this is that channel that we sat in for the bulk of the afternoon with like 14.95, which we're at right now, and then 15,000. And when it broke down, it was pretty nasty. So as you go into this, I'm expecting a little chop going into Powell's comments, which would mean I like shorting pops.
Not too far away.
So I'm going to short this high here. I think everything at this moment is going to be relatively tight stops. Because you have a time, I don't want to call it a time stop, but you know what I mean. Like there's an event coming. We're expecting some movement out of that. And that's only in 15 minutes. Affirm, I keep looking back and it's like, wow, it's still going. 27%, it's a squeeze play. Sometimes, that's the thing, like you don't always want to put rational targets into squeeze breaks, which I do, which I always do. So it's still going, this is 18, that is 20. Those are big levels for potential shorts, and I keep forgetting to get to Better Home, the one that got Huadunked yesterday. That, whatever. We don't have data from yesterday, so the daily chart's no good. But it bounced once off 115. If it gets down to $1, I am looking for the old dollar long there on Better. And Nikola's going, Rivian's going. Some of these other alternative EV names are making some bounces with Tesla's strength. If this were to carry all the way to 145, 150, I think Nikola's probably an obvious short up there.
All right. Oh, HE is ripping up here.
It's only 970.
Okay. Yeah, pretty. I don't mind this Peloton actually here. Brendan brought this to our attention right here, breaking through 581 right there to the upside. Peloton did come through to 581 here as well and stopped. So I'm thinking about a break there, give it back down to like 570 or so. But with what I'm seeing in Affirm and everything just kind of going up here, why not take another name that has a short float attached to it? Maybe Affirm just got its high there at 1750. I'm not going to short this name, but there is a possibility in for that. We did average in a little bit for AMD. We got a 60 fill. Again, like the luck's just not really with me, man. I was at 87. The high was 85 there. Like it's just so stupid to miss that. But I think we're all really excited. So shout out to everybody who's in the chat right now. I think we are excited. Someone just said right here, what's up to Kevin Mendoza? He's excited for Jackson Hole. I mean, we all are. I mean, this is a spot that's really made a difference in the past, and we'll see if it's a policy shift or, it's not. This is obviously not. Nothing's going to come with policy today, but it's the words, it's the rhetoric.
Imagine
we're going to hear the topic that he's going to talk about. We know it's globalization, but let's just hear if there's any sort of an indication of higher rates for longer, or where if Powell's happy with the current level of inflation, given the current economic environment, and we'll see from there. So far so good here. I just missed that short there in the 80s. I feel like we could just switch our price. It just keeps on bouncing off 85. So let's just put an 85 short there, just to get a little bit more. That's all. So again, we're letting this calm down. The market's really ripping to the high side here. So this could be a horrendous play, or I feel like we're shorting. I mean, again, now AMD is stronger than the market. So will NVIDIA turn around here at 475? That was a drop-off spot yesterday. We talked about that for NVIDIA. and sort of where we were bouncing off from. 475 was that key level right there that held. So we are right back into that rate now. So yeah, we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see what happens, man. We are sort of at a tipping point here. We do have a Peloton that just broke. So we'll give this a little bit of love. I do want to wait till at least VWAP, so 569 or so breakdown. If that happens, we'll get out of that. Here we go, man. Here goes AMD ripping to the top side.
Yeah, the market is breaking the upside of that channel. Just a second. We broke underneath 14 on AMC. I just got a fill at 1388, so that continues to head to the downside. But I'm looking 13.5 next. That was a big, big candle. If it can't consolidate here, I mean, I think hold to the low of the day on AMC is going to make some sense. I was able to get one fill on Intel before it bounced to the upside. I got the 1380 in. I got the 1370 first exit. I got bids into the 60s and 50s. So a couple of names are working to the short side, at least for now, but a lot can change in the next 10 minutes. Brendo.
About 10 minutes away here from Fed Chair Powell. Guys, remember Michigan sentiment at 10 o'clock before that. We're just talking a little bit, Michael Noss and I were talking a little bit about relative strength and also advancers and decliners. Here's Google just popping up in front of me on a volume scanner, back to the upside, trying to get back to green on the day. Another great feature in this new web version, Michael Noss, advancers and decliners.
Yeah, so we want to give an overview of the market at a glance, a way for people to kind of understand exactly what's going on. This is meant for the trader on the go, someone who just has a quick second to look what's going on. So this histogram we have at the bottom is just showing how many stocks across the entire market are up, how much they're up based off different amounts. You can see most stocks are hovering around plus or minus 2%, showing that the market is bullish, but still kind of chilling out, probably waiting for Jackson Hole. Not too many up 5, 10, 15% right now.
Another great feature. We'll bring you more, guys, throughout the day here from this new web version of Trade Ideas.
I like it. I like that coming from Michael. I love it. Nikola is, okay, Nikola's up 14%. Not that I don't believe it, but I'm just going to see if I can get Brankles to process some locates, just on the off chance it does press into previous support here. Anywhere near that 150 level, I feel like it's a bit of a fade. Amazon, Thursday Night Football, bounces off the 130, 150 level yesterday, doesn't even sniff it today. It's flagging to the upside. If this market continues and we see a 15,000 break, suddenly this looks like a bit of a long. I said in the first half an hour, like Apple, the litmus test is what does it do off the 177? I feel like it's a little undecided because it's a breakout, it's holding consolidation higher, but it's making lower lows into this. So still not completely convinced that I should be bullish on Apple just yet, and I don't want to fight the trend. AMC's finally working to the downside after a couple of hits, and Intel's looking okay. The one that got away was Marvell. Sometimes it might not be the sexy name that everyone wants to trade, but it doesn't matter if it sets up perfectly. I got enamored with looking at AMD and NVIDIA's strength and ended up trailing out of Marvell at a point where you could have been adding to the short. Underneath that flat bottom break on the daily, you just look short and try to continue short until proven otherwise. Brendo?
Just quickly, guys, just hearing that there will be a print version of the speech from Powell released prior to the event. So 10:05 we'll hear from him. We are going to get a written version, and there will not, I was just hearing, there will not be a Q&A, so heads up.
Brendan has to read it.
Not a Q&A. That is, okay, that's good, I guess. I don't know if it's good or bad, actually. All right, so again, right here, we are now short. We've talked about that. We took some more shares here into AMD against that 103. So here it comes. Now we're starting to fade out here as we're minutes away from exactly what Brendan was talking about there, so with Jackson Hole. So nice little fade happening in the market. I'm going to take a bid at 25s if it does come down here. I mean, we need to, or you know what, I'll just take, all right, let's just be patient. I'll take a bid here at 32. We are waiting for a little bit more at 25, but just in case it does bounce from here, it's nice so far here, but we need it to get a little bit lower in order to take some real profits on this name. So AMD just came in. We did, oops, I guess I can zoom in a little bit. We take a little bit of profit, but we are obviously aware of all these lines here. The 50 periods at 102, the VWAP's at 102 as well. So they're both right here right now. So let's just take another bid out at 25 if it comes through. That's what we're waiting for. Let's see if that can come in. I really like this Google trade up here at 130, and it's too bad that I was just trying to nurse this position here with AMD because I really like Google short there. It's just I didn't want to be short everything just in case we had a disaster again on our hands with me just really feeling one way and it not being the right way. So, okay, we just bounced again off of 27 there for AMD. I don't feel like the world's against me by any stretch of the imagination, but like missing some of these fills sometimes by pennies really sucks. So oh man, that's really too bad. But let's see if it comes down. With the stock that moves so rapidly, that's why it really sucks when you miss key fills. And again, this is a problem of a day trader, not of you guys, because if you're trading options or something like that, missing by 1 or 2 pennies there probably isn't that much difference. But you know, like we just missed a 25 fill when it goes to 27, and now it's at 45. So those kind of things suck, trust me, when that happens. So hopefully it comes back down. We switch it up. We put our bid at 28 right now. It might, there it goes. Like, see, it might, and we probably would have, oh, see, we didn't even get 25s there again. So good thing we switched, see, there we go. So good thing we switched it up, put a little bit of a different price in there. It's all not going to matter. I mean, whether or not you're bidding 1 cent away, 2 cents away. At the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter. Just frustrating when you miss it there. So, all right, so that was good. We're back in the saddle now. We were very, very patient waiting for this to all sort of develop. We've only traded 2 names today. We've only made like 3 trades. Shorting AMC was obviously a disaster early, but now it's starting to come back a little bit off that 1440, the 200 period. We shorted it, got out, shorted it again, and got out at 14. But now that's moving around. So it's almost 10 o'clock, so let's go to the desk with Brendan.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Michigan sentiment final print here just coming through 69.5 versus 71.2 on the month-over-month number. Again, downside 69.5 versus 71.2. 5-year inflation expectation 3% versus 2.9. The 1-year 3.5% versus 3.3. So across the board, upside prints there coming through from that University of Michigan sentiment number. All eyes, however, on the overall market ahead of Fed Chair Powell just to come up here in a few minutes. Again, we are expecting a printed version of the statement that he's going to make to be released prior to him coming up at 10:05. There will not be a Q&A to follow the overall press conference here, guys. So moments away from Fed Chair Powell.
4 minutes away, and Brendan will be doing exactly that, which is staring down and reading everything so that we are all informed, because that's what he does. We love him for it. Intel, we just had some up and down. Like, it just keeps going this 10-cent range. So if it's going to keep doing this, what I should be doing is scalp in, scalp out off the high of the day here. That is for now working. That number just spiked Marvell to the upside, which got me back into it. Had 1 early fill, then we got the VWAP fill, essentially where we got out before. Just wanted to reestablish the short off of the same range. And then if it stair-step to the downside, great. If we break the local high, suddenly you have a top off of that Michigan number there at 10 o'clock, and that gives me a local high. If it stops that out, I got to get away from it because we're breaking VWAP, and we found a bottom on this name. AMC's doing its thing. It's back above 14, which I don't love. I would have liked to see it resolve to the downside here. Maybe it holds VWAP. I'm not going to add unless I see this either up at that 1450 rolling over or maybe some weakness underneath VWAP. And it's just as I say that local high in Marvell, it just wicked me out. I really don't want to re-enter this trade before 10:05. I took a shot at it at 10 o'clock to try to be in the money as it came back down. Don't like it anymore. We're going to wait for that 3 minutes. AMC, Intel will hold on to because they have our stops in place. But wow, Nicola, that's still trending to the upside, that 150 level. Remember, I like that 150. If it gets there, that's the first place I would attempt to short, maybe on a false breakout. Brendo again. Ahead
of schedule here, guys. The speech has begun.
bad because we were just in a reload position up there near 103, and then I didn't want to do it because we're obviously waiting. But there's a little bit of a flush down, and again, we didn't. There it is. So now we have the reload. We're going to get out at 103. The majority of these shares, if it does break higher, we took some bids, man, so it was okay on this. But here's the reload, and here we go ripping up. So I don't know what exactly is being said, but AMD definitely, the market definitely starting to go upside. So I'm going to cancel all my offers here and just wait to let everything sort of just settle down. I'm going to cancel my Marvell, my Google, all of that as we wait to see what exactly is happening here. There it goes, breaking through 103. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that last piece, but we're able to get out. Everything's really loud, all those animations, but that's okay. Anyways, here we go, back up to the upside right now. The market's really starting to go here.
Yeah, gotta respect it. I just took my out on Intel, did not reload going into it, said probably a good idea that we got out of Marvell because that's also flying. But look at Apple wick off 177. I think we know where it's going now. Let's see what I want to see what's in that report, at least hear it. Obviously, I'm not going to look at it myself. We'll get that to you, the text of what got released for his speech. But Apple, high or low here. If it can hold on to 177.60 on VWAP, I do not want to take a top break. Tesla was the strongest name. It's really backing off of that high a little bit. So we got to 15,000 on the NASDAQ and just wicked it. I don't think that's a great place to enter the long unless we're above, but on any kind of a pullback, start looking for a potential trend here. I know the names I want short, and they're usually the chip names. AMC's holding fine, but I forgot to mention Hawaii Electric here. Just got to 10 finally, so it did get to $10. It's back underneath it. I'll let it make one more run at it, but if it fails this area, this is where I wanted to short. Just want to be patient getting in. It is now tagged that level after about half an hour.
Yeah, we just shorted a little bit more AMD there. Apparently, Brendan's just tagging to us in the chat here. Prepared to raise rates further as required. Fed's policies July PCE at 3.3 and core at 4.3. I don't know exactly what they're currently at, but that's what he's seeing them at. Core at 4.3 for July. Okay. Finally, man, there it is. I know we got stopped out a little bit there at 103, but we got back in there once and that's thanks to Brendan. As soon as I read prepared to raise rates further, I was like,
yeah,
I'm just gonna get into the short, and that's what we did. So now we're ringing the register on AMD. We're gonna bring this back to positive land right here. It just goes to show you. I mean, I write down on here patience on Jack Hole, and then I make all these trades before Jackson Hole's even started. So that's the ridiculous part about me. But at least we got it. We know where we're screwing up all the time, which is always a good thing. But here it comes. Let's see if AMD can finally break below. We said we put some orders in the 90s. So let's just do that right now because that's where VWAP is. And we've just come all the way back down in. It's too bad, again, that we got punched out, but we put it right back on. That's something that's always happening to me over and over again. We did buy some more Peloton down there and able to get it out for some flats. I do think there's still a chance for this to go, but it is dripping as well. So this name, you know, again, didn't really do much. The highest we got there was 80. We did take a piece out as we're trying to see, oh yeah, buddy, right now. And here it is. Let's see, where am I bidding? 92s. There we go. I was going to say, if we don't get that, then we don't get any of this. Money. All right, finally, we got something good right now. So here it is, a nice little move to the downside. We just get a 77 as well for AMD. Here we go. It has finally joined it, and we are back to the... Geez, man, it is a club in here with the sound. We are going nuts right now as we're back into the dollar club here with AMD. So there it is. We're now positive on the name. We screwed up too early. Now we're back into the saddle and positive on AMD for today's trade. So, you know, we're negative on AMC. Peloton just came out. This wasn't a huge trade for me. It's more about this one right now. I'm only focused on this. Google as well, bouncing off that 130, probably a decent spot to even get some short right now on Google. I'm surprised it's not going down a little bit more than this. But Google up to 130, which we wrote down as a short, of course, but we didn't take it. That was the high, 130 on Google. But it's pretty strong here, though.
Yeah, you've now seen, we wicked 15,000, you're now breaking down underneath it. There's NVIDIA breaking 470, that signal enter back into Marvell short. Just get right back into Intel when it wicked that high, so I have both those shorts on. I do have Hawaii Electric as well at 990. Gonna give that a few pennies past 10, but I don't like even dollar stops, but it's tight enough to it. You gotta respect to the downside here. Affirm is even, I mean, Affirm's now breaking VWAP as well. Ooh, underneath 17. Okay, I'm going to back off that. Not yet. Not yet. I do want it at some point. There's Intel. It actually broke that range low, so we'll ring the register. I'm thinking about adding a firm to this. I already have 4 shorts. Do we put on a 5th? Brendo.
All right, here is the actual text, guys. So strap in. This could be a while. It goes on and on and on. So this is going to be quite some time here. He's talking about goods inflation currently.
That's shoot in the chat GPT, but we don't need no chat GPT here. We're like in our own AI because there we go, man. We just talked about shorting Google. We got into that and now we're 30 cents in the money and it's going lower, 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 lower. Let's see how low it goes right now. So it's hopefully a good trade here. I'll just start piecing it out. I mean, like Brendan said, that's going to be a lot of talk there about where we're going. So let's just get some out on Google, let this market sort of relax, calm down, and continue to go right now. So here we go. I'd hate for Peloton to be working. It's not. Good outs there. We're at the 200 period for AMD. I'm going to take one more out here. We still have a lot of shares on board, so it's okay. Google as well. Let's just take out another piece. You got to reward yourself, although I do think this is a day to hold on to things. You know, at any sort of drop here, I know we're going to get that all summarized. I'm pretty sure Brendan probably is dropping it in to ChatGPT right now. So let's just wait. We've just made back pretty much our whole day here just by shorting and being patient. So again, stick with your rules, man, and you will be fine. AMD, good couple outs. We only have a third left of that position, and I want to stay short.
I was just able to get the quarters on Marvell there. We're short at 76. Just got like some out in front of the quarters, but I'm looking at this continued rollover here in the market, and I'm looking for an entry into a firm. I just feel like there's no way. If the NASDAQ goes red, the squeeze, I think, is probably over on this one. I got out early. It only looks good now after Jackson Hole at 10 o'clock, so I'm not going to sit here and pat myself on the back. I should have held on long a bit longer, but it's looking like a decent short. He broke 10, so I got out. That's Hawaii Electric. I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to get in. I'm going to have my stop right above. That's how it's been working all week. Just kind of stick to your levels, stick to your exit plan, and don't worry about it. There's always another trade to be made next, and as long as you win that one, you should be fine. Go from quality decision to quality decision. I did get wicked out of Intel, but hey, we knew that could happen at 10 o'clock. Got right back in, same level. It is now stepping down as well. So looking for places, to add to shorts as long as we're holding that local high, 14.95. That was the false breakout on the NASDAQ. As long as we're below that, I'm thinking we like the shorts here and then look for re-entries. A firm is only if it holds beneath VWAP here and underneath that 17. Once I'm clear on that, I think it's a short as well. But it's a strong name. I think you want to be patient with it. Chip names are working to the south side. You can always stay there.
Yeah, they're not working.
Apple 77.
They're not working as great to the south side, but yeah, Nvidia definitely seems to be the name here as I continue to look at that. All right, we just got a good out on Google at 25s there. Again, let's just put another order like at 35. I just want to keep getting these out, right? I mean, and then hold on. We still have half or more than half of this position on Google, but the name that is retracing back up a little bit here is AMD. So I'm glad that we got out of 2/3 of this position on the way down. I mean, that really worked out for us. That's one thing that we haven't been doing enough is sort of respecting some of the support and resistance on the way down. We respect it on the way up by punching out all the time, you know, but then when it comes down, we don't get out enough, but this time we did. So that's been working out for us. And then here comes Google as well. Obviously, that's going to be a name that we're going to have to look at here, getting that out. We do have a 130 take. I'm looking to get a little bit more short, at least I thought I was. Yes, we are up here in the 80s, so 85 or so is where I'm sitting here, to get a little bit more short against that 130. But as we await what exactly is being talked about here, the market's retracing back up, man, so don't sleep on what exactly is happening right now. Good. I'm going to take another out here in the 30s on AMD. I mean, it was looking great down there. Maybe we should have punched out when it broke through 102 again there, but without that crystal ball, I'm not sure where this market is going to go. So we do have a stop. At least I did have a stop if we do break that high. But now that we're out of enough of these on AMD, let's just wait to see if we can get some more short into 104. So we'll see if we can get some shorts up into 104. We talked about why we like that level from yesterday. It's just right back into here where we had some consolidation before another move down. So that eventual high is 104. Let's call it like 104.25 or so. So let's just try to play the momentum, stay short the names that we want to stay short, and go over to Brendan.
Just a quick update, guys. He's talking about the housing market right now and seeing a slowdown in the overall pricing of the housing market right now, which is, he's phrasing it as being a positive, but saying that if anything turns back the opposite direction, they could once again continue to tighten policy, as we've heard over the past weeks and months. So, I mean, really nothing to summarize at this point, really nothing that we haven't heard yet.
Okay, I mean, I like nothing we haven't heard yet.
Housing prices coming down is great.
I don't have to change too much of the plan there. We are getting back in, but I want to show you, I just put an offer back in front on Intel. I'm going to show you here. This is that lower high that we're trying to break back out above. If we get above here, I think you retest that 15,000. Wow, Apple was like the one thing, that 177 level on Apple. I just got to quickly show this to you guys. It wicked underneath, just like the afternoon yesterday, wicks underneath 77, and then that's your jam. Bounce zone off 177 in Apple. That's a litmus test. We're strong above that number. I think you almost want to respect it.
Oh, wow.
I should be
Here
long
we
Apple.
go.
There's no question about it. I hate myself for it. I did not get into a firm. Good idea. I'm not going to enter it now that you're testing that 15,000 high. If you break that out, I'm pretty sure every short except maybe AMC is going to be gone for me if you break 15,000. A firm long is a maybe. Apple long looks pretty good. Alphabet, where are we at on Alphabet? Load, come on, baby. Above 130, trying to break out the local high here at 15,000. Yeah, Alphabet, maybe. Apple, yes. Everything is headed to the upside. I think we're going to get stopped. Intel's going to come out. Marvell's a maybe. That is actually holding around VWAP. AMD, I'm not looking at AMD right now, but you're through 476 on NVIDIA. So it's a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, AMD's right here trying to get back. Oops, Google broke. So actually, Google's pretty flat after all. And we didn't get out enough, obviously, at VWAP, but we got to start respecting that kind of stuff, because look at this move up here in the NASDAQ. It's like, boom, right to 15,000. We always have this 15,000 marker, just right back up to that level again. Like, look at this. What a move. We just went up 100 handles there. More than that. This is a 2-minute chart. I switch over to 2 minutes. This is, 14.9 up to 15,000 in 5 minutes. So that's how volatile these markets are right now against whatever Powell's going to be saying. So here we go, man. AMD's up to that 104 area again. We do know that we want to get short some more here. We've been waiting for this kind of a bump up, so here we are right now, looking to get some more. There we go, we take some 79s. We're going to make sure that we give it to that 104, 104.25 or so area that we talked about. So, I'm a little bit, again, it's fine because we got out of 2/3 of it. Well, that's still Google, sorry. AMD, we got out of 2/3 of it down here, and now we're just trying to average in. We didn't take that much shares here at 103. You can see what our average price is, 103.30 right now. So against us, 70 cents. Still not great. We don't want anything against us, but here we go up to that 104. We have the target outs. Let's just hope it doesn't get, it doesn't trigger 104.35 or so as AMD really ripping up. The NASDAQ just took 15,000. So to be sitting in these shorts, let's just respect our level. If it takes out 104.25, then it's completely regrouped. The market is definitely going to the upside. We'll find out what the initial balance and all that stuff is. But for right now, I'm not sure technicals matter that much. It's obviously playing off of some momentum here in the market. So
yeah, we're up 1%.
Yeah, we're up now 1%. Wow. I mean, the market could turn on a dime. But if there's going to be no question and answer period, then the market likes obviously what's in the speech. So what's going to turn it around?
Yeah, that's exactly my point here. Somehow, I mean, Marvell hasn't come out at that 50 level yet. Intel did already. It's at 33. I took my out there. I did not grab the Apple breakout, but I'm sitting on the bid for a bit of a retracement. Let me just show you the out on Intel, because I should have maybe reversed this name. You have to have a plan of action to reverse. But I wasn't really thinking reverse. I was thinking Apple might have been the long. Instead, look, it's just absolutely flying. I should have reversed this one. It is what it is at this point. NVIDIA is now flying. I don't want to forget 480. That would be counter trend if I took it, though. The 40 level was a big one yesterday. I feel like I want to respect it. Even AMC's getting to the upside. Oh, come on. Like, as AMC going up on the market makes no sense to me, but that couldn't really go more than 40, 50 cents in the money. And I'm not going to reload this one. I need to see some actual weakness before I get into this on the other side. I would like to think this can respect its own move instead of the market move. Brendo.
All right, so just to sum up, guys, he has left the podium. I mean, in general, nothing that we haven't heard before, right across the board. He talked a little bit about the housing market, the labor market. He talked about where inflation is now, where they think it might be going. He talked about CPI and PCE. But in general said, going forward, they'll make decisions based on the data that is presented to them, and they're prepared to raise rates further and leave them there longer if needed. So, I mean, overall, I don't think there was anything there that we haven't heard in the past already.
Right. I mean, the Fed is supposed to be data dependent. So he just basically said
Old data dependent.
Said what we already know. So thanks, Brendo, for that. It's interesting that he's now gone. So in what was the Super Bowl of everything, it appears to be over with. It's kind of, it does kind of feel like the Super Bowl a little bit. You know, when the Super Bowl ends, it's like, oh man, now what? You know, you're at that party and it's like people are drinking. You're probably a little bit hammered already. And then the party
Bills
is
are
now over. Now
celebrating.
you
I
got to
get
get
it.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bills fans at least made it to the Super Bowl, however, didn't win it. But okay, here we go. I think if they make it, they win, actually.
Yeah, well, no, we're going to the Super
Because
Bowl.
KC, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I really like the Eagles over there in the NFC, but I do respect, obviously, the Bills' potential there. So, all right, there it is. Finally, a little bit of a pullback. We'll spend some money here because here we go. We got a short on for AMD. Let's just see how much it wants to work. There's our 104. Like, Sean, stop being such a damn idiot over and over and over again every freaking day. This says 104 on here. I should have, like, if I don't trade anything on AMD, man, we're going to the bar already. But is it even open? It's 10 o'clock. But you got to wait for key levels, man. And that 104, we wrote it down. It came through.
It is in the islands, bro.
It is in the islands. Yeah, it's wine o'clock somewhere, as my
Now,
wife
the bar's
always
open in the
says.
islands whenever they want it to be.
Right, so
That's
it's
the
not-
best thing. But the other problem with that is if the owner's like, I don't feel like it, then the shit ain't
That's the
open.
thing. You're on island time, right? That's the thing. You guys heard of island time
It's
there?
so true, but it's amazing. The market coming back. The only thing that didn't stop at that was, I got to respect it. I mean, obviously, Intel stopped out there. HE did. Somehow, AMC didn't. But then you had this wick to the lower high on Marvell. I was able to grab back in here. The second power was done. It's back underneath VWAP. I'll respect the low of the day. That'll be about $1 at 53. AMC also did not stop out. Good look there. It's holding 14.20, but it's still grinding higher. Not going to add to that position. It's Marvell that's flushing. What else we got to the south side? Oh, yeah, if the market's coming back in underneath 15,000, affirm, baby.
South side?
That just wicked 18.
Jeez. That should be another money making.
Okay.
Oh, damn it. That's $16. It's so frustrating on that name. Neil's going to see what's up with that. Okay, so we get stopped out at Google, but we don't go back into it. Now it's Tank City. That's okay. Yo, what do you think about Tank Bigsby?
I
mean,
without
Etienne.
giving away my draft plan, I picked twice in the second round, and let's
Yeah,
just say
yeah, he's there,
the
right?
ETN owner is not going to be handcuffing Tank Bigsby, and when ETN goes down, he's going to have to come to me.
I know.
Straight up. So Zane, if you're listening, you might as well trade me ETN right now.
He's trying
bro.
to trade ETN to
Tank
me, too.
Bigsby will be on my squad. That
He's
guy
trying,
was
he's trying to grab Cooper Kupp from me.
He was a beast at Auburn. And when I was making that face, that was just me seeing the up down on Affirm at 18, and that's my shot. The market's turning back heavy. Affirm wicked $18.
Let's effing go.
So that's me. I mean, to me, that is a short setup. That's probably the only way I was ever shorting Affirm, unless it was $20 today. Was that move just there? So if it gets to VWAP, that's great.
The damage that we're doing here on AMD is actually pretty good, man. I mean, I just got frustrated there that we weren't really respecting our own research. And there's 104. You know, like 104 came in, AMD, boom, right there, man. Now $1.50, we're taking it all out. Here it comes back into the 50 period. We made the mistake before by not getting out when it tanked all the way down here. So let's take advantage. We got burned on the way up. There's no doubt about that. We lost on our Google trade, which, by the way, you know, the fact that we're down on Google right now is actually disgusting because it goes all the way up. Now it's coming right back in. So I feel like the short was right on everything. It's just a matter of timing, right? Everything in life, everything in trading is all about timing. And guess what? It's time. Oh, wait a second here. Hold on a second. Are we getting... Oh, I don't have him on here. I was going to do this, but for Jerome. I don't have Jerome on here.
Hang on a second. Oh, no, that's... Yeah, there it is. There it is.
All right, so he's done now. He's just chilling out. So we'll go over to the desk now, see what's up with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week trial or sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Use code TTV, capital letters, TTV. Get you 50% off for life. For the first 100 to register, use a QR code, bottom right corner. A few little ones flying around here this morning. This one jumped off the screen at me just a couple of minutes ago when it came back down to $1.20. We're trying to bounce right now, but you can see a ton of volume on YS Biopharma. Announced purchase of shares by the company officer, so some insider buying, it would appear anyways, for YS today. There's this one as well, which is CRKN. Back to the upside. This one went crazy going back to last week, I believe it was. Back above $2 briefly there out of the gate this morning, straight back to the downside. There was a bit of an update from Crown Electrokinetics that came through. CRKN, Sharif. This one as well, BETR. Yeah, it was BETR, backed by SoftBank. Financing company went crazy earlier in the week on day one. This was a SPAC, so day number one was yesterday for this thing. Opened at 28, if you remember, 23 in the pre-market. Went all the way down to $1. Held there most of the day. Anyways, we got back above $1.50 this morning for BETR. Guys.
Yeah, Better Home needs to get a better backer next time. That was nasty, man. We didn't have it up, but I'd imagine some people made some coinage going short that thing. Nasty is all I could say. We're able to ring register. Oh my goodness, I'm on the wrong page. Who cares? We'll do this one. Because we just wicked 15,000. You go back to the well. The thing I like the most short, I feel like I was too hasty covering this thing. It would be so much better if I just been thinking about relative weakness and just hang on to that short there, give it to the low, early re-entry, don't like it, was able to get out flat on that number, and then we're shorting it at that 14 area. So we've been able to get some out. The 53.20 has been the best fill for me, and now I'm looking for it to break the low and then places to re-enter the trend. I did grab that affirm short. Again, if the market's doing this, that is your chance to try something which is against the grain. And at some point, even strong names will tend to follow the market, especially something like an Affirm. It's super strong up here, but it gave you the wick high and was able to get it as the market is absolutely plunging to the downside. It is free fall right here. It's not really dragging AMC down, but look at Apple. Apple was so strong, and all of a sudden you're looking at that this 177 back in the face. If this does not hold 177, this is going to be a short underneath that for sure. I see Chill Vibe saying Tesla, NVIDIA, Intel. My goodness, where's Intel? Oh, wow, we should have just jumped right back into that one. I always respect my stop out. What am I going to do? Hold that forever and just average? Nah, man, I'd rather stay green. This one is completely plunging. I'll try to join it somewhere, but you got to have an out. The shorts are definitely working. I think Apple at 177 is the next test for me. Watch out for, NVIDIA is actually over 470. So this is higher lows on NVIDIA, which is a bit strange given the move that we just had. So higher lows on NVIDIA. If this joins the party underneath VWAP, then it gets really spicy. But it's just worth mentioning that NVIDIA is holding out hope at this 470 level here. Yeah. So if it does do that for too much longer, I think you want to take some profits on the shorts. If NVIDIA breaks VWAP here, forget about it.
Yeah. Money. Finally. NVIDIA, you can go directly down to the gates of, where's my gates of hell thing right now? All right. All right. This is the style of trading that you want to do, right? You want to do the research. You want to have a bias one way. And then you want to look at your own notes and you want to try to follow them. Okay? So, like right here, patience. It's going to be a tough day. Wait for AMD 104. It's simple kind of stuff, but you get overwhelmed. And especially being on the show here, there's no excuse. I sign up for what I sign up for. But it's like you sit here and you watch all this stuff go down and you're like, oh, gotta short it. There's too much noise in the market. We all know that. If you're patient, you win. Always winning is DJ Khaled and Brendan.
We try. As we were saying, we're featuring the brand new web version, guys, all day long of Trade Ideas. If you haven't done so yet, Trader TV 30, not 20, 30% off at Trade Ideas. Michael Noss here. He's going to talk a little bit about another great feature. Yeah, we just saw Groupon popping up.
Yeah, so the beauty of what we're doing here is we're trying to, again, present in a very simple and visually appealing way to just get an idea of what's happening in the market overall. So I actually took the heat map here on my screen and just changed it. So I want to see what's moving in the last 30 minutes now. We're a little bit from the open. Thank you. A little bit from the open. This Jackson Hole thing seems to be calming down. So I want to figure out what's been moving in this last 30 minutes, especially the upside with the craziness of the market. So Groupon was number 2 on the list. We can go over. Now we have a research page. So I can find out news about it, what the company does, all of the fundamental factors that are interesting. I'm focusing right here on the 31.25% short float on Groupon and the incredibly strong move that's gone on here. So a little bit under the hood, seems to be ignoring a lot of the Jackson Hole stuff. So I don't know, maybe we get a little bit of a push on Groupon today.
Yeah, you see that layout there. Super clean, super easy, very straightforward. News, bottom right-hand corner. You get the advanced decliner there as well. Again, there's the headlines, bottom right-hand corner, the chart, all the information you need, including, 31% still short side for Groupon starting to go, guys. Trader TV 30, once again, all weekend for Trade Ideas.
Yeah, buddy, all weekend long. But you know what? We're going to be using it forever. Hopefully these are shorts that you can hold on to forever, because we're about to go, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're close to going red on the NASDAQ. Overnight and early morning support, 14.85. We just broke 14.9 on the way down to that. And a rising tide lifts all ships. I have no idea what the opposite of that is, but you guys can make something up that sounds intelligent, and then I'll just steal it from you next time. So 17.5 just printed on a firm. I think that was the only chance to grab a pullback on this name. If it gets, like I said, if it gets to VWAP, that's not even breaking trend. It can go 60, 70 cents in the money and not break trend. So I got to take profit out in front of it. Marvell's all the way down to 53, so that is working. But NVIDIA is somehow, how is NVIDIA holding VWAP with this market tank? I'm a little surprised at this for NVIDIA. It's stair-stepping to the upside, and if it holds 470, that could easily make a bit of a bounce. Apple here. Again, so apologies for the chart there in Apple. I don't know what's going on with my 3-minute chart on Apple, but it's now resolving itself on the 15 here underneath 177. I said be very, very patient and be convinced what it's doing off of this level. There was one wick bottom here that I think you could have had the long, but now I'm actually looking for, I need to be convinced of the long at this point. I'm looking for this to break down underneath and then try to be short on Apple 177. I'm not there yet, but I think that could be the next play. Just checking back in on AMC. It was the short that was working before Jackson Hole speeches and all that nonsense. Now it looks like it's breaking back out here. I'm not adding to this. It is off that high. I took the profit under VWAP. I'll hang on to the last piece in case it flushes, but I'm stopping out this local high in AMC. That's the one that is not going to plan just yet, and you got to make sure that you're not forcing the one that isn't working.
All right.
Falling tide sinks all ships. Huh?
Yeah, we just went short there, AMC, finally. I mean, we've lost too much money on this. We didn't mean to, step up and into that. Well, we meant to, but I didn't think it would move the way it did. I just want to talk about, we're only in one trade, and AMD is now making lows right now of the move as we're coming back through the 200 period. Look, man, we are learning from our damn mistakes. Okay, it's like last time. Bless you, Pharaoh. As this market is coming back in, last time we did not take out, well, we took out 2/3. We did not take out enough last time, right? So look what we're doing now. Every time it's coming in here, we're just taking some 102s, we're taking some 60s, we're taking some 70s, and just by that, let's take out one more piece right there at 75. We're punching it out. We want to hold because we still think it's going to break lower. So no more outs at all now for AMD until we get back down to 10, like into here, 101.15, something like that. All right, let's make it happen. Let's go put our bids down here. We'll see if we can get some out. 101.15. You're now in my radar for that, as we've been, like, thankfully very, very able to withstand some of this trading here today, this morning with patience. And unfortunately, we did get stopped out of our Google trade, but we did talk about 130 short. Did go up to 130.50. Again, scared of this move in the NASDAQ. What are we supposed to do when this happens? You know, Powell comes out, he's talking, blah, blah, blah. We don't think he said anything rocket science, so why did the market go up in the first place? And there it goes retreating back. I mean, Neil and I were like, the NASDAQ's up 1%, and we're like, yeah, okay, you know, we've seen that before. But now look, you know, almost back to Redsville. Right now, Redsville, is that a ville? So right now we're looking at a nice move down. Let's put a bid on here at 19. Oh, it just bounced off of us on AMC.
I can deal with, I'm going to try this one. Anthony F, for now, when the wind dies, all sails drop. And that means you ain't going anywhere. I mean, it doesn't have to be down, but if you stall out, then you're dead.
I like that.
So we're breaking lows here. Marvell's breaking lows. You're now firmly underneath 14.9. NVIDIA's underneath VWAP. That looks good. But I got to show you, always be careful when you're managing positions. To me, like, look what's happening here on a firm. Higher low gets put in, so you see me take some more profit there at that 17.5. It's only the 30-cent move, but you got to take that profit if I notice it's a little bit strong. If it's not getting into VWAP, fair enough. Got to say a winning trade is a winning trade. Jay Lee, you did mention KRE. I'll acknowledge that. You can only trade so much, only so many things you can look at, and if we're looking at a lot of the chip names, a couple squeeze names in there, you might miss out on something like a banking sector move. So great look on KRE. I mean, a lot of things are probably headed downside, but that was a great short. Congratulations to you. And before we go to Brennan, one last one. Amazon's very close to that 130, 150 level. It's not just yesterday that it made this bottom. It's a double bottom on the 15-minute as well. There's a big, big level here for Amazon. About one of the few things that has a good bounce level that I'm looking at here. But if it cannot hold on, that's an all systems go. I think a 131 break underneath it to the downside, I'd be all over as we go to the desk for the crypto update.
A segment of the show brought to you by Moomoo, offering lightning-fast updates. Unlike other apps, Moomoo provides updates every 0.3 seconds, ensuring you stay ahead with the latest stock information. Check them out using the QR code on the graphic bottom right corner of the screen. Shout out to our friends at Moomoo. Yeah, Fear and Greed Index did spike there. I was kind of keeping an eye on Bitcoin specifically to see if there was any reaction from this Jackson Hole speech. I'll show you in a second. Spoiler alert, there wasn't. Very, very quiet. But coin did, however, move with the overall market right back to the lows right now. Pretty volatile on high volume for Coinbase. There's Bitcoin. Nothing doing so far today. Just hugging 26,000 right now. We're still chopping around bottom end of the range for BTC. Back to red. It was green early on this morning to the tune of about 0.3%. Yeah, 26,000 continues to be support here. 1650 coming into play for Ethereum. Still holding on to positive territory, but pretty mixed to end the week, guys, here for crypto.
The apes are going to win again, it looks like, here with AMC, so shout out. Like I put the bid at 20, and then it was like, no. It just completely stopped there at 20, and then faded out a little bit again here. Okay, there we go. We finally got a fill there on it. So good move in for us. All we had to do was complain a little bit. Ask my wife, I complained probably way too much. But okay, here we go. That's AMC, so ringing the Reggie a little bit on that one. Man, this has been a very volatile day for me here, but I feel like I look back at Peloton. One more. You know, we got out of this name. I mean, it broke the 50 period. We got out. We're going to do that pretty much all the time. But look at that. Shout out to Brendan who put this in our chat. Peloton was going. It went to $5.95. We'd have a little bit more money in our pocket if we had just held on to it. But at the same time, it dips down through, like we got out at 69, I guess, on the 70 break, and it goes down to 63. So maybe next time we'll hold for the 200 period. I told you we got to get a little bit better. Oh, yeah, buddy.
We just broke some support.
Yes, so we're bidding 33s actually right now on AMD, just bouncing off 34. Do not. Yes, sir. Oh, my God. It's not only it's a $1 club. This is a $3 club right now for AMD as it's trying to make its move back down into the downside. This is a good trade, man. Good trade for AMD. And if you're not part of Sticky Note Nation, smarten up. We have 104 written on there. If you're going to trade anything, we had Marvell short, we had Google short, we had this whole market short. I even said on here, everything is a short today, and we're finally pay dirt. We're waiting for, look at that, just hit that guy and get him out of there. We're waiting for 101.15 to get out of a little bit more, and here comes AMC back down to the downside. And it's funny too, because there goes Google back in again to the downside. So Google just broke 128. We talked about this today, the fact that it broke 130 yesterday. I knew this name was a little sick. So unfortunately, I don't know if it's sicker than I or what, but nice move to the downside. Uh-oh, look what just happened. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching right now, because it's a bunch of money coming through for AMD today. Obviously the number one stock for me as it just continues to tank city. And the funny thing is, man, we were out of AMC and hit pretty good, but then the patience pays and we wait for 104 and change. If you've learned anything from me, hopefully it's a few things, but it's just to be patient, because I'll run myself over all of the time, and then we look back and it's like cash money on the levels that we've given. So, you know, I think it's pretty interesting that you know, sort of the FOMO and what comes in through traders' heads, because it's like we knew about that level, yet we were shorting ahead of it. So it's like, you know, stay patient and stay with what you know has been working.
That's the key to it. This market is really starting to grind to the downside. We do still have overnight 14.8 on the NASDAQ, and there is still technically yesterday's bottom on Apple at set 176.3, but you're now resolved underneath 177, so I'm looking short. I do have the offers in once it broke the local bottom here. Want to see a bit of a pop to get myself positioned underneath that 177. I grabbed some more profit on Affirm. It got right down in here, broke 17.5, that previous high, and then bidders stepped right in. So I'm like, okay, let's take a little bit more out again. Respect it. If it's going to trend to the upside, just ring the register. Make sure you're staying calm. Marvell's continuing to trend downside. Haven't even seen anything that's given me any pause on that. AMC, I haven't added to it. It hasn't stopped out, so I'm not really doing a heck of a lot with that. For now, that can definitely change. But wow, just got Apple, so a little bit of a pop there. Able to get me short there in front of 75s. I want to be into this underneath that 177. Oh, Amazon as well. So Amazon did not break 131.50. Look at you, Amazon, still bouncing off that level. I got a dollar says Obi's going long off this level because I know if he's focused on it. But it's a great level, that's all. Sharif just laughed as he walked by, chuckled. But it's been a big support level. I think if you're looking for any kind of a long, maybe that's one. I'm not thinking long right now.
Obi's
the trend is
right
your
now,
friend.
So.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe he's observing the trend and waiting for a break of that level. That's the key one to watch. I got shorted. I waited for Apple to fail this 177. Now I'm short underneath it. We'll see what happens. I think you can get down to 176 if it's going to hold this range. The NASDAQ is going back and forth, green to red, green to red. Oh, yes, there was one thing I wanted to get to. It's better, not getter. Better. It got down to $1.10, 110. It bounced a second time off $1. I think I might have missed these chances. Not getting one even, I don't think anymore. Now all of a sudden it wants to bounce well in front of that one even. Next time it drops in front of you, we'll take a look at the 110 level just for a scalp trade long. I feel like it was so weak yesterday. If this is a relief kind of rally on this stock, I do want to take at least one shot at it, which I've missed time and time again.
All right. Just to give you guys an update, we only have 10% left of AMD. So, you know, we made the money. We made it all back and in spades. So that's good. And then what we're really waiting to have happen here is sort of AMC to possibly make a move. It's trying to sleep right now. We've gotten some good shorts in on this name off of that high. So again, patience. Let the level develop, then hit it. Here you go. You're starting to break down a little bit. Obviously 14. I guess I'm sitting at 19 from before. So hopefully that will fill right now. And then we'll put some more here near. You know what? Why even bother to wait there? Let's just take a fill at 20 if we get it. In case it does, I might just punch. Yeah, I might just punch some 21s here on AMC. Sorry. But okay, back in right now. AMD is coming in pretty good. like big time pretty good right now. So I don't have any more offers. We only have 10% left. Let's see if we can make this one really count back into the downside. There goes AMC. So yeah, man, it's been a banger little money-making opportunity here in the last hour. The first 20 minutes was a disaster. Well, not a disaster. We're still going to be green at the end of all of this, so it's fine. But definitely some mistakes made early, and we need to look at it to see if there's anything else right now. So that's AMC. I was looking at, oh, you know what? Let's go over to Tesla. That's been a name that we sort of ignored a little bit today. Tesla, obviously, with this move up. There it is, 238. I don't even remember what levels we talked about earlier. I think it was this level right here, 234 from yesterday.
34, 35,
yeah, that's kind of right where VWAP is right now, right in the, literally in the middle. So as the market continues to crank lower and lower and lower, and geez, man, AMD, guess what, guys? There we go. It is officially $3 now in the money on AMD. So let's take another fill here. There we go. We got to take a fill now. We're breaking below. This has been a big trade. It's AMD, it's Sticky Note Nation, and it's Brendan at the desk.
Yeah, good timing. Just as we go back into negative territory here for the overall market, just seeing both the NASDAQ and the ES or S&P back downside. A lot of green left on this board, but still some red creeping back in, specifically within the financial sector here. A lot of the banks back to the downside. Meta, notably weak compared to the rest of tech, down about a full % on the overall day. Google back in negative territory. NVIDIA here back in negative territory as well. You can see the rest. There we go. A little bit of an update there. The rest of this group also kind of sliding back downside. There are still a few left to the upside, including Apple and Broadcom, but quickly going from positive to negative here. I want to mention these, some of the consumer names coming back into play to the upside today. McDonald's, Disney, the safe haven type plays. Disney, definitely not that, but McDonald's, Procter & Gamble, Coke, Pepsi, those types of stocks still holding on to Greensville. Visa, MasterCard, notably strong. Tesla, notably strong here. But if you take away the banks and you take away industrials and some of the tech names, guys, definitely still positive. But here we go. Day lows coming for the overall market right now.
So we're now down to VWAP on a firm. It was clean off that 18 fail. Said wait for it, wait for it. If you're going to go counter trend on something, wait for a big indication. You had like a trifecta. You had a 15,000 fail on the NASDAQ. You had the moment that Powell was, I guess, done. I don't know. I guess off the podium or whatever. There was no Q&A, so that made it a lot faster. I thought it would be longer, and then he wasn't on the podium, but you got that curl. We took some out when it was not going to break the previous high. Now trend is trying to go here, so I'm going to give it all the way down to this 16.6 to see if it can bounce off that level. That'll be over that buck. Apple, we said wait for 177 to give me a clear indication. Ooh, some of my charts coming back on Apple. So wait for a clear indication that 77 is gone. That was right here, broke that low, got to the pre-market bottom. Then we went for the short on the first available pop, 176.3. Is this going to work? Yeah, baby. 176.3 does correspond with essentially where we closed yesterday, 176.38. So that's the next out to the downside. Keep it structured, keep it working. Even AMC's falling right now, and Marvell. I wasn't able to suss out a re-entry into Marvell, but it's all the way down to 52.5. This is about to head SSR. So Marvell is 10% down in just a little bit. So another 60 cents to the downside, and we're going to have Marvell SSR. I am covering this if we get to SSR on Marvell. I always look for that SSR bounce, short sell restricted. That's in about 50 pennies or so. Absolutely plunging to the downside. It's one of these where if you're just patient, you can have a little bit of consistency. NVIDIA on my 3-minute chart, by the way, just to give you an idea on the market, 8 consecutive red candles on the 3-minute for NVIDIA. That is a trend. The trend is your friend here. Just be disciplined, and the opportunities are going to be there.
Discipline is, I mean, yeah, I'm learning something new every single day. I mean, right now, AMC, woot, downside. AMD right now is right back to 100. You know what? F that. Let's just take a little bit out right now. We tweeted this out, like, why not? Why not? You know, huge move to the downside. You guys wanted those Lambo trades. I mean, this is it. You guys asked for it, and it was delivered right there. So, I mean, just keep on watching. Neil has a banger there in Marvell there, almost $2. We've got $4 here in AMD. And again, I'm putting my neck out every single day with this sticky note. So I really hope that you guys are enjoying that. You know, subscribing to it. It's free there on Twitter. And, you know, just trying to learn from Neil and I some of the little tidbits that we're giving you guys. We've seen a lot of traders come through these doors, and, you know, it's not an easy job. So, you know, be patient with your own trading and just make sure that you reward good behavior and good trades. And don't think that just because something worked today, it's going to work tomorrow. But I do obviously like the fact of going back to the well as many times as you can on ideas that are working for you, right? Wow, here goes AMD. I did not. When I wrote down 104, I mean, I knew that was going, I thought 103 could possibly be something as well. When it wasn't, we got out, and then there it was right there. The huge reload, and now the number one stock here on, it's not even, it's infinitely AMD right here for me. Obviously, Google, we had that short at 130. That's now at 128. But the key about all of this is staying short. It's getting short, staying short, and making sure that you have a bias one way or the other. Hold on to it, believe in yourself, and I believe in Brendo at the big desk.
All right, another great feature here on the new web app version of Trade Ideas, guys. As the market is tanking, Michael Noss, new lows on the day coming in hot and steady here.
Yeah, so this is another new feature that we're doing with Trade Ideas, where basically we want to be able to show you guys in real time things hitting new highs, things hitting new lows, and the ratio of them. So the red bar at the top that's pretty much all red, in most markets wouldn't be. It would be some sort of combination of red and green. But with what's going on in the market, we're seeing red screaming in. Now, if you look at the little green box that we have next to the chart there, that's actually showing the stuff making highs. So if you're a relative strength trader, or if you think the market's going to turn, that's showing you stocks that are making new highs in this mess, which are probably going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, look at the contrast there anyway. So lows at the top, streaming across from the right to the left, and then new highs, as Michael was saying here, down in the bottom left corner. But great feature here, guys. I just put this up, you know, a minute ago, and already basically 1,000 have come through on this screener alone. So Trader TV 30, once again, brand new web app version of Trade Ideas available.
I love that.
I can't wait to try it out. I haven't even been.
It's super cool. Well, I didn't, like I was messing around with it via Michael at the desk yesterday and the other day, literally yesterday. And I already love it. The iPad I have, all kidding aside, Sean and I got iPads so that we could use our earbuds and like listen to like when we're supposed to throw to Brennan and then hear a guest and whatnot. But it's like a really old iPad.
Yes.
So it's like old and decrepit. So. Probably needs to update, and I haven't restarted it in about 2 years, which is, I think it's a bad thing. So I probably need to do that before I can use it here. I was just asked if I like Neo long at 1050. I understand exactly why someone would say 1050 long when you look at the daily chart here. However, the market's tanking. I don't know if I like any long right now. So it's almost like flat bottom break at 1050. I don't see a gigantic amount of size on the level 2 either that would get me excited about. Maybe a bounce play, it's a few 100,000 shares, which is not a lot on Neo. So I'm going to pass on it. I will bid $10 if we get there today. I'm all for that. I've told you this time and time again. If Neo gets to $10, I'll probably be on the bid at 10.01 and 10.02. But 10.50, I'm not so sure about it. It's a flat bottom breakdown. The market's trying to make a bit of a bid here to hold the overnight low. I want to stick with shorts and give some trail outs here. I mentioned Marvell and SSR, but not the actual level. It's $52.56 by my math, which I think is correct. All you got to do is take away 10% from the previous close. So I will be out in front of it. I will trail it out on the way if it gets there. The one name to worry about for the short, I think, would be Affirm, because it's still trend up. Everything else is trend down. Actually, technically AMC is kind of trending to the upside. But this is a strong one, 24% to the upside on a good quarter and a bit of a squeeze. But it made its curl. At this point, if it flushes here, at least holding to 1660, if not all the way down to 16 even. Not worth a reload because it's still trend to said upside. Is there a bet in the chat? Because I see someone just said bet 250. I got to see what the bet is. I hope it's whether the market is red or green and you can still bet red. That would be pretty sweet because I think we know which way we're headed.
Yeah, down now 0.4. Remember, we were up 1%, and now you're all the way back down. And I mean, we did good to obviously get out of the last little piece now. We only have 5% left of this trade, so we've taken out at $100. It's almost irrelevant what it does right now. We don't have much on it. And quite frankly, I would like to see this rip back to 104. Let's just be patient as we possibly can be. Here we go, man. It's 50 cents in the money right now. We'll fire off the hot dog gun. Despite not, trading AMC well early, we did, again, put our patience cap on, wait for a rate there. And I'm like trading less and less shares, not shares, trading more and more shares, less and less names every day, trying to get very specific on what we're trying to do. I still can't believe that Google's $3 in the money and we don't have it. So that sucks. Check back quickly on my trade on Peloton. That's back in, so that's okay. Obviously, we like that affirm short up there at 18. We were waiting for 20, so that didn't come in yet. Let's just check out GameStop, just because we're at AMC right now. What is GameStop doing? GameStop's actually holding out pretty good, not on the daily chart, but today it's pretty flat and actually up 2%. So, and you know what? Actually, AMC's up 3.5%. So, Affirm. That's not AMC. AMC is flat. So that's where I was going to get at right there. AMC right now today, basically flat. What? Something's wrong with my chart up here. I actually read the wrong thing.
It's down.
Yeah, it's down. I thought it was flat, but it is not. It is obviously down. All right, just quickly there, we did get some more out of AMC. I thought it was down. I'm going to have to fix up my my chart here. I have the wrong marker. And then AMD as well, trying to break a little bit lower. You know what name that we haven't traded over the last couple of days? You're looking at Apple.
Tesla.
I've been looking at Google. Tesla's one of those names, but we haven't really looked at Meta. Meta's been really... On the daily, we broke through 300, and right now you're getting pretty bad on Meta too, 280. The high on this name was 330, so you're down quite a bit, and look at Meta just bleed all the way to the downside. This was an $8 move. So we can celebrate $4 on AMD, and of course we will. Everything can go into the gates of hell today, but this is very, very, should have looked at Meta. We got to put Meta back into our pocket here. So let's pay attention to that. It's Meta. Was there a call for Brendan there? Okay, so it's Money Talks now with Brendan.
I wanted to go right to this chart just to give you an idea. I went into a 5-minute time frame of the DXY. I think it might have been more volatile than the overall equity market during that speech from Fed Chair Powell. You can see we go 104.1 all the way down to 103.75. And now we're taking out the highs. So absolutely ripping is the US dollar right now to 104.5. If you missed it, once again, that's really the headline that kicked things off for the dollar anyways. Fed ready to raise rates further if appropriate. They also said they're going to stay there. Once again, reiterated that stance of higher for longer, did Fed Chair Powell in Jackson Hole once again. Absolutely mooning right now is the USD, guys.
Every time Jerome Powell steps in the building, rates go up, and they stay there.
And they stay there.
But you know what? The dollar can be up, but it ain't the only dollar that's up, because Dollar General, shout out to you, Oscar, in the chat. You have found, maybe it's not the only thing that's strong today, but it feels like it's the only thing that's strong today. I'll tell you what looks good for relative strength. Everyone can spot it, but when a stock that's a dog like this, and it has been a dog, makes a double bottom bounce off of the 150 level, on my 15-minute chart, it is all green to the upside. If this market catches any kind of a bid, or maybe just if this gives you a pullback or something, this can be a name to look for. I always want to see relative strength and weakness. I know relative strength when I see it. If it does pop back into the downside for whatever reason, maybe this 155 area where you had some consolidation before can be a little bit of a long here. But you always want to shout these things out because it's a good sign, right? Like if this is making a bottom as the market's pulling back, it can be a nice little place for the maybe next week. If not today, maybe next week, to grind something to the downside. Apple just took out 176. That's not necessarily good for the market. Okay, there's a lot of wicks on this chart, but here on the daily, I'm just going to quickly show you. This is 175. That was a high in 2022. In August of 2022, it was a breakout point back in May. We broke it once and headed down to 170. You're now taking that out again potentially today. I think the 175 is the level we'll respect. But if we can hold underneath it, there's another dollar worth of room on this name. AMC just cannot seem to break 14. Oh, that's a bad chart. AMC cannot seem to break that 14 level. It gets down there. You now successive higher lows on AMC. Not to just take the profit and run on this, because it's one of the few things grinding higher. It's a little bit weird that AMC would be grinding higher today, but that's exactly what's happening. Affirm is still hanging on to 17, just barely. It looks like it wants to resolve lower. Eventually, even the strongest name is going to fall. I think this can get back down to 16 even. And I haven't looked at DWAC there, time for light, but you mentioned, Sean, that with the indictment, sometimes you get a bump in DWAC.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Look, it's up 2%, and it did move. From the bottom, it's moved $1. So sometimes I don't like to look at that percentage gain because it's not telling you the right story. Like if you look here, from yesterday's close, DWAC's up 2%. From the open, actually was talking about, Michael was talking about this morning. From the open, DWAC's up 8%. So if you're only looking at this from where it was yesterday, you're like, yeah, nothing's happening on DWAC. But if you look at that number, 8% to the upside, no, that's trend up, and it's one of the strongest names out there. Your issue and why I don't think I would trade it, 350,000 shares worth of volume. It's up and it's moving, and still nobody cares. That's wild. Like, it's literally not. 300,000 volume is absolutely nothing. So unfortunately for DWAC here, yes, it's going, but that is not enough to get a lot of traders interested to make it push higher and higher. It's not going to squeeze with volume like that. So it's one of those I would take profit and run.
AMD still creating lower moves, man. It's only 2 minutes until we throw it over to the guys. But it's been a big one, man. Yeah, just congratulations. I mean, now you're 450 in the money on this trade. And it's stupid because we only have 5% left, but the net is still climbing, and that's what it's all about here, right? So we're gonna end the show. We've only traded a couple names today. AMC is starting to finally make. I mean, I know Neil just talked about it. It's just bouncing off VWAP right now. I still think we can go a little bit lower. I don't have any bids. Well, I have a bid at 94 where it stopped last time. And then I'm thinking about 77. Maybe that'll come through at some point. And then we'll try to hold the rest for lower in case it does do that quad dunk, of course, to the downside. But look at this AM. I couldn't be happier, honestly. This name is the problem, Google, but at the same time, we're fine with it as it's starting to make that move back down again and just continue to go. So, so good, so good, so good. Like everything today has just been so good, especially if you've been looking for the shorts. So here we go, man. Microsoft broke through 320. That's been a great short at 325. Like some key levels just came in today, man. Like 325 down to 320. That's $5. Obviously, we have $5 in the money as well, or close enough to that on AMD. Tesla, I think, we're looking at that 28 marker. We talked about that yesterday. So I'm just going to give you some trades that might happen while we're not on the air with you. Obviously, we're going to give it back over to these guys, but that's a pretty key level there. I feel like Tesla's holding up today. So I'm actually going to play it the other way and think that maybe that's a long somewhere around here, 329, 328. The market's going to continue to fall, I would think, today. But, the shorts we're already in and we're pretty happy with them. So let's just continue to do what we're doing here. Look to get short and stay that way. And thank you so much to everybody. Oh, Jonathan Conlon, what's up to you in the chat right now? You want to spin the money? I mean, come on. That's that's a for sure. Anybody wants that. What's up to Day Trader Cut? Don't do it. It's not a long. Yeah, no, I've definitely learned from that. I don't have any longs today. Why was the key level so key on Google? Because 130 is key, man. 130, as soon as we broke through that, shout out to you guys in the chat. I mean, this is why we wrote it down. This is why, goggle. This is why we talked about it. Unfortunately, we got spooked on that. Like, here's 130 right here, right? It was that bottom once we took it yesterday. We ended, and I talked about this. If you're not with us at 8:45, please come by, man. We started at 8:30. We talked about some possible trades for today, and I said Google at 130 was looking pretty spicy. Unfortunately, like I said, we had to put up with this move up to 15,000. Once we took 15,000, we also took 130 on Google. So not much to do there except for wish we still had the short.
And here comes it's 11 o'clock now, and NVIDIA is almost at that 450 level. So get your stink bids out there. For everyone this morning, it's like, I'm going to buy the dip on NVIDIA. We were talking about that for the long term, by the way. No one was actually saying that. I said slap me if I try a long before 450 on NVIDIA. But we are ready to go. Hang on to short till proven otherwise. I don't mind trailing stops here, but it's been a short kind of day. Before we get to the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi, let's go to the desk with Brendo.
Market trying to bounce here ever so slightly as we just made a new low on the session. If you missed it, 10 o'clock, we get the Michigan sentiment number. First off, that was for the most part across the board lower than expected. And then Fed Chair Powell comes out with I mean, as I mentioned during the speech, really nothing that we haven't heard yet, but this comment seems to be what the market is hanging on right now. Fed is ready to raise rates further if appropriate. And here we go, still sliding to the downside for the S&P and the NASDAQ, about to make new lows even as I speak. A few other things we were keeping an eye on. If you joined us first hour of the morning, make sure you are every day at 8:30. Affirm, the semiconductor sector was discussed. Marvell with a decent report, but still downside we go for the entire group today. Apple relatively weak yesterday ahead of the September iPhone launch event to come. I was keeping an eye on this one as well. RETO got absolutely destroyed yesterday. It tried to make a bounce back to 150 today. No luck. There's Apple back to red once again. Let's head over to Obi and Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif, TGIF. But what a move down.
Wow.
And prior to that, up, Obi, on these markets. Yeah, very, very volatile day as Jerome Powell, Fed Chair, got on the mic and let us know he is willing to raise rates higher and stay up for longer. Was listening to that bad boy. If you want to catch that recap or you don't even want to watch that, it's on the Federal Reserve website, the entire speech there. Yeah, the market not liking what they heard today. At least the bulls didn't, and the bears are in control.
Yeah, definitely, man. I did, full disclosure, I did come in with a very heavy short bias. I was sitting short very early on in the day, and I got wicked out a couple of times. Hopped back in short, but yeah, the move is definitely going much further than expected here. And I was telling Sharif earlier, I was like, yeah, man, like take a look at this. So this is what I've done so far today, right? 133s, right? I'm trying to play the market move on Amazon, right? So we know the reversion man was speaking at 10:05, right? I'm like, all right, cool. I'm a little bearish, right? I have a short bias. So come in, take the shorts, get clipped out right there. I think right there. So I hold through the Michigan number. I'm still like, yeah, sure, that's great. I have my stop in, but I'm still want to hit it short, right? Get stopped out, get back in, kind of chase into this, and right here, something interesting happened.
What happened?
The market, let's take a look at the NQ real quick, the 3 minute right here. So what time is this? This is 9:09, so this would be 10, like around 10:09 here, right? So around 10:09 right here, look at that. So the market literally ripped back up towards 15 after wicking it off, and Amazon was just chilling right here, and I was like, hey, that's a reason to cover. That's a reason to buy. Like, I should not be in this short, because especially when I chase the opening price, like I got short on the pop, and I got more short when we broke through opening price. And then when we hold 132 like that, and the market rips right back up, retrospect, yeah, probably should have covered a little bit there, if anything, but it got stopped out. Added before the stop out, but stopped out again. And then the real move comes in when Papa Powell leaves the podium right here. He leaves around like 15, 18. So I punch short again, right? I'm like, okay, this is the short, but now I'm a little antsy because I've already tried it 3 times, got stopped out. Sorry, 2 times, got stopped out, and now I'm like a little wary on that. So. The execution definitely wasn't there, and shout out to Brankles back there with a new quote on the board. Edge is in the execution, not in the strategy. So yeah, definitely gotta clean up the execution on this move. Now, as you can see, the short trade is definitely working out, and we know that 131.50 was a level of interest, so that's kind of what my target was from all the way up here, 133.50. So didn't really execute on that very well, and clearly Nvidia on the move there. I was also talking to Sharif, like I had Nvidia on my main screen, and I did not execute on it the way I should have. Now, you guys have seen this chart. I think we took a look at it just yesterday. Take a look at where Nvidia rejects off of to the penny.
That's tough
to the penny, right? So this is an hourly trend. Let me just make this bigger for you guys. This is an hourly trend going into earnings, right? So our vol supports both of these lows, right? We get we get an idea of the trend being really strong. We exhaust up into earnings. You come back in and look at where we test. We test exactly at the bottom of that trend, the hourly trend here on Nvidia. That was the top of the day, and then now you've receded 20 points off of that level. Execution, yeah, I need some little bit. I need some work on that, man. Not too happy. A little disgusted with myself, you know.
Don't
but
be,
then,
man.
you know, I guess that's part of like part of change, right? When you become so disgusted with your bad habits, right?
Yeah.
You make an effort to really revamp your style, revamp your like how you're taking a look at the market here. Like, sure, I was biased here. I got clipped out a couple of times, but each time I get clipped out and I try it again, I think I should be getting in with even more size because the move, like if I am convicted on the move, right? This is, to me, this is just a lick grab. If you saw the ES, the way it was moving, it was definitely grabbing all the liquidity it could in and around that 15. So just my 2 cents on the market move today. We are getting a bit of a bounce here off of the 130.50 here, and I guess 46.35, 14.750-ish area.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you know, let's see where that brings. I'm still open to any opportunities that might arise on the day. 450 on NVIDIA. I'm definitely keeping that in mind. Now, I did say I wanted to get involved in NVIDIA, but as you guys saw, I might have missed the best price on the day.
Ooh. Well, I'm looking at some small cap cappers. APM, Aptorum Group, according to Trade Ideas, has got 1.3 million share float. Negligible short float, though, under 1%. Just made a nice move, 40% to the good now, but share volume still a little bit suspect at this point. Just about 500,000 done on the day. But the good news is 300,000 shares done in the last 5 minutes, so it's definitely picking up. Did a bit of a rejection there off the $0.50, couldn't really close above it. Coming back in now, not really anything to speak of here, but we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, to be honest with you, I really haven't traded that much today. Kind of was a little bit hands off, given the volatility that we saw on the day. But yeah, Obi brings up a good point, getting a good balance here on the futures. Yeah, on the ES and the NQ. Still not really interested in going long or short anything at the moment. Hands off for me. But yeah, interesting look. I think it's, you know, probably a short the pop type event as we break through 14.8 right now on the NQ, having made a 14.751 low. So just about 50 points plus about 60 points off that bottom. Let's have a look at the NQ levels. We haven't charted that today. Oh, look at this. So now I'm keeping my come to the chart, guys. Yeah, look at this. So now every level will have a date assigned to it so that I know what in the hell is going on. Because I hate having...
So you marked off the closes.
Always. Closing print, the most important print for me, right? Nice. This one here we're going to have to get rid of because we don't know where this one comes from. Yeah, but anyway, every day there will be dates assigned, Obi. Oh, I took that off. See, Obi? I'm still learning not to be an idiot. There we go. We got to add that bad boy back in there. But in any event, I don't have levels here on the NQ. We broke through yesterday's low. Yesterday we got to about 14.785. Today we make a newer low, 14.751. We're going to have to zoom out to figure out where we're going to find some support. And a cursory view here shows us on August 18th, we got a smidge above that 14.6. I guess you could call those the lowest lows of August so far. Not having, you know, we haven't broken that level, at least on my chart. Let me just go back another smidge here. Let's go to the hourly. Yeah, so that's the lowest level we've been in August, about 14. Yeah, where was the closing print? 14.650, right? We wicked down all the way about to 14.609, but most of the closing prints here on the hourly north of 14.650. It's been a tough go. Yeah, we talked about it on the morning show. There's been yesterday had a bit of a bearish engulfing candle on the daily chart on the ES. So yeah, been tough. Let's have a look at what the big cappers are doing. Let's go through that. Haven't been doing that. Meta has been, I would say, the weakest of the bunch so far. It's down almost 3%. 287 is where we closed out yesterday. We got to 276, just a smidge above 276 at 276.03. Microsoft has fared the best, I would say, so far. No, Tesla. Correction, Tesla. Microsoft just went green again, over 320. It's Tesla that got that fantastic bounce off yesterday's close at 230. So we make a big move up here while Papa Powell was talking to 237. and 3/4, and then you have the big move down, but you did find support north of 230 here, and we just broke 233 and trying to reclaim 244, but a rejection off VWAP here on the, come to the chart, yeah, if you're able to, off VWAP at 233.80. So an initial rejection, we'll see if we get some continuity here. Bit of a support level, or sorry, resistance level at 233. That was kind of the trough area on the initial decline after the green to red move. So we'll continue to watch these and some others. Google as well, very weak on the day, 1 1/3 down. Apple's faring okay. So my personal account not taking too much of a hit here as we're still in the money on Apple, trying to break through that 177. Your boy Amazon, I'll let you speak to that. Absolutely, yeah. Well, not absolutely. 0.5 point to the downside. AMD, the Katina man, was celebrating his $4 winner on that as it broke 100, got into that 99.5. Where is AMD here on the grand scheme of things? Yeah, we haven't been at these levels in AMD at least going back quite some time. So I'm going to have to go to the daily chart to see when the last time we were at these levels on AMD was, and that takes us all the way back to May. Mid-May was the last time we were at that $100 level. So AMD at interesting levels. We talked a lot about this on the midday show with both Max and Obi, that September and August tend to be selling times in the market. So if you are in the market to get some of these for the long term, this may be the time to start adding here. Not financial advice, but just some food for thought.
Yeah, how long has that like effect been going on?
On my chart, 4 years.
4 years. So like around this time during I guess what is it, September or August? Yeah, maybe markets are slower, but yeah, as you guys can see, well, I guess markets fade off, right? But as you guys can see, there's no lack of movement and volatility when it comes to some of these moves happening here. But yeah, I got a bit of a chase going on there on this bounce that's going on. We've had like about three red bars straight down. This is the first significant kind of green, and we wiped the highs of the previous candle as well. So yeah, maybe a bit of a chase here. On the day, but yeah, again, like I said, whenever Powell comes on, there's almost some sort of reversion, and we saw that kind of happen this morning. But that reversion kind of mode or theme, I feel like has carried on in the day. Whenever he speaks, so maybe we see a bit of reversion back into this 44, maybe back into the I was looking at this pre-market trend on both the ES and the NQ. This kind of set up into today's Jackson Hole Powell announcement or speech or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this was a great trend to kind of scalp off of in the morning, where we kind of wicked below, back into it, kind of exhausted off of it, like ripped back up and then came back into it and then finally broke below. So here, let me just draw that in so you guys can get a better visual at it right there. So on both the ES and the NQ, there's a bit of a pre-market trend here that might have given you some over/under opportunities, especially here on the NQ, where the first candle literally came into this level, this 48.80 roughly, and then wicked right back up towards that 15. We saw that shake and bake kind of take place in and around that 15, and it happened right off of some of this trend support, right? And then we get back under it, and look at what happens when we get back under that trend support from that pre-market. Now, I'm sure there's bigger factors at play, but this is just a simple intraday short-term technical pattern that's like I guess that's going on right now on the futes out the open. So. Missed opportunities, sure, but it is still heavy selling on the day. Now I'm going to be watching this low that we've established for now, right? 43 65, and what is this, 14,750-ish, right? So I like that 750, 75, about that quarter mark, roughly 250 points below that 15. And yesterday, remember yesterday we were talking about it, I was like, oh, off of that 15-3 break, are we actually going to do 500 points of a fade on the day? And if you guys know what happened yesterday, yeah, NQ did fade about 500 points and maybe a little more off those 15-4 highs in the morning. So crazy volatility. I think the selling is definitely a little more predominant when it comes to some of the sentiment across the board. And we're seeing that, right? We're seeing the crazy run up that Nvidia had, one of the market leaders. We saw that we saw a significant amount of profit taking yesterday, and we're seeing a little bit of continuation of that off prior significant kind of trend levels, or you can even look left, right? Pre-market high doesn't even get tested on Nvidia. So you had a little bit of confluence at this level. This price, the high a day being 478.02. So just 2 cents above that dollar mark right there. So you know. It is what it is. That's the move that we've had on the day, and it seems like that's going to act as a significant resistance. So let's see if selling kind of continues. We break back through these lows, or do we revert back towards the top? Maybe a 50% reversion at least before we kind of make a decision and move from there.
Oh yeah, just trying to speak to some people in the chat. All right, VFS is also moving up again. How can we not talk about this? VinFast now. $138 billion market cap for, you know, it sells 15,000 cars a year, makes absolute sense, but it's up 21.5% again today. I believe it did make all-time highs this morning. Neil was saying something around 60 bucks. My chart shows me here, $63.50. We're definitely below that. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Below that level at the moment. It's about 50-cent spread. Oh, sneeze is coming anytime here. I'm trying to keep my...
take over if you want. Oh, boy.
Me. There we go. I muted that, but you probably heard it through Obi's mic. I apologize for that, but there we go. 60 bucks acting as an interesting resistance level. You know, breaking through it multiple times. There's multiple wicks north of that, but the closing prints in and around 60. We're trying to do that dance above VWAP right now. If you got that dip trade at VWAP at 58.5, you're rewarded because it's already back at 60 bucks. Just really hard to get into without getting cut up because of the spread, but it's been very rewarding for anybody who's been profiting off these longs. You know, I'm crazy here sitting like, I want to get short. I want to get short with these puts, but nobody will underwrite them. But in any event, thank you, Bears versus Bulls. Good question here in the chat. Hound Dog. Some folks say, don't anticipate. Do you guys agree? If not, how do you not? Well, that's a good question. I mean, what you could do kind of to get around that, chart some levels. Like Obi just finished going over his charting on NVIDIA. The fact that he had that hourly trend line drawn and it rejected immediately or exactly off that trend line. That is one way to prevent, you know, the FOMOs, the anticipation, have levels, work off those levels. If the levels aren't triggered, you don't get in the trade. Do you end up missing trades? Sure. But at least you have a system in which to follow, and you know, you prevent losses or unanticipated losses, unscheduled losses without, you know, a risk to reward system attached to them. So give that a try. You know, I always talk, when Michael Noss and I were talking last time, he's like, look, man, you know, the way to stay in this game and to have longevity in this game is you kind of remove the emotions out of it. The way to remove the emotions out of it is to actually have a technical system that you follow, and you kind of just, you're cold about the whole thing. Where is this man? He is. Bring him in. Bring in the Noss boss. That angle. No, that angle. All right. I'll let you guys figure that out. Anyway, VFS above 60 bucks at the moment. There we go. There's the Noss boss. Katina man. How's it going over there, Katina man? Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, anyway, good look there. Rocket says, Sharif, BHAI, how are you, man? Let's have a look at BHAI. I haven't looked at that one. We know the AI names were running yesterday. Let's remove that. Go BHAI. I believe that is an NQ stock. I'm wrong, of course. Let's go New York. Not sure. Not coming up on my chart. But anyway, in any event, we'll get to a different one later. Affirm, the other name I want to talk about. This one had fantastic earnings. You know, for what counts as fantastic in this market. The market rewarded it last night. It rewarded it again today. It's up almost 25%. It's doing that dance with 17 right now. But sadly, we are below VWAP, but holding an interesting level. Now, why is it interesting? Because we've had multiple dips at that level, all of which were bought up. You know, not exactly to the T, but you could see buyers stepped up in and around 17 bucks. This is the initial descent, obviously more volatile time of day because it was 10 o'clock. We got to about 16 2/3, but immediately we were bought up and made that new high, breaking through 1809 on the day. We descend again, and we below 17 bucks, but then every time we kind of get far away from 17, the buyers seem to be stepping up here. Now, I don't want to, you know, take a clumsy trade because it is a red day, and I don't want to get long anything haphazardly. But what I'm noticing is 17 seems to be interesting. The only concern for me, number one, it's a red day. Number two, we are below VWAP. So I want to see if this one's actually going to hold up over 17. Maybe we can give up a couple of shekels just to have that peace of mind, Obi.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these lower, I guess, higher lows forming, right? That's what I want to see. Also, keeping an eye here on NVIDIA. NVIDIA seems like my chart might be a little, okay, I understand why. I'm like, that chart is not even moving. Let me just reload that for you guys right there. Wow, look at that. That's there's a bit of a gap there on the chart. Interesting. So I guess I missed some of that price action, a bit of a laggy chart there on NVIDIA. But yeah, what does NVIDIA look like actually here? Let's just pull that in. Yeah, okay, so we missed like a bit of a pop there on NVIDIA. So yeah, we made a high up into 460 being right here, and then we're kind of making a higher low relative to this bottom that we've made here. Now, again, like, I'm expecting volatility, right? Let me pull up the VIX as well, real quick. Okay, if that wants to pull in. All right, let me just do this. Okay, so yeah, VIX. I had a plan on VIX today. I was like, either we bleed back towards 15, or we kind of push towards that 18. I want to see if that volatility index is going to push around the market. In any sense, and on that little bit of a shake and bake, we got that move from 17 down to 16, and then rip back up to the 17 there. So I'm keeping an eye on the VIX as well for any outlier crazy moves that might come in. As I think the VIX kind of moves a little bit, I guess, ahead, or like it can give you a direction, I guess, of sentiment that might come in. And as well, you know, I don't have SPY open. But I know I'm watching 436 on SPY, and it's right there as well. So 436 was a level of interest I had on the SPY, and we've kind of held above that right now as we speak. We're kind of making this higher low on top of that 436. So I like that look. Let's see if we can kind of push back towards that 440 on that reversion move, right? Like, let's measure this out for a second, right? So from here to here. What is that? That's about 6.2 points, right? 6.2 points. So on the way back up, we're looking for about 3.10, right? So 3.10. So an exact 50% retracement of this move here would be in and around this 438 here. So let's see if that can if we can accomplish that here. I definitely should have gotten a lot more down here, as we're just about break even now on this position on Amazon on that bounce. I like that higher low there as the next 15 green candle prints on both the ES and the NQ. Let's see how this goes. I'm asking myself right now, how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to print? It just started. 14 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ooh, okay. Well, I'm trying my hand here on Affirm. I'll be looking to add if we dip back into 17. 17. I've got a profit taker a smidge below 40s. We'll see. We'll see if we get some movement on this, but it's a stronger name. It just reclaimed VWAP. Big green candle here. that just showed up on my 5, and we have a target, 18, obviously the high a day. Now, do we make it back up there? I don't know. We'll see. We didn't really make any newer low, to be honest. So the last trough was at 16 2/3, and then the previous trough was at 16 2/3, and the last trough was around 16.80. So we'll see if we get some continuity there. We're long at 22s. Let's see if we get a big move up. We obviously have a bit of a resistance level at the $0.50 over here. That was the crest. That was the initial crest. Now, this is the high a day crest at 18 that we broke by 9 pennies. But I'm going to keep my eye on this level. You want to reclaim that crest as well. I mean, obviously, the eventual goal is to break through here. Whether or not we see it on a day like this, a completely different story. But looks like the fuge getting a bit of a bounce. Still negative on the NQ, just marginally positive on the ES, 0.05 now to the good. Let's check back here with a firm, some small size, I'd say at 40, but some orange coming up on my tape here. That means usually over the ask. We'll see if we get some continuity out of this bad boy. So we'll let that one develop. The other one, where is VFS? Oh, there it is. VFS still doing that dance with no pants at 60. It's been doing it for a while. I mean, again, you wick up to 61 quick, and then you have a big move back down into like low 59s. But if you take the median, if you take the average of these prints, they're in and around 60. So we want to see if that one will get going or not. If I dabble in this one, it's going to be for like 15 shares or 20 shares. It's going to be very, very small, because it's kind of crazy. All right, so we get our first fill there on a friend of firm, so we grab a little bit of profits. We'll see if we can get going here on this bad boy. But 17, I will be looking to defend if it makes its way down into 17. Not entirely confident in this trade, just because it is a long on a short day. Here we go, back into the 40s, so let's wet our beak. In front of 50 OB. We're going to have a resting order here at 59s. We'll see, or pardon me, 49s. We'll see if we can get going there. But yeah, finding it hard to really get going. But we're going to leave this one and keep our eye on the NQ as we possibly come into that level that Dan the Man Evans earmarked for me. Shout out to Dan as well. He just wrote something in the chat here. Reminder: before a higher low is formed below the IB low, it is quite arrogant to keep picking random levels just because you saw them before on a chart, like a TPO or profile. So there you go, from the man himself, out of the words out of the man's mouth. But he said 1480-ish. 14. What? Hold on. He wrote it for me up here. Dan, can you tag me with your IB low again? There, 14870. That's what he said. 14870. We're still below that. We're at 14.846 at the moment, so we're definitely not in the clear according to Dan's levels there. So I have to keep waiting and seeing here. There we go. He tagged me again in the chat. Keep your eye on those levels. Let's not get too carried away with some of these longs, but affirm a bit of a secular mover just because of their earnings. Now, in case you're wondering what this whole thing is about, Affirm had an interesting take here from a macroeconomic perspective. Like, okay, well, goods spending is really slowing down. The consumer isn't spending as much on discretionary items. That's something we've seen with some of these retail names that have reported lately. So they're like, look, we gotta diversify our game. What is the consumer spending on at the moment? And we know for a fact that they're spending on experiences like concerts, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, people spending hand over fist on those experiences, and they're also traveling like crazy. So guess what they did? They made a deal with Booking.com and Cathay Pacific. That's something Max and I talked about when he was here. Like, man, you can actually pay off your vacation incrementally. You don't have to shell out the whole thing at one time or put it on a credit card that's going to charge you 20-something%. Affirm interest-free loans. They're not, yeah, they're loans. The only way that they really make money off you is if you miss payments, and there's big administration fees. The way that they get money is by charging the merchant being either, in this case, Cathay Pacific or Bookings.com. So I was saying this might be interesting here because they're obviously playing to where the consumer is spending. In addition to that, if the consumer is going to be spending on goods, then they have to make big ticket purchases, whatever, laptops, right, going back to school, whatever. Would you rather put that on a credit card that's going to charge you 20-some-odd%, or would you rather go through a firm who's not going to charge you any interest if you had to make that purchase? So even though delinquencies are up for credit cards, for auto loans, I think a firm stands to benefit here by eliciting that consumer for those, big ticket purchase items that you have to make. And so I think that they may have an interesting business model here. I really talked badly about them the last little while, and as well as I should, because we kept saying, nobody's going to pay back these loans. But in this case, I think the economic winds may be changing in their favor, and I think some analysts see it that way as well.
Hi. Yeah, man.
You're fixated on the price action.
I'm like holding down the tape with my eyes there. Took some profits there. So yeah, I guess not the best sizing, not the best execution, right? But a little bit of a chase there. We noticed that the tape was a little different, and I was like, oh, I don't want to miss the move if we just rip right up to 132. Buddy, don't chase. On the low, we got in more on the lower, on the higher low there, and then popped back into 131.50, an area of interest from before, right? We liked it. We liked it in the past, and I think it's a decent area to take a little bit of profits there. And then now we're kind of just with this entry down here, right? So let's see if we start to make any higher lows and kind of continue this this reversion of the trend here. Let me actually pull it up. Because it was so volatile, right? Because it's so volatile here, this can kind of even this out a little bit. Now, maybe a moving average would be a little better to measure this out. But you know what? I'm just gonna draw a quick trend right here. If I can just get both of these right there. Yeah, I guess I've been drawing a lot of trend lines on my chart as of late. Now, again, we talked about this yesterday, right? It doesn't necessarily mean you should be taking your positions in and around some of these levels. Not always, especially maybe not on the 1 minute. But if you're using an hourly like NVIDIA, you know what I mean? Maybe you have something there.
I'm laughing at the chat, not you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, the chat's saying funny stuff.
Yeah, chat's always chat's got jokes for sure, man. But yeah, let's see if we kind of consolidate right here in and around this 131.50. We know it's a key area of interest, and if we can get above or below this level here, that might give us some direction here as well. We talked about this trend kind of coming back in on the ES is 44 on the ES, and I guess the 14 just under 14.9, 14.8s I have as well. So let's see if we kind of if we can even make it all the way back, or we make just a high here before rejecting. I am still in a little bit of this long left over for the move.
We just rejected off yesterday's close on the NQ, by the way.
Okay, we just rejected off yesterday's close on the NQ. That's a great look, Sharif. I think that's if we're to continue selling off, I think that's a great place to kind of interact with yesterday's close. And if again over under, right?
Yes,
I think
sir.
that can be a great pivot point to kind of execute around. And I guess
there it
watch
is.
out for
There it
the
is, a
Fugazi.
firm. There it is, a firm. All right, we got. Sorry to interrupt you, Obi, but I get
What's
excited.
happening?
You know how it is,
I was
right?
looking at a firm too, man. What do you got going on on a firm?
Obi's so patient with me. I love this guy, bro. Here we go. We got a $0.50 fill here, Ob. We went long 22s just in front of the $0.25, and now we got a couple. We wet our beak a couple of times, but definitely nothing really too big to celebrate here. I am concerned, as I typically am, because of the rejection that I just mentioned. 14.862, the closing print on the NQ yesterday. We made one big green candle right up to that level off 14.8. It was unabated, 60 points. And then we're getting a retracement back through the 850 level at the moment. Dan the Man Evans mentioned his IB low, 870. We haven't broken that. We haven't even come close to it yet. We tried a couple of times. Every time it did, it rejected. So keep your eye out on that level if you're trading the future, as well as a lot of these large caps. You know, a firm could march to the beat of its own drum because it's a secular name on earnings, but obviously will be buoyed if the market in general starts moving. But these big cappers, well, they may have some trouble. Let's bring in the big cap chart. We haven't talked about it. We did, but we mentioned it ever so briefly. I saw some people there in the chat be like, yo, Meta is bamboozling me, man. And yeah, Meta's been a tough name. There's no question about that. If you try to get long any time before, let's say, 11:30, yeah, you were slapped up in the face a few times. And there's no question about that. But there you go, 4 green 5-minute candles in a row. And now we're knocking on the door of 280. Here it comes. Not saying 280 is an important level, but it is that whole dollar level. So I typically keep my eye on those levels. But VWAP, 281 3/4. Yesterday's close on Meta, 286 3/4. We're nowhere near that, but a few green 5-minute candles in a row. Your friend Amazon is at break even as well. I'll let you get to that one in a second. I'm just going to check my Affirm, and we're back at the $0.50 on my friend Affirm. Let's go ahead here and sit with some profit taking on the other side of 50 OB. We're going to
talk about reversion. Talk about reversion. Did I not? I don't know.
Well, what's the saying that you and I say all the time?
Take a look at this, man. I kept that 50% retracement.
Go to his chart, guys.
On the board there. Kept that 50% retracement measurement. Remember, we were like, oh, we've done 6.2 points down. We wanted, let's see if we can at least get 3.10 back. Look, on this wipe back up to the T, 50% retracement and then consolidation, and then now we're moving forward from that. So I like that. The reversion, man, he's here today.
There's a question here in the chat that, I don't typically give advice, but this is just my personal opinion. Sunil, is it wise to get a loan at 7.5% and invest in the stock market at present conditions? And I would always say to you, don't invest money that you can't lose, that you can't afford to lose. Okay, BlackBerry's halted on buyout news. We'll get to that one in a sec. But that is something that I would not do because losing money that is not yours is always going to be a bit of a tricky one. So BB, is it NY? Yep. It is. Okay. Here we are. Let's have a look on. I can't believe somebody's going to buy out this company.
Who's buying them? Veritas?
Here we go. We're going to get to it in 1 second. I'm bringing it in the news item. Veritas is set to consider a takeover offer for BlackBerry. This is being reported by Bloomberg via a reporter's tweet on formerly known as Twitter, now X. Don't have more deets than that, Obi. Let me click this other one over here. Maybe this one's got a little bit more. Nope. So we're going to have to wait on that one. So nothing yet for our friend. It's open now. It popped up to 520. Oh, baby. Here we go. What's the volume on this bad boy? We've done 4.4 million shares so far. Where are we at with the price action? We're doing that dance and above 5. I don't know where the levels are on this. I haven't looked at this in a while. Let me pop it up here. We are definitely at local highs. Let's go to the daily. All right, guys. Here's what I see. 550 is going to be a level, no question about it, and then 6 1/4. All right, that's what I see on the daily. Whether we get there or not, an entirely different story. We just broke above July 28th and 30th's high. The high there was 515. We have a 522 high on our firm BlackBerry here. As it continues to go, we'll bring you that and more. Oh, what do you see?
Yeah, that crazy BlackBerry news. We'll keep an eye on that. Let it kind of consolidate. It just opened up and off the halt. I guess it was just what's the buyout price on this? Did you check?
There's no information, brother.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
We
so
just
let's see what it kind of does.
Yeah.
So I got out everything just under this 132 there. On that retracement, we see that you see the ES is kind of testing that previous pre-market trend, and then the NQ is coming up to that as well. So I just pieced off of the long, just looking for reasons to sell. If they do show up, I'll definitely be there. But yeah, I don't see any reasons to sell right now. Maybe I shouldn't have sold into that. But other than the trend test, like the trend retest, we pushed back above 44 there on the ES as well. We're pushing into 14.9 on the NQ. Let's see if we can kind of 14.9 is about that. Is it about that halfway point there off of this crazy move? Yeah, I think so. So let's see. We've done about a 50% retracement. I got SPY on watch as well, right at that 438.50.
Keep it on watch, baby.
438.50 right there. So yeah, what's the opening price on SPY today? Let's take a quick look at that. The opening price was 438.68. So 438.68 was the opening price. Where are we at right now? 438.70 is the high. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes,
let's keep watching. Let's keep watching if we reject that opening price or not. Are we going to get some selling there?
We just got to that 14.870 that Dan the Man Evans marked as his IB low. Yep. Keep your eye out on this level. It's a smidge below 14.9. as well. While I tell you that, let me tell you this. Our friend Loretta Mester was on the mic. I think she got on the mic 11-ish. Fed Mester says we probably still have some more work to do with rates. Otherwise, an interest rate hike. Doesn't want Fed to over-tighten interest rates. In June forecast did not see Fed cutting rates in 2024. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. The market now looking like it's taken. Brendan telling me in my ear she's on live right now, so I will keep those comments coming for you here as I see them coming in on my blotter. I believe she is a dove. I'm pretty sure she's not a hawk, so I'm not 100% sure about that, but yeah, we'll keep those comments coming because they are quite reactive. The market is quite reactive to these comments. We know Papa tried to hit a base hit up the middle, up through second and short right there today, but he ended up sinking the market. Thanks, Papa. In any event, we're sitting here at 62s on a firm. We're long 22s, almost 40 pennies in the money, looking to wet our beak if it makes a newer high here.
Yeah, I got a little short there just underneath that 132. Let's see if that kind of comes in. ES pulling back off of that 44. So we have been grinding up multiple greens for a little bit. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback here. Just a quick scalp in there for a few pennies on the Amazon off of this trend rejection there. I'm still waiting for Nvidia to kind of come in to a level of interest. I got BB on watch as well. Let's see what that does. Breaking news. We were just talking about breaking news trades just a couple of days ago there. But yeah, this one, you might not have had a lot of time there. You had to get in on the halt, I guess, and we haven't really gone anywhere too far off of that level on BlackBerry. But that's interesting that this buyout rumor or actual buyout deal potentially coming in for BlackBerry. Now we know RIM hasn't been doing much for a while.
That's defunct.
What do you mean?
Oh, they're called BlackBerry now.
Yeah.
Research in Motion is what he's talking about, and that was the company.
That was the company, right?
Prior to BlackBerry.
Yeah. Yes. There comes the selling. Look at that. A bit of a pullback there. You know what? I like that 131.50. Maybe we can recycle that a little bit. So let's see if we can kind of get that price there. On 131.50, we know it's a decent level of interest. We might get a little bit of recycling, as I like to call it. When the price is wicking around, or not really wicking around, or like moving around a lot, if there's a price of interest there, it might test it from both sides, and you can kind of, it's a gamer term, but you can kind of farm that level, right?
I love it.
From both sides.
I never know what that means.
You realize that farming exists in the market as well. If a price is kind of it churns the price over and over again, and if you can kind of risk, if you can allocate the proper amount of risk for that level, then yeah, you might be able to take that level and kind of recycle in and off of that. So I'll be looking for that 131.50 coming in. As the market kind of look at that, we went green to red on both NQ and ES off of that trend.
We rejected Dan the Men's Emmons. I always
so
call
much
him
confluence
Evans.
at the level.
Yeah.
Right? So much confluence. I think we could be getting really, really aggressive in and around some of these levels when they do come in for the quick scalps, right? The quick scalps. So
more updates here from Fed Mester. It is very likely below trend growth needed to lower inflation. Coming in there as well. She also said labor market has been stronger than expected given Fed policy, something that we already know. So more comments coming in from Fed Mester. What else? We are looking at data to determine next policy choice. All live comments coming in here, and just quick quips on that level. Obi. All right, I wet my beak here as well at 62s, I believe, on a firm next level out. Lucky number 69. We get that. I get a fill. Otherwise, I'm not going to really let this come anywhere below my entry at 22s. That will be my out on this name if we retrace. VWAP on my 5-minute chart is at 16s. It would just be aces. It could be above my entry because, more likely to get a VWAP dip than my random entry point at 22. So keeping an eye on a firm and keeping an eye on comments coming out of the symposium, Jackson Hole Symposium as Fed Mester. on the mic, dropping some heat at the moment. All right, I want to talk about another trade here that I'm just seeing on my side chart. Hawaiian Energy HE absolutely getting slapped in the face multiple days in a row. Here's a lower high and a flat bottom break ensuing. I know the Neil wanted the short off this bad boy at 10. I don't know whether or not he took it. 1035 highs, but here we go on this name. You have a lower high, a rejection off 10 so that it doesn't crest above 1035, and then we know we've got this flat bottom either at VWAP or the $0.75, however you see it. But to me, this is very interesting here. It looks like it's getting ready to go. That doesn't mean it won't go without some bamboozlement, but it's up. It's down 17 3/4 on the day. But you know, we could easily see $9. In fact, the low of day 906. Neil, I see a bit of a flat bottom break possible on HE. Let me know what you think about that one when you have a moment. So yeah, I will be pulling that up on my other chart. But while I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We just got filled at 69s on our friend Affirm. So we're out of most of the position now. No, that's incorrect. Half the position as it retraces down and now back into 57. So quick 10-penny move, but no newer lows so far on Affirm. In fact, I'm seeing higher highs all the way throughout. Does it continue? I don't know. The market, and by market I'm talking about NQ, back in Redsville as we dance with that 18, get it together, Sharif. 14,850, just a smidge above it at the moment. The ES green, the NQ red.
Yeah, man. A bit of a. You're saying there's a bit of a disconnect there, right? But you know, we're kind of still rejecting off of this previous trend I'm seeing. I'm watching SPY as well. SPY's pulling off of that 438.60-ish price around the open. We're just consolidating here. So let's see how long we actually consolidate for before kind of making a decisive move either way. We tried to push that 132, didn't really come in, and then we kind of pulled back into 131.60. So a bit of a range formation here as the market kind of consolidates in underneath this previous resistance, support turn of resistance there on ES and NQ, as Sharif kind of pointed out there. NVIDIA as well. We're forming, where's Ponzi Fonzie? Forming a bit of a wedgie here, right,
Ponzi's,
bro?
he's bigging you up in the chat earlier.
Bit of a wedgie forming on NVIDIA, just like yesterday, similar to that action that was kind of happening here. Similar chart pattern there, kind of forming. So yeah, let's see. I like this look here. I like the bit of a retracement off that 50% mark on the SPY as well. Let's take a quick look at what some of the other large caps are doing here. So we can take a quick look. Apple kind of hasn't really, it looks about the same, about a ditto as well. Microsoft, let me just pull this up so you can see a bit of the volume as well. Microsoft as well, kind of pushing, making lower highs on the day. Google lower highs on the day, can't even get to this initial reaction low out the open and kind of rejects. That's where the real selling kind of came in, and now we're kind of consolidating here underneath that 128.50-ish, 128.80. What was this low? 128.75, let's call it, on the Google's. Yeah, NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA kind of consolidating.
VFS is flying. Oh my goodness. Happening with VFS? It just made new highs, $65. VFS is maddening. Look at this, bro. It just made $65 high exactly. That's new all-time highs. It's up 32% now. This, what is it? What is the market cap? $1 zillion? I get excited pretty quickly, and I'm sorry. $150 billion market cap, Obi, for our friend VFS as it continues to go. It's very dangerous. There we go. New highs on the day, 65.45. VFS 65.84. Go VFS, go. I hope somebody's long and printing on this name because I sure as hell won't be. But yeah, there you go. What is the spread right now? Only 19 pennies. I'm willing to bet that opens up much wider. There we go. More like it. 70 pennies now as it rejects off that 65.84. Good look for whoever went long on VFS. Sorry to interrupt you, Obi.
No worries, man. Yeah, definitely a lot of movement, a lot of action going on across the board. Now let's take a look at some of the volume leaders. Now, are you still in a firm? Are you taking
I'm
pieces
still,
off?
yeah, I'm still holding,
All right,
baby.
I see here AMD as well. Let me just pull this in right here. So these are kind of the top volume gainers I have on watch, I guess. Let me just put this over here so you guys can get a better look at it. Yeah, so KView as well. Of course, KView has been at the top of the volume leaders for a while now. But yeah, Palantir, they had earnings yesterday. Let's see how those guys are doing. Did they have earnings yesterday? Was it Palantir? No, it was Peloton.
No.
It was Piton.
Peloton was Wednesday, brother.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
okay.
Wednesday
A
morning.
little bit lost in the sauce there.
That's all
But,
good. I do the upgrades and downgrades in the earnings, so I should know.
Right. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Amazon as well. Amazon doing some significant volume here as well on the day. HE, we know, is moving around. HE had some news this morning. I forget what it was, but definitely not good news, as it's down on the day over, what is this? How much is HE down on the day today? Over 17% down on the day on HE over that bad news. So I know Nordstrom had earnings as well. Something I kind of noted this morning as well was both, was it Walmart? Both Walmart and Target sold off on their earnings. So did Macy's, and now Nordstrom as well. So a little bit of a similar action going on the retail there. Here comes a little bit of strength here on the market. So let's see what's going on here. Maybe something is coming in as this Amazon kind of pushes that 132. Let's take a look real quick. What might be coming in? There's some selling going on there. As soon as that popped, we saw that below the bid wave of deep reds kind of come in on that 132 push. So maybe that's a failure to follow through of that 132, because we try to distinctly kind of push above it with that pressure. I was like, whoa, what is that pressure? And all of a sudden, you get slapped back down. I like that. Maybe more reason to sell underneath that 132. I like that.
Obi, it's a print factory over here on a firm, because we just took we wet our beak again at the $0.75. And just as we did that, it seems to happen every time. The range on every 1 minute candle is about 20 to 25 pennies. And just you can have a look and judge for yourself. The reason that's important for me, because that has to factor into where your stop is placed. I mean, you can't have tight stops on a, well, tight is relative here, obviously, but for example, if the 1 minute candle is giving you 20 to 25 pennies of range, your stop has to be at least 25, 30 pennies away from the current price action, because it's showing you over and over that it's wicking, right? And look, just as quickly as what's up?
The selling.
Yeah.
That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's not selling on a firm. Well, not quite yet. We just got the print at 75, and all I see is green and orange here on the tip. Just like I say, that blue comes in, obviously. But we're probably going to wait on the other side of 80 on our friend of firm as it wicked up to, what was the high there on that wick? 76. So it just crossed my entry by 1 penny. But all I see is still higher highs and higher lows. The trend hasn't changed on this bad boy. Our friend of firm continues to pump to the high side. We're now 28 1/3% to the good on the earnings play. Definitely. What's this stock up on the year? It was up big on the year. I mentioned it this morning on the morning video. It's up a firm 83% on the year. I mean, it absolutely got shellacked the last year, and you just need to look at the daily on the bad boy to see that we're coming from a mid 100s, I believe we were on the daily. Anyway, point is strong today, and the trend hasn't changed on this bad boy. Now, while Obi was talking, I went over to Neil to get his opinion on HE. And he's like, look, man, I mean, anything below 11 should be a good short. But, if you're going to get in at 10, you can't really be holding this till 11, especially with what it's done on the day. The fact of the matter is, what I see here is this high and then this high, and we haven't made it a higher high. All the while, we have a flat bottom. So look, I've got a resting order here, a script order, just a smidge below 70. If it breaks below 70, 970 I'm talking about, I'm taking the short on HE, Hawaiian Electric. In case you're wondering why this one's moving again, you probably already know, but there's a new lawsuit now. Who was it by, Neil, the new lawsuit? The Maui, it looks like a governmental body, right? Yeah, it's the local government there filing a lawsuit in addition to the class action lawsuit that was filed by all those affected,
Nice.
by the very sad wildfires. You know, over 1,000 people are still missing, man.
That's
110
wild,
dead, but over 1,000 people are still missing.
Yeah,
Quickly before I send it to you,
No worries.
new local high on a firm. We just broke 80s, I believe. I'm getting a resting order here, just a smidge above 80.
So we were talking about that 131.50 being a level of interest, and we want to recycle that level. So lo and behold, look at that. We come right back into that 132. Again, right here, this movement. I'm glad I'm still recording my screen back there. This movement right here, that wick to failure to follow through, I think this piece right here, we can learn to get a little aggressive on that kind of move there. I guess, and you have confluence with the markets as well, right? You're pulling back off of a significant area where we had significant interactions with the Jay Powell talking himself, right? So we had interactions in and around some of those levels, so we know that's a potential level of interest. And look at where we kind of reject off of. We come right back into that level and then pull back off. Now I know I'm not trading futures, but I'm starting to understand the potential on some of these moves if I can take them on the futures and the ES themselves. Sure, the risk allotment might be something I need to work on, but yeah, the moves are definitely there for those who are willing to take them. Yeah, if you take the exact trend, it seems like the trend is definitely your friend on both sides as of late. So you know, if certain strategies are working, you know, milk them until they stop. The market is cyclical. It's ever changing.
Oh yeah.
What's it? The title I have on my playbook is "Edge is ever changing, adapt or perish."
Oh wow, I love that.
And I think that rule kind of
Very accurate.
really sets in, because like you take a look at some of the market moves we've had since like the early 2000s.
Yep.
And you have similar type of movements, right? You had the dot-com boom, you had a lot of hype on that, and now we're experiencing some of the AI hype, which is very similar, right? And some of the companies that were booming in and around that time, I don't know if you remember, Cisco was the big internet company.
Oh, yeah, it
And
was
now
monster.
NVIDIA is the big AI company.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot of a similar type of action. Wow, that selling really came
remember
in, man.
Nortel
I
Networks?
gotta get heavier with some of these positions.
Do you remember Nortel Networks?
No, I don't.
How do you not? It was a Canadian company. It was monstrous.
Nortel. It does
Yeah,
sound
Nortel.
familiar, but
All right,
you know.
I got to talk quick. Sorry, I got to get back to that. A firm just huadunked. Look at that big huadunk as the market is huadunking now, so I got to be careful
yeah.
here. Now, we've taken out quite a bit, but here we go. We break the $0.50. Look at this. We get to 80s and then ask quickly, man, the bottoms always take... Neil is very disappointed that he hasn't heard of Nortel. I love it.
He walked up
He
to me.
walked all the way
Very
over here to
disappointed.
give him a piece of his
Damn.
mind.
I'm
Oh,
disappointed
the
with
deal.
No,
Maybe he doesn't
the
know.
name does sound familiar, but
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a sec. Yeah, it was monstrous. I had my
Okay.
sister's my sister had a friend who worked at Nortel. Dude, it was so big, the hallways had street names, so that you
Wow.
could know where to get. It was a monster. It was just.
Nice.
Neil's talking about the
Yeah.
fact that their campus was in Brampton, and Neil grew up in Brampton, and so it was just monstrous. Anyway, one of the big IT companies, you know, they're way ahead of their time. They were trying to do telephony, VoIP, everything, but they were just 20 years too early. The technology hadn't caught up yet. The fiber ops obviously weren't installed, and you couldn't
Yeah,
really.
the infrastructure matters
wasn't
a lot,
there.
right?
Wasn't there.
When adapting a new technology. What's that?
China stole their IP, made it cheaper, obviously. Anyway.
Competition.
Competition,
Yeah,
there you
yeah,
go.
yeah.
But Obi, we had a big move down, big red candle right now
Oh
on.
yeah, I covered on that. Like a little too
Attaboy.
hard, too fast for me, right? We might be making a little bit of a higher low, but yeah, that candle, that selling came in real hot, and I was like, well, you know what? I like that. I'll take it over 131. And you know what? We might still recycle that 131.50, right? So potential
sir.
for the long back into the level. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No,
but,
of course,
you know,
brother. I mean, that's important for you.
that sell-off was
Yeah.
pretty distinct. I like that. And then we talked about how this action right there.
Yes, sir.
I got to get back and study that
very
action
impressed,
a little bit.
Very impressed with that
That
short,
was definitely
bro.
a reason to get in a lot more, and I
Yeah.
didn't really execute on that. And again, like Branko's pointed out this morning, the edge is in the execution. you can
Question
have
for
the
you.
strategy.
When you're studying, can you tell people like what you're looking at? Because I think a lot of people may want to follow your lead there with studying tape and studying video.
Record your screen.
Yeah, but what are
and-
you looking for when you're watching? So you're making observations here. Like you just made that observation right there. Like I should have been getting in there.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
If I like a certain type of action right here, so I want to go in and see how that happened on the tape. Right. See how that happened on the tape. What was the rest of the market doing? You know, bids and asks. How are they interacting? Are people taking out the book on either side?
Right.
How did this top look different relative to this one?
Understood.
Right.
Okay.
And a lot of what I'm looking for is just relative difference. Right. It's like
Very
there's
interesting.
no like magic to it. It's just like I guess you see things happen so often, and you start to get comfortable with kind of maybe even holding through them because you're like, yeah, this action might be the probability
Something
of
you've
fugazi on
seen.
certain action is can be high. And look at that. As I call that out while we're talking,
What?
that 131.50 recycle
Bottom
man.
wick.
131.50. Great reason to buy. Now I was short, so I covered. But if I didn't have a position, regardless, great reason to buy.
Absolutely. Good trade, Obe. And yeah, I'm sure there will be more of those as the day goes on for you as the Amazon Whisperer doing Amazon whispering things live here on the show for you guys. There was a comment there.
Just trying to get good, man.
Bro,
Get
we're
good.
all in that boat,
You
my
know,
friend.
It's like a gamer term. It's like when you're
Oh, yeah?
struggle, when you're
I never know,
tilted,
though.
when you're losing, you just in summary, you just got to get good. I'm just trying to get good.
I figured that
I'm a
was
nobody.
probably the objective. As quickly as we move down into the $0.50 on our friend Affirm, as quickly as we are moving back up, I just wet my beak again at the $0.75. I am now sitting at my next resting order, 83s. Let's see if we get that print. I'm looking for a higher high for the trend to stay intact. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking at this trade with suspicious eyes, which I really don't know much of a difference between my regular eyes and my suspicious eyes. But the point is I need a higher high here for the trend to keep going. I'm sitting, yes, at 83s. Let's see if we get that move up. It was interesting here, defend of the $0.50. And we had a bit of a consolidation at the $0.50 earlier. Not much, really. So I really wasn't looking at the $0.50 as like, oh, great, this is an area where I got to add to the position. Aside from being the $0.50, I didn't really see much in the way there. So we're going to keep our eye on Affirm to continue going. Somebody said VFS is building a factory. Oh, well, obviously, how do you think they're going to build the cars? Unless you're talking metaphorically here or something on the chart. But anyway, VFS, we talked about that. A bit of a triple top here on the 1 minute chart at 66.5. It's now retraced back into 64, but it's making higher highs and higher lows again. Oh, baby. Here we go with this one. Again, nothing changes. 30 penny spread. I ain't touching it. But yeah, up 30% again today. I can't wait till somebody starts underwriting these. I am going to buy puts. I will. You know, just, yeah, I get blown out, I get blown out. I've been blown out before on the personal account. But this is, it's just not worth $148 billion. You're not going to convince me otherwise. And we've seen Rivian do the same thing. We've seen Lucid do the same thing. Polestar, PSNY. The list goes on, man. They've all inflated only to eventually make their way back down. It's just, can you stay solvent long enough to cash in on those profits quickly here? HE, still no higher high has printed. Another higher high would have to come via a 10 break, okay? And so the trend is still intact, a series of lower highs with a flat bottom at 975, which happens to be VWAP. I've got a resting order just a smidge below 970. If it breaks that level, I want all the smoke. We'll see what happens. And we get filled again here, Obi, at the 83 level or 82 level on our friend Affirm as it continues to the high side. We're 1785 now, 1809 HOD.
Very nice, man. I got a smile on my face here.
Why?
Just looking at the ES and the NQ. We were talking about how whenever J-Pow comes on, he is the reversion man, right? Take a look at this. We'll take the ES for example, right?
Sure.
ES move down, 50% retracement of that,
Right.
and then 50% retracement of this leg, and then now we're doing a 50% retracement of that, and we're compressing as we do this.
Absolutely.
You know,
It's a good look. It's a good look.
it's, you know, the market is a beautiful place.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah,
I just got to get better at executing.
Yeah, when you're up on the day, bro, it's a nice place. When you,
Regardless,
when you're
regardless,
man,
you know, what's the
kidding
next
me,
trade?
man.
You can
I've
be up
watched
or
them
down. That's
break
part
these
of trader
computers
trader
before.
life. You know,
Yeah,
like you're
yeah.
gonna be down.
Of course.
You're gonna be up. That's irrelevant. But the thing is, like, can you
little
stay
relevant.
afloat? Can you know?
Yes,
can you
yes.
actually trade the trade? Can you actually take the move? And that's something I definitely got to get better at, man.
I respect that. I respect that. All right, next resting order on our friend Affirm. We're going to have at 89s. Let's see if we can break through. Now, we do have a bit of a little bit of a dance here that we may have to do at 90. Look how many times we wicked up to 90 after that big move into 09s, 1809 HOD. However, once we broke that level to the south side and came to 17 and 2/3, we tried to reclaim 18, only to not be able to close a print above that 90. So I am anticipating local resistance through that 90 level, and then ultimately you're going to feel, if we get there, the real resistance at the $18 level. But the trend is intact. There's no question about it. It's a series of higher highs and higher lows following through. You don't want to paper hand this trade. Let it run and allow yourself to print on it because really, you know, it's running well. So keeping an eye on that. Nothing else for me. Oh my goodness, VFS. New high a day. $67 on the dot. Oh my goodness. It's still going. Here we go again. Now up 35%. A mere $154 billion market cap. And as quickly as it got into 67, as quickly as it goes down into 65, the bamboozlement and the volatility is real. You got to be real quick on those keys or you're going to have resting orders to take those profits. And I don't even know if you'll get filled because the liquidity probably will be suspect around there. However, it has done 8 1/3 million shares on the day. And that is, you know, a decent amount for a $65 stock, right? Not too bad, especially it's only 12 o'clock. Not a bad look there. It's no big capper, obviously, that does 20 million shares by this time. Big chungas. The whole of Vietnam is buying hand over fist. Yeah, you never know who's buying here. I submit to you there's a lot of algos buying and a lot of big money traders propping up this bad boy. But the fact of the matter is, you know, you trade the price action. You don't really know who's buying when and where. But I get your joke. Everybody's buying here. Now, look, I think that there was a deal done with VFS. Who did they get into a deal with the other day? We talked about them having a new partner to help make the batteries. I'm looking here just on my blotter to figure out. No, I'm not seeing it quite yet. Let me keep looking here. Yeah, I'll have to look at this maybe when Obi's talking so I don't bore you guys. But yeah, I know that they had some sort of deal with somebody. In any event, let's go check here if Loretta Mester is done speaking and if there's anything new that was said. Let me type in her name, M-E-S-T-E-R. Okay, so basically she keeps the door open. This is the headline here. She interviewed on CNBS. Fed Mester keeps door open for more rate hikes in CNBC interview. The Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland President Loretta Mester said it is likely the central bank will raise rates again. Oh, baby. We probably have some work to do with monetary policy to bring back inflation to 2%, Mester said, although she declined to say how much more the Fed might have to boost the short-term borrowing costs. She said the key issue for the central bank is to decide how restrictive monetary policy needs to be and how long it needs to stay at those levels. You know, my personal opinion was they had one more rate hike in them, but it wasn't really about the terminal rate as much as it was how long do we stay elevated. That was my look going in here. But let's have a look to see if the Fed rate tool has now adjusted for Fed Mester. Fed rate tool, Fed Mester's new comments, especially Papa Powell said the same thing too. Similar things. All right, let's move down here. Go away. All right. So we're not going to get it in September because we're already at 5 1/4, 5 1/2. November, let's go November. Click, click. All right, guys, we now are more likely than not. Now, I checked it this morning. This was not the case. We are now more likely than not to get another 25 bips in the November meeting than we were this morning. It was 57 some odd percent we weren't, and 41 some odd percent that we were going to get 25 bips. That's how now changed. 49%, essentially 50% chance that we're going to get a rate hike in November, maybe November or December. December here, same business, about a 47% chance, more likely than we stay put. So market has to price that bad boy in there. And yeah, we saw the market price that in spades. And as I speak about that, let me speak about this. Another 67 touch on our friend VFS. It is now 35.5 to the good on the day. What a move. Anyway, back to Affirm, because that's the trade we're in. Topping out here about 80. Getting multiple rejections, or I don't want to say rejections, a consolidation area here around the low 80s, mid 80s. I'm sitting at 88s, I believe, or 87s. Looks like we might get that print soon, but we'll have to wait for that now. 29% on the day, Obi, for the high side.
What's going on, man? Just drawing some lines here, you know, drawing some lines on my chart like a vorticism artist. You know, that's a line from was it one of my favorite trading rappers?
All right, who's that?
Lil Bubble.
Lil Bubble.
He raps about like crypto and stuff. So
I like it.
He's like, you know, drawing lines on a chart like a vorticism artist. So it's like, if you don't know what that is, it's like a style of art that kind of came out in the 19.
I'm sitting here laughing.
Early
I have
1900s.
no idea what you're talking
It's
about.
a lot of like lines and art.
Interesting.
Based off of like, you know,
Good look,
significant
good
lines.
look.
So, you know, just here, drawing some lines on the chart off of the significant. Some things that I think are significant, I guess. Some of the trends just making me realize what might be happening. Maybe give me a sense of direction on the day here. Again, I'm not trying to execute on the line itself. It's just giving me some direction, and if we break, give me an understanding of which players may or may not be underwater, right? And that can open up some doors to opportunities as well. Something interesting to note: 450 on NVIDIA holding. I like that. 450 on NVIDIA holding, but you know what I don't like? I don't like that we are still kind of consolidating in and around underneath this trend here that's kind of acting like a resistance from the morning here. Now, we don't know. Okay, yep, 1 second. We're just going to go over to Brendo.
All right, we wanted to take a sec, guys, and give you a little more detail as far as this Trade Ideas promotion is concerned. Michael Moss in the building all day long. We're going to touch on a few interesting aspects as far as what is included, what you get with this trial. Remember, free trial available for the web version of Trade Ideas. Use code TraderTV30 all weekend long. Get 30% off. Give us an overview here, how to get started when you go to the website, what they need to know for this web version.
Yeah, so this is really, so Trade Ideas has been around for 20 years now. This is kind of our 20-year anniversary, and for that, we're kind of taking everything we've learned about how to scan for the market, how to present data, how to look at big data, and really present to traders what's going on as quickly as we can. So when you get to the website, which I just have on the screen here, right away you're already presented with information. This is anyone who's been to our website before knows that this is new to us in what we're doing. You have popular stocks that are moving around. We all know NVIDIA and AMD and the Qs are interesting. We have large movers like Affirm and everything that's going on great as well. If I just go, and I'm not signed into anything, if I just go and click right away, you're able to already look at some data without even signing in or doing anything. And we obscure some data just to make sure that people are signed in. But as soon as you sign in, even without paying, creating a completely free account here, you can access and you can play with the entire product for as long as you like with 15-minute delayed data. Because when we turn you live, that's when our data providers and the exchanges start charging us. So that's when we need to get that involved. But quickly with delayed data, you can already poke around the software. You can see what it is you like. We'll go into a lot of these screens individually later, but you can look at our stock races. You can go in the top lists that we talked about before, which will show you kind of what's moving in the market in real time. When you can go to sectors, you can look at your gappers up and down, scroll through all these, play with the charts. And then when it's time to upgrade, when you fall in love with this, which we think you will, You just need to then create an account and put your credit card in, use TraderTV30, and it will save you 30% off the first month or year. So it actually, for the year product, ends up being a pretty substantial saving only this weekend.
And again, compatible with mobile devices. It's compatible with tablets.
Mac OS, Linux. If you have a web browser, smart fridge, we were joking around the office. If whatever you're using has a web browser, you can run the new Trade Ideas version on it.
Yeah, if you have one of those cool Samsung fridge with a screen on the front, you can put a race right on your fridge. I don't know why anyone would do that, but it's available for you. But go check it out all weekend, guys. Again, get a free trial. TraderTV30, 30% off. Quick update here for BlackBerry as well. I looked into it a little bit. There's no details as far as pricing is concerned. If you missed it, again, Veritas said to be looking into a bid for BB up huge here. But again, no financial details disclosed yet. Guys.
Obi's basically challenging me here, man. He's like, look, bro, you ain't nothing.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. He
didn't
said it
say
off
that.
camera.
Nope.
Obi's short of Ferb. Explain why.
I like the price. No, I'm joking. Yeah, no, we're making a bit of a lower high now. I could be wrong on this, right? Taking a shot in and around this level. I like that 131, 80-ish area here. We're starting to slow down as well. This is a lower high. Yeah, sure. On the day, Sharif was mentioning, like, why am I fighting the trend? Yeah, the trend is clearly up from this kind of consolidation from before. So yeah, I understand that. I'm keeping that in mind as well. But yeah, I like that we're kind of trending lower. We might actually push back up, and you know what? That's fine. I'll stop out on that.
You got a tight stop, where you said, right?
Yeah, it's relatively tight. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. So the pennies are trading in the same spot here, roughly on Amazon, and I think there you go. You just stopped me out on a firm right there in the 90s. So as we were talking, that's fine. So I took a shot at that level. So maybe, you know what, I will stay interested in this. I was fighting the trend, and then we popped back up into the 18s. So here's the thing, though. There is some heavy selling off of this 18 wick.
No question about it. I agree with that.
Right?
I agree with that.
That was the idea.
I
was like,
level,
maybe we've stepped a little bit lower. That was the idea behind that. But clearly got stopped out on that. Underneath 18, I think maybe is a decent place to sell. I'm just looking for reasons to sell. Regardless of going long or short, I'm looking for reasons to sell on the name here. But the market being a little strong here as well, as we try to push back towards this 44 on the ES and the 48.80 on the NQ here. So let's see where we go. Are we going to do another reversion 50% back down into here? It looks like that's what we're doing.
Oh my
kind
God.
of keep on compressing that price action, doing that 50% retracement of every 15-minute candle.
Obi.
So what's going on?
$68.90.
Still going.
$69, $68.99. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care, it doesn't make any sense. But the fact of the matter is, it is worth $159 billion market cap now. Is that like all the car companies combined? Yeah, like the legacy car companies, all the new ones, the Katina man says. Yeah, this one, gone. It's worth 2 Mercedes, says the Katina man. Daimler Benz. All right, guys. Could we see 70 on this psychotic stock? I suggest we could, right? We'll have to wait and see. It's fun to watch. I'm not trading it. We started the day off at 49 bucks. That's where that was where yesterday's closing print was. Just a smidge above 49 bucks. So it's made already 20 bucks on the day, adding I don't know how many billions to the market cap. In any event, let's talk about the trade that I'm engaged in. Is a firm. We wet our beak here at 82s, and then it popped up into 89s where we had a resting order. We have now another resting order just south of 18. We know 18 is going to be a level, okay? It rejected earlier, and if it did that, we could actually have a double top. I'm going with the trend until the trend tells me, Sharif, you're wrong, and then at which point we'll take out the rest. JK, I like that. $10 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I got into 1,000 shares. VFS, average price 55.25, half out 65. Looking for my next 2 exits of 250 shares each. Thanks, Trader TV, for calling out the stock. Thank you for watching, my friend. And thank you for having the guts to push into that, because I would, right? First, I'm just speaking for myself here. I would not have the guts to punch into that bad boy, but we're going to have the guts here to take. I was about to take a. I didn't get printed on my 98s, but yeah, flush is 10 pennies. You suck, Affirm. I was just about to take some profits there. The Huadum comes in fast and furious. Does it get bought up, though? We'll see if we make a newer low. A newer low for me will have to be about 65-ish or so. It's been holding the 50 period quite well. Like, look at this. It hasn't broken through the 50 period since about 11:20 or so. The last little trough area did hold the 50 period. We haven't been near it since that time. So I'm going to try to exercise some patience here as this goes. By the way, guys, if you're going to say mean things in the chat, you're going to get blocked immediately. Okay? So keep it cool and be kind to one another. All right? All right. What else is... Elon is so jealous. I bet he is thinking for his next crypto. Come on. Be nice. Elon, come on. Elon, did you see the hit piece on Elon?
No, what was that?
Oh, yeah. You got to listen to the compound. They talk about the article. It was a new hit piece on him about, you know, he's not a good person. He's abusing sleeping meds, this and that. Anyway, it's another hit piese. We'll see. I think
there's about 1,000 lots on Affirm 18 there for a second. I reshorted, and then when I saw us kind of pushing into that size, I hopped out of the short because I was like, well, damn, that might actually break. Here, if I can pull this up for you guys there. Look, right there, 878 lots on the ask at that 18 level on Affirm there. So yeah, maybe we are pushing for that break. That break might come in. I am a little short biased, so I don't know. I'm looking for that failed break there potentially. But you know what? Sharif is laughing straight to the bank because he is long this name.
There we go.
And
we got
here's
the
another
fill.
reason to potentially
We got
get
the
long.
fill.
Nice.
All right. Just a smidge below 89. Pardon me as I chew my protein snacks here. 70. Neil is hilarious, bro. I love Neil. Neil, have you seen VFS, Neil? Are you looking at VFS, Neil? $73.34. It is worth $170 billion now. The squeeze is on, and it is real, guys. $73.50. Here we go. Could we get a move through that? I'm seeing a bit of size coming in here at 73. Wow, this stock is nuts, Obi. Yeah, I'm trying not to look at it either, but what a move up on VFS. 47%. I don't know how many percent it was up yesterday. We can go on TradingView and use that percentage tool. I don't have that on my platform, but wow. Welcome to Daniel Simmons. Thank you for joining anew. Appreciate you for being here. Shout out to 13 or XIII, however that's pronounced. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Bart Natoli, we're going to do a shout out like the Katina Man style. Shout out to Tane. Shout out to the Schminking. I like that. Teslas and Tech. Shout out to Tony M. Shout out to everybody there. Hope you guys are having a fabulous day on what has been kind of a crazy market. But yeah, it's been interesting. Anyway, back to Affirm here as we are finding resistance at 18 like OB suggested we would. And, you know, if we can break through this level, we want all the smoke. But we're going to have to break through that level first. And as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We have another lower high on HE with that flat bottom being VWAP. We did not break the crest of $10, the previous crest. Best we could do on that crest was $9.93. So 3 lower highs in a row, all with a flat bottom. If this breaks $9.70, I've got a resting order right here to go short. Whether or not that prints, we'll have to wait and see, but it's holding VWAP every time around, albeit with lower highs. Descending wedge typically resolves in the direction of the trend. I suggest to you here the trend is downward. Come on, you Gunners. Yes, Tane, yes. We're playing Fulham on Friday, Obi. I mean, Saturday. You don't care.
What is that?
Fulham, it's a team.
Fulham?
It's a team from West London. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay,
You know how many
okay.
London teams there are in the Prem?
Is it
There's
soccer?
a lot. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I
or
know,
football
sorry.
for
Yeah,
for
footy, European football.
Nice, nice.
Yes, sir.
We're getting that retest of that trend here. Yeah, I'm watching a firm real close. I'm watching that size on the ask there at 18, and I'm interested in seeing what we do in and around this this high of day from before here on a firm. So we see that 800 lots there. It's been up
See
and
that?
down.
It's big, huge size.
Yeah, some decent size there on the ask on a firm at that 18 level, sitting on. Yeah, look at that. Those guys. Yeah, it looks like
Wow.
it's double, but those are kind of the same.
Here we
gate
go. We
there.
haven't touched it yet, though.
Did we
Here it is,
actually
here it is.
print? Yeah. Okay. So the high of day is actually here at just under 1810. Right, and let's see how we deal and interact with this 18 and the size at 18. I'll definitely be interested. We are pretty heavy up on the day. A firm on earnings, 15 to almost $18,
baby.
and we are pushing. Let's see if we can get past high a day. Let's see if that squeezes on 17 base. Go for it, Sharif. What's your plan on this trade? Like, where are you taking it to?
No,
is it going to the moon?
you gotta let it run.
You gotta-
yeah,
okay.
until it tells you the move is over, it's time to get out. What I'm
Makes
looking
sense,
for,
yeah.
break a 1750.
You're looking for those higher lows, higher highs, and until you see a
Yeah.
reason to sell that violates
Yes.
that, you're going to stay in that trade.
Absolutely, it's squeezing
Makes
now,
sense,
Obi.
man.
And don't
I think
forget,
that's
it's a heavily
solid.
shorted name.
Yep.
Now, I got to tell you, the NOS boss was telling me this morning, he's like, look, a firm's heavily shorted, so we had a look on Trade Idea. Shout out to Trade Ideas gang. Let's bring that in here. It says here 17.1% short. That could have changed. Now, it had earnings yesterday. We get these updated every 14 days, I believe it's updated. I don't know exactly when the next update comes. Fact of the matter is, it had good earnings, and new people could have been getting short this bad boy. So you don't really know where they're going to be offside. We'll have to wait to kind of see where the majority of the price action is. But the fact of the matter is, we're dancing above or at 18 at the moment. Do we continue? We know 18.10 is the high. Did we make a new high right now, or is that a previous high? We did make a new high, Ob1 Kanob, because the previous high was 18.09s. We beat that by a penny. We're right there again. OH showing up on my ask. Let's see if we can get continuity. It's not time to take profits yet. By the way, Dan the Man Evans level. I keep calling him Evans. It's Emmons, man. Get it together, Sharif. Dan the Man Emmons, his IB low is 14.870. We're at 7.5 again. Last time we dipped up here, we rejected. However, I do see higher lows on the NQ with a possible take here. We're just barely green, by the way. Possible take of that 14.9 if we get continuity. So keep your eye out for that level, and keep your eye out for some moves here on a firm.
What is it? You said it's heavily shorted. You know what the
17? I just said 17.1%.
17.1%. Yeah, that's pretty significant there.
It's not nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Not nothing,
It's
yeah.
definitely something to be concerned about if you are taking I guess chasing the shorts, or if you're already sitting short. But yeah. People in the chat talking about AMD being some money here. So yeah, let's take a look at AMD real quick. We have, I guess we held that 100 level. That 100 might have been a decent place to get long on that 100 hold. It doesn't even test 100. It tests 100 and a dime. You know, just hovers over that 100. Can't really get there. Pushes into that 100, we get down to what, 99.50s, and then rip right back up. So to me, that's a bit of a failure to follow through into the 100 break, and then we bid back up $2 or 2 points past VWAP, doing that about 50% retracement now on AMD as well of that move in and around that 102. So yeah, AMD definitely decent opportunities there as well. I'm still looking at some of these names. I want to see that. Look at a firm. We're still grinding up. We're still grinding up really slowly, and I think that can be pretty dangerous for shorts who are looking to get in on any sign of a pullback, right? Like Sharif said, the trend is my friend, and yeah, we tried to do a little bit of a counter in and around just underneath that 18 lower high. We stopped out both times, respecting the trend, respecting the tape, and it seems like a firm is pushing real strong past high a day right now, as the market's here pushing back towards this trend. So again, let's look for reasons to sell again. Last time we were up here, we had some reasons to sell. So let's see if those kind of come back, or we actually break through back above that trend now. What time is it? It's 12:30.
Yes, sir.
Right? So maybe, yeah, things might be slowing down. Things might pull back a little bit, but the market's looking strong back up into that trend. I'm looking for reasons to sell as some of these names kind of grinding back up to the upside. Let's take a look at Tesla.
There's a hidden seller, OB, at 10, by the way. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you were
no
on the
worries.
point here at 18.10 on a firm.
Yep.
It keeps rejecting off the high day. The size is not reflected here on the book. That tells me there's likely an iceberg at 10.
That
because
level's iced.
It's iced.
Iced.
There we go. I mean, we'll see. Do we get a 10 break? Right now, we've been dancing with 10 the last few times here, 3-4 minutes. Definitely some suspicion at that level. I've got a resting order just above that because typically when the iceberg breaks, it kind of squeezes 5-10 pennies or so. So if, I want to take advantage of that. Here we go. 08s, 09s, 10 again here on the ask. Do we get that move up again? It's not moving up through 10. There's really no size here on the bid other than, where are we at? The 04s, or sorry, 05s. There's about 87 or so on that. We'll continue to watch, but definitely there is something afoot here at 10s. Big green move coming in on the book, on the tape there, but still can't break through 10s. High a day. There's that. Oh, I saw 11s. No, it didn't print. I didn't see any 11s. Let me look at the tape. I don't see 11s on the tape here. Yeah, so definitely iceberg, I would say, at pardon me, at 10 OB. We'll let that develop. I got a little update. So I haven't done any upgrades to my car since I got it, right?
Okay.
And by the way, her name is Elsie.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now
so
she's
we
got a
can
name.
we can
All right.
refer to
Elsie,
her as Elsie.
right?
Elsie is getting an upgrade this weekend, my friend, of 57 horsepower.
Wow.
That will put me at 607 horsepower, up from the 550, and it's all mid-range power. So not high RPM power that I'm not going to use because I'm not going to squeeze into there. So it's going to be mid to lower end power, Obi, and I'm very excited.
Nice. Are you getting like a
Mod.
like the ECU
Exactly,
swapped?
yeah.
Okay. Or like flash? You're gonna flash.
Well,
your
no,
ECU.
it's bigger. I'll show it to you after.
Nice, nice.
So
Yeah,
I am
always a
pumped.
good feeling when you're adding those, adding a few more horses to your ride.
There you go, baby.
Now we were talking about riding yesterday. The fastest color is red, is it not?
Is it? I mean,
Like my bike automatically gets like 15 horsepower just by being red. Didn't you know that? That's how it works. You
Old
slap a
one
couple
can-
stickers
who
on
can
there. It's
argue with
plus
that?
1 horsepower
Who
per
can
sticker.
argue with that,
per
man?
sticker. That's how it works, man. Come on, you know the car scene.
I love it, bro. Someone told me put racing stripes on your car. I'm like, I'm not putting racing stripes on my car.
I mean,
man.
you
Give me a
can
break, bro.
pull it off. It's got to look clean, right? You can't have like it can't be like. You can't make like a like a collage.
No, I know. Maybe on the side you can put like some incognito stripes or something that isn't like that. I put like black because there's a black on blue pattern on my car. I wouldn't put like red or anything like that. Obi, how
But
many
your
times?
interior is red,
It is.
right?
It
I
is,
thought
yeah.
that was really cool. You got the blue exterior with the red
and black.
interior. You open the door, you're like, wow, that's a little unexpected, and
Hey.
that looks real nice.
I'm excited to do that. Yeah, shout out tomorrow morning, heading over to get Elsie upgraded, baby. Yeah, pumped about that. What else we got here? Obi, there's clearly an iceberg at 1810 here. I won't be convinced
Yeah.
otherwise because we've been absolutely rejecting off that 1810 level over and over and over, despite not having any real size here reflected on the book. I mean, is this the time to end the trade? I would say no. All right, just because there's an iceberg here doesn't mean buyers won't show up and push it through. So I'm going to hang out. I'm so far removed from my entry, doesn't make any sense for me to end the trade here. Here we go. That size getting taken out now? No, not quite yet. We have to be patient.
Yes, sir. I am observing a little bit of a resistance here, right where we talked about. So again, I asked myself this a few times during the day, right? Let's see, how much time is left for this candle to print on the 15 here? So we got about 10 minutes and 10 and a half minutes left for this to print. So it's a fairly new candle here, and we're started off as a little bit of a red candle, just coming off of that support turn to resistance from this morning, this pre-market action there on yes, looking much cleaner on that than the NQ as well. But yeah, this is a little bit of a discrepancy. I don't think hurt anybody. But yeah, we're seeing a similar type of move there on the larger picture there. Still watching that 1810. 1810 is definitely iced on Affirm. Let's see if we can convincingly get past it. As I say that, it breaks to the upside. 1810 got clocked a little bit as we kind of wiped the book past that 1810 into the 20s. Let's see if this move is going to follow through here.
My goodness, Affirm, bro.
You know, you're right. You're 100% right. Trend is your friend, man. You don't want to fight that.
It's
you
crazy.
Don't want to fight that.
Yeah, it's on its way up. I mean, it was just like standing in front of this one. Let's wet our beak here at the $0.25 old one Knob. We'll take another one there, but that's it. I mean, you got to let this one run a little bit. We've broken highs. Now we got to go to the daily chart to figure out where we're going to find resistance. Let's bring that in. Let's go AFRM. We're going to load up the daily on this bad boy because now we are so far removed from the closing print and earlier prints. Okay, so the $18 level was definitely an interesting level on the daily. You had a rejection July 13th. You had another on the 14th. You wicked above it on the 19th, but look at the print. It's below it. All these prints are sub 18, despite the fact that you had wicks. Now, on the 31st is where you got the big boy close, and that came into a 19 2/3. Okay, now I'm not saying we're going to get to 19 2/3. I think the better level to be staring at here is the 19. And that came in August 2nd. We didn't close there. In fact, we opened there. We closed at 17.5. So I would say possibly 19, 1850. There's a couple of wicks there, but they are kind of superficial. They're superficial wicks. I think that the closing print or the opening print, the better prints to look at. We're 1825 high right now. I mean, let's see what we get on the day. I mean, it could squeeze. We're 32% to the good now. It's an interesting look here. There's no question about it. Let me add in, sorry, I didn't have the ticker there. People are going to complain in the chat. What stock are you looking at? There we go. Affirm, 19.
Wow, that's real acceleration.
There we go, 1830. This one is going, old one Knob. This one's moving, baby.
Wow, solid trade, man, solid trade. Trend following, something I definitely need to get better at, as I find myself kind of counter trending a lot, you know. And you know what? Again, you gotta keep tweaking the system, and I'm realizing my trend following system needs a lot of working. But as some of these trends working really well, but my executions in and around some of them not the most ideal, right? Same thing kind of going on here with Amazon as well. We see I kind of defined that this earlier trend was broken, and now we're kind of holding this as well. So yeah, I guess what I'm looking for is a retest back into the trend before we kind of as Sharif likes to call it, a flat top or flat bottom,
well,
right?
yeah, you
so
can
like
do
whatever.
both, baby, yeah.
I'm looking for the price to build into this 132 level here, and we've kind of already broken. So the trend might be a little stronger than expected, but I got my eyes on the NQ and ES as well. They seem pretty strong, so maybe not the best place to short, chasing underneath that 132. But yeah, we saw that before. There was a decent reason to sell on that wick off that 132, and now we've kind of, I guess, we stopped out some of the players who might have gone in and around off that level. So I drew that line in here earlier off of that wick close of this candle, and it seems like we're kind of supporting above that level for now. So I guess what I'm looking for now is just a bit of relief here on the NQ and ES to kind of support the cause, but that could very well not happen, right? As Amazon kind of bids up pretty strongly back towards these highs. Now we know that people are probably sitting nice and short, pretty heavy from the morning, but this was this initial consolidation area here after we kind of dropped down in and around this 132, 132.30, and the base being around 131.80 as well. So yeah, we're kind of a bit of a diddle within that previous consolidation area. Let's see what we do with that. Affirm looking hella strong as well. I know people in the chat were talking about XPEV. XPEV, we can talk about that as well. I haven't taken a look at this name today, but yeah, let's take a look. What they had, no, they had earnings a couple of weeks ago, I think, last week. Yep. So let's see what they've done since earnings. Carvana as well. Yeah, sure, we can take a look at that in a second.
It's knock on the door 40. It's up 5.5%. Makes no sense because used cars keep getting cheaper and cheaper in the States and north of the border. There's no question about that. I was looking at what was deflationary in the last print, and used cars was one of the largest deflationary categories.
We were talking about this yesterday.
And yeah, man, Carvana continues to have good days. Max will tell you short off 45. It's been dancing with 40 lately. Let's have a look at our friend Vana over here. The heavily shorted name. Let's find out what the short float is on that. Let's bring in the trade ideas scanner over here. CVNA. 41.11%. I think that's kind of been, I mean, I get why there's a short. Okay, I too completely get it. It makes no sense why this thing should be up here fundamentally and from a macro perspective, but price action is price action. Anyway, 41.11% short. And the question then is, where are the shorts, right? Where will they be offside? That's kind of a tough question to answer. You know, we definitely need to see where the price action is, but here's a look on Vana. We haven't made a high a day yet. We got that huge opening print. Look at that. We started off the day at 37 3/4. We got up to 40.23. We got all the way back into 38, and now we're dancing with 39. Again, we'll talk about that and a bit more when we get back from Brendo.
All right, guys, Feds Goolsby is speaking live right now at Jackson Hole, so there could be some more comments coming through as far as the overall market is concerned. While I have you, let's take a second and get you more details as far as the brand new, again, if you missed it, brand new web app version of Trade Ideas available right now. Trader TV 30 gets you 30% off. Michael Noss is here, has been all day, will be for the rest of the day. Great feature, time-based movers that you can program into the new version.
Yeah, so we want to talk about not just stuff that's changed from yesterday's close, not just stuff that's up from the open today, but for people who are really watching the market in real time, they want to know what's moving right now in this moment. So the beauty of this, this heat map right here is I now have it sorted by change in the last 30 minutes. So let's forget, you know, we're halfway through the day. Let's forget all the stuff that gapped up today. Let's forget all the stuff that is up from the open, but show me whatever's going on using relative strength and using the highest stuff out there. What's going on in the last 30 minutes? So I don't know what this VSFWW, oh, it's VFS warrant is taking off. All of these things you can see now it's moving in real time, showing this is popping up, allows me just to click through and try to figure out what's going on. Also, the advanced decliners, that's updating in real time, was very, very red off the open, now is turning a little bit green. Brendan just said there's more Fed speakers up. I don't know if they're going to come along and ruin that, but it looks like we may be turning a little bit positive on the amount of stocks up on the day versus the amount of stocks down on the day.
Specifically this time of day, something like that is super key because we get to see what is actually moving during a period of time during the day when it's kind of quiet and market not really doing a heck of a lot. We want to be able to just in one glance pick out something that might give us an opportunity. So great feature again in the last 30 minutes. What is currently breaking out, guys?
What a move down for a firm. As Brendo and the NOS boss were talking there, we broke 18 to the south side, but we're not that far away from it. Do we reclaim it again? Come to the screen, guys, if you're able to. There we go. OB looking, saying this might be a trend change. Look, for me, the trough, the obvious trough here is that 1750-ish area, give or take a few pennies. If you want, you could use the 50 period. It's held the 50 period on every occasion here on the 1 minute chart when it has dipped in. Kind of a random area, I get that, but fact of the matter is I'm not selling at this point. I was 1 penny getting off here, getting filled off 18 and a third. Didn't print, it had to cross, it didn't cross, but it's doing that dance with no pants at 18 again. Let's see if it can actually hold this level. It was up well over 33%, now back into 30% or so. I'm not selling here. I think I'm going to actually wait until possibly a 17.25 break. There's a small little trough over here.
Yeah, man. We were just talking about XPeng earlier, right? XPEV. People in the chat were mentioning this earlier, so I just want to take a look at it. They had earnings a couple weeks back, so I just wanted to see what they've done post earnings, right? So you get a little bit of a gap up and hold above this 1550 level, and we're pushing up towards these highs at 17. So let's take a look at the hourly and see if there are any levels of interest just by looking left here on the chart. Okay, so right away, I see this previous top here at what is that? 1765. So just about a 50 cents, half point away from where we are right now at that 75, 65 area ish on XPeng. But yeah, decent reversal potential on this, because like we can do a similar thing as what we're doing here on these charts, right? Just to define that trend. Now you can use a moving average as well, or you can just kind of give yourself, you can use a hard line just to give yourself an idea of where that trend might be, might have players in trouble when that trend, I guess, limit breaks. And we see that hard trend kind of come down, you kind of pop and drop off earnings, and then you gap up, hold above this 15, and the trend is obviously broken. We've decided to go sideways, and we're starting to get a little bit of a retracement of that selling that's been happening. Now, XPEV, you know what? Have you seen some of their vehicles? I don't know about XPEV too much, but
the
we were
G6,
talking about.
have you seen the SUV, the G6?
Not really.
Nice,
we were
man.
talking about Polestars and Rivians. We've actually been seeing a lot more of those on the road
no
as
question.
of recent. There's actually a guy,
yeah.
I think he lives around here nearby. We talked to him when he pulled up in his Polestar, and he says he loves the vehicle. You know, it's different. He's kind of like at the not
And they're
really
quite
at the bleeding
affordable.
edge, but yeah,
I'll
exactly.
tell you, they're quite affordable.
It's new technology, and
Yeah,
he seems to be pretty content with his
for him.
Polestar. So you know, the world is changing.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
I got to tell you though, I see way more Polestars than I do Rivians.
Oh yeah,
far more.
Yeah.
My only
would you say the
concern.
Polestar is more affordable or the Rivian?
Oh yeah, by far.
Yeah.
The Polestar, look, it's about $350 bi-weekly, which is not a bad look, right? $350 bi-weekly, a lot of people can swing that. Here's the thing though. We don't get the type of tax credits that they do in the States for some of our EVs, so the actual expenditure seems to be a bit higher in Canada, so we're not really comparing apple to apple. When I compare the Rivian price here to the Rivian price here, because some of the Rivians qualify for some of those tax credits. Actually, I don't think they do anymore. I think they have to be sub 50,000 or 47,000. That's why our friend Elon Musk brought the price of the Model Y down to qualify for that tax credit, I think.
Right.
Fact check me on that, chat. But they
Bit of
have a
selling
big
coming in.
store. I don't know, have you ever been to Shops on Mills?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, they have a store there. And there's plenty of Polestars parked all around there, kind of
wow,
giving
okay.
a What I don't like is they lack focus on SUVs, and we know the consumer really likes SUVs at the moment. They're really focusing on the sedan. But to talk about a little bit about XPEV here, let's bring in the G6, because we flying like a G6 today, at least on a firm. XPeng G6, there we go. It's not a bad look here. Images. It's a good looking car, man. It looks a lot like the Model Y, just a more, pretty nice version of the Model Y. The interior, look, they even stole the yoke design. I mean, it's flat, it's not a yoke. But yeah, have you ever seen the full self-drive of this work? Looks exactly like a Tesla, where it's kind of reading the road. It detects like motorcycles, trucks. It knows like all the shapes and stuff like that. Well, anyway, the reason I'm bringing all this up is because the focus on the SUV seems to be very important right now. We know the Model Y is the second best-selling car in the States, best-selling car in California.
Really?
There's a reason for that, right? People like the SUV and the utility that it brings, and yeah. Anyway, Obi.
I like the doors on that car. The wing
no,
doors.
that's the Model X. Those are
Okay.
spider doors. The Model
wait.
Y has regular doors.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I was thinking about the X there. That's
Yeah.
also
I like those too.
their SUV, right?
It's very expensive though.
Yeah.
That's like the most expensive model that they have, right? The Plaid Model X, very, very expensive.
Super fast. My buddy's got a P100D. Oh boy. After you sit in one of those and really push the car, the Tesla P100D.
Oh, okay, the Model S. Yeah,
the Model S.
Yeah.
Those things are super fast.
Oh, they
like 0 to 100 right like this, man. Like, and I've driven one of those. My buddy has one.
Yep.
Oh boy, after you feel the rush from that vehicle, sitting in anything else.
It's nuts, eh? Yeah.
Sitting in anything that's an ICE.
Yeah.
Bring me a Porsche. Bring me something.
The electric
not the
cars,
same.
it's
Not
just
the same.
electric cars have more torque.
That torque,
That's the way
yeah,
it
man,
is,
the
yeah.
torque. If you're like an adrenaline junkie,
Oh, baby.
and you have a need for speed, then yeah, definitely some of these electrics will give you that much quicker than some of these ICE models, you know.
All right, guys, we dipped aggressively below 18 on a firm, but as aggressively as we dipped, as aggressively as we're getting bought up again, as we move above 18 and start knocking on the door of 18.10 again. I've got a resting order at 18 and a third. If we make it up there, great. If not, too bad. 18.32, exactly as high a day. We made a new high, breaking that 18.09 earlier on. We've earmarked on the daily that 18.5 and then 19 possible daily levels of resistance. Whether or not we make it up there, an entirely different story. But let's talk about our friend Baba over here, because I had Baba on my side chart, and there's a reason why I had it on One can know, because it released a new AI today, multiple forms of the AI. There's a chat one, and then there's a one that can read images and you can interact with it in non-textual ways. I thought that would be an interesting catalyst, despite the fact that the technology has already been perfected by not OpenAI. Yeah, OpenAI. Yeah, OpenAI and Meta. Meta has something similar to that as well. We did a bit of a double bottom here at 88.50, and we've been trending up slowly into that $89.50 area. 89.78, essentially 3/4 is the high. We're up half a point. It's been a slow mover, no question about it, but it's been interesting, giving you about $1 off that level. A nice double bottom here on our friend Baba. What else we got on the side chart? Oh, I want to mention Hawaiian Electric. My possible trade on that, I think, for the moment is done. And the reason is we kept, harping on the fact that we had lower highs throughout. Well, look what happened. We broke that. We made a new high. We got up. We broke 10. We broke 990, and then we got to 10.09. And so that's a newer high, and that's a higher low. So my thesis here of the 970, 9 3/4 break for the moment is on hold, and I will be discontinuing the script order that I have. Where is it? There we go. That I have sub 970, because to me the trade is no longer valid. Now it's down big. I wanted to ride this one down because the trend is my friend, 16.15% south. Currently was more than that. But yeah, it seems to hold VWAP. Somebody's buying here. By the way, these guys suspended their dividend, right? So anybody who's in this for the income, they may be selling here. And you're going to say, well, Sharif, maybe they suspend for a quarter or two and then they bring it back on. Well, I submit to you that they're going to be spending for more than that, because there is damage plenty, sadly, in Lahaina and the other Maui surrounding areas. So I think that they're going to be paying up the yin-yang for a while, whether it's legal costs, etc. You guys get the drift here. So they may not be paying a dividend for a while. If not, these pension funds, all these other players that are involved in this for the income payment, they may be selling the stock. Maybe they've sold it already. But we'll see. We'll see. Keep your eye on this name. I don't think the short is done. I'm not talking about on the day. I'm talking about in general. The short may not be done here. But as I talk about that, let me talk about this. We just put in a lower high here, Obi, on a firm. We couldn't get back up. Now, if we bring a newer low, sub 1780, that will be an interesting trend change, my friend. That will be a lower high and a lower low. Let's wait for that to print, though. Let's see what's up.
Yeah, so you're looking for that. You're looking for that trend break, right?
Yes.
Reason to sell. So I'm looking for that reason to sell as well, and I think you're just about right on that, because the trend did break a little bit here. Now I do have where did it go? I do have a firm up. I did earlier, but yeah, we're looking at the 15-minute here on a firm. Yeah, this hasn't necessarily broken
Not
any
yet.
significant trends, right? So it's like, yeah, we've kind of pushed past the 18. There was size there.
Yes.
The high a day was it the high a day? Just above the high a day.
1832.
We were iced a little bit. 1810s. We were iced a little bit, and then we pop above that. You can't even get past. You can't even do like 20 cents past that level, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So you pop and you come back in. And now you're trading just below that 18 level where we saw that size kind of go through. So yeah, let's see if this is the potential turn. I know the markets are coming back. We were looking for that resistance kind of happening here on the ES and NQ, and lo and behold, look at where we find that selling interest where it was there before, right? Support, turn, resistance. I think a lot of this stuff has been working as of late. So you know, as long as it works, you just got to execute on it. But yeah, I can't be in 10 places at once.
Yeah, well, I mean, who can? Interesting look here happening on our friend, the NQ September contract. Let's bring that in. Now, we've been rejecting off 14.9. Dan Demand Emmons' level is 14.870 as the IB low. We've broken above it, not by that much. It's been a 14.9 reject on a couple of 5-minute candles here, and now we are south of yesterday's close at 14.862. But here's what I see, Obe. I see higher low, higher low, higher low, flat top possibly at 14.90. If we get going with any vigor here, if something is said, I don't know who's speaking next, but anything that excites the market, we could get that 14.90 break with some interest. And it would be nice, right, for the long-term account to start pumping to the high side here. But in any event, higher low, higher low, higher low for now, flat top. Let's see if we get it. Let's see if there's any news coming in on my blotter, if anybody's speaking here. We're going to check the, hello. All right, well, this thing sucks. Let's check here the economic calendar to see who's speaking when. By the way, Brendo sent this out in the morning. There was a litany of different financial numbers that were coming out, as well as Fed speakers. That was all included in the watch list. If you're not a subscriber to that watch list, you are missing out, and you should be getting that because it does help you organize your day. Now, let's move to the area where we are. We're going to get the oil rig count in about 4 minutes. That comes out at 1 o'clock, the U.S. Baker Hughes oil rig count and U.S. Baker Hughes total rig count. And then I don't see anything else here. Let me go to my watch list because I think there are Fed speakers in the afternoon. They're not mentioned here. Let me go quickly to, yeah, there we go. Open up my Gmail, which I won't open in the main screen so I don't get doxxed, as the kid likes to say. Here we go, Trader TV watch list. I'm looking. All right, guys. 2 o'clock, Fed Goolsbee speaks again, and then 2:30, Fed Mester speaks again. And then at 3 o'clock, the European Central Bank's Christine Lagarde speaks. That's been an interesting one to watch lately. They obviously have a bit of a more complicated issue with inflation over there. So we get the same Fed speakers who spoke in the morning. I believe they are speaking again. That is Mester and Goolsbee, both of which spoke already today. We also had Harker speak twice, one at 11 and then one at 11:30, probably with different networks, I'm assuming, probably Bloomberg and CNBS and stuff like that. So, yeah. Anyway, here, back to Affirm, because we're dancing with 18, and we're kind of doing a bit of a compression pattern, huh? Like, look at this, right? We get lower highs, right? And then here we go. We're getting higher lows again, compressing into 18. I submit to you that a compression pattern typically resolves in the direction of the trend. Do we get an 18 reclaim? Looking like we might here if we can break through 1810. We weren't able to break it on this crest over here. We talked about 1810 earlier, how there was an iceberg. Does that same iceberg show up again? Is it the same seller who's hell-bent on bringing this below 1810? We'll have to wait and see. But right back into that level, I don't think it's time to take profits. I think, you know, exercise patience and let the price action unfold where it may.
Yeah, for sure. That move kind of wiping back, that strength that kind of came back into this move is telling me that the long is not wrong on this move here. As we kind of rip right back up to where we were above that 132, having a bit of a churn here just underneath that previous resistance. Now I'm watching this again, not all the size that I want in on this move. I might have been able to get that down here, right? But let's see if we make that lower high. I got Nvidia up here as well. It's been making lower lows and lower highs off of this initial sell-off here as well, kind of cleanly holding that 8 on the 15 there. So keeping that in mind as well. Let's see if this strength is a little similar to how we've kind of picked up off of this trend every time, right? You kind of dump into it, rip up, dump into it, rip up, dump into it, rip up. So yeah, it seems like we're doing a little bit of more of the same here as we consolidate underneath that previous resistance here.
Here we go again.
Now, the chat was talking about...
I just got to get that super chat out.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, we don't want this to go. Vicky Aurora, I think that's 100 rupees. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sharif, Dow Jones on daily time frame is making a trend line, and today supported it. Is it a valid trend line? Okay, well, let's have a look. Is it good? Okay, Neil really likes it. So Neil's approving of what you have just shown. Let's have a look. Let's bring in the indexes, and I'm going to bring up the INDU. That's the Dow Jones Index. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can just see it without drawing it, bro. Yeah. That's real good right there.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't have the volume, sadly, for indexes. It doesn't show me volume for indexes, but yeah, there's no question about that. Good call on that. Absolutely good call. And the thing is, too, you're in the direction of the trend because you did make a newer high. So the high that we all were looking for was at 34,500, right? Multiple rejections off that 34,500 over time, maybe even 34. Obviously, we've broken through that. We got up to 35.7. 35.6, depending on whether you want to use the wicks or the close. But yeah, fantastic look. Now we know why the Dow's got beat up the last few days. Boeing brought it down. I don't know what brought it down. Or is it the Dow up today? I don't even know. Well, it's up on the day. I know Boeing was the culprit yesterday for the Dow's demise, but we'll have to wait and see. Fantastic trend line. I think you got the right idea there. Let me get to another message here. JK. Carvana, CVNA, when prices go down on used cars sales go up in volume. It's like taking out small profits on your stocks as they move. All right, brother. I mean, if that's how you see things, I respect your opinion. I don't see it that way. I see them buying cars at very expensive prices and having to hold on to inventory that they now have to mark down. A quick cursory view of AutoTrader or whatever you use, and then, because you know how AutoTrader shows you how many times the car's been marked down when it was originally listed. You get what I'm trying to say. I did a view of my buddy's dealership, and the dude is underwater on so many of his cars. It's not funny to make fun of because, you know, somebody's got to pay the bill for that, but he was printing big. He printed big for 2-3 years, and now it's time to pay the piper, I guess, right? I don't see it your way, but, you know, all the power to you. Yeah.
Nice. People in the chat talking about Intel. We can take a look at Intel as it kind of pushes for high of day. That's exactly where it is right now. 33.10 roughly is high of day, and we're trading at 33.05. Kind of retrace the whole move here. A bit of a V shape going on there on Intel. That might be a decent look. 33 holding as of right now on this trend. So let's see what this market kind of does, right? We're holding this uptrend into this
higher lows,
supposed resistance. Yeah, exactly. Higher lows into this level here. And yeah, Intel might even break that high a day and push a little further. Looking left, we sold off quite heavily yesterday, so we are doing a bit of a retracement on that price action there. The low from yesterday actually being where was that? 32.50-ish. The low, we kind of dip below that low, 32.35, and then rip right back up towards high a day on today, and kind of into yesterday's midday to end of day consolidation area here at the 33.20s.
Here we go again on
so
the
yeah,
firm.
there might be some resistance there. And Sharif's saying, here we go again on a firm. What's happening
1820,
there
my
with the
boy.
firm?
1820.
You still long?
Yeah, I
Damn.
didn't take it out. No,
Nice.
no. Yeah, it didn't break the trough, right? It's got to break the trough.
Yeah.
It's
It's good discipline, man.
Well, it was really just reading the chart, my boy. But anyway, here we go. If we can get a continuation here, we talked about the compression pattern that happened here for about, let's see how long, 12:36 to the break was 12:59, so about 20 minutes or so of higher lows and lower highs. And then I suggested to you the compression pattern would resolve in the direction of the trend, and it did. Here we go, 1820 again, but we're sitting at 18 1/3. 1832 is the new high a day. Whether or not we get that at 1 o'clock, an entire different story. Maybe we get that move when the big kahunas come back on for the closing show. But the point is, gonna let this one run and see what happens. I don't even want to take any more out here. So what else? VFS coming back down, OB1 Canob into that 67, 68 bucks. Volume really dropping off on this, and it's reflected here in the on the book. It's a 50 penny spread. It was tighter at times. I suggest to you that this one very, very risky, and I won't be touching it. AMC, my goodness, AMC, can you do anything good lately? Like, I don't mean to make fun of any of the,
What is AMC doing, dude?
It's going down, brother.
Yeah, they just had a pretty they just had a split, right?
Yeah,
they had a split.
And they had the consolidation of APE into the AMC shares. So
Right.
APE will not be trading. Is APE still trading? The Neil says it's gone, and he's accurate. So it's gone. We checked that this morning. Brendo was asking me, I'm like, when are the APE shares going to be merged with AMC? And it was the 9:30 print this morning. Here we go. We made a low of 13, let me get you the exact low, 1307, and now we are at, okay, so this thing's messing up, so I have to, give me 1 second here to fix this nonsense. Why does it keep going? I don't understand. There we go. Fix it. There we go. Now, we are trading at 1325, just a smidge above the low, 1322. So it looks like this low, yes, this was a pre-bell low. That's why it's not reflected. The official low print on the day, 1322, but we did get into that 1307 just 10 minutes before the bell at around 9:20. But it has been lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, all the way down. There's been no reprieve for this name. It is down 6 1/3% after already really taking it on the chin lately. Here's the look there. Because it's split adjusted, it's going to give me problems. Yeah, because the split. There we go. This is split adjusted. I mean, it wasn't $52. We all know that. This is split adjusted, but it's been incrementally moving down. If you split adjust the price, it is now below what it was trading at in January 2021 when the meme craze went crazy. Can you take it? Because I take this call.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, so a bit of that 132 churn here happening on Amazon as we kind of teeter there. Like we said, I'm still waiting for that lower high on Affirm. We got that. We did get a lower high, but is it convincing enough yet? Maybe not so much for me. But yeah, look at that. That's some real strength happening there on Amazon. So you know what? Actually, that kind of bid up and dropped back down real quick. So maybe not anything to be too worried about. Oh, there it goes again. All right. Well, if the markets are going to be strong, we're right underneath that 14.9. So yeah, I expect a little bit of a chop here on the constituents as we kind of make a decision in and around this 14.9 on the NQ. We're seeing that. I saw that in the form of increased tape speed and maybe like a little bit of a bid up there on Amazon as I'm taking a look at it. Like we said before, this morning consolidation highs here in and around this 132.30s. We're testing right on the door of that. But yeah, so ES strong as well, NQ strong as well. This trend is definitely to the upside. We have reverted more than 50% now on the ES and in and around about 50% on the NQ as well. Now SPY, I don't have actually no, I do have it up. SPY is up as well. We're teetering in and around that opening price, right? We said this was the opening price earlier. We took a couple of shorts off of that, and we come back into it. And now, sure, we did get past it. We got a little above it, but now we kind of are consolidating, going sideways in and around that level. So that has me a little curious as to like which way we're going to break. Price did kind of compress. We talked about that. We did the reversion halfway, and then with the price compression. So now we're seeing that that happen. Price is really compressed now. Let's take a look at the 15-minute. So yeah, you can see that live on how some of these 15 minutes have been formed, right? So we made a lower high there on the SPY just underneath 439. High being, what is that, 439.07 ish. Just above that point. So we are having a bit of a pullback here as I see waves of red at the corner of my eye kind of coming in. Let's see what we do with that, as with less than 5 minutes left to print this candle. Look at this compression: long candle, compressed, long candle, compression, and then we might be, we're making decisions here. We're having a little bit of trouble here. Price was accelerating to the upside, and these kind of stubby candles here are showing that maybe the buyers are starting to slow down there a little bit. So, I think that's a decent reason to start looking for a potential short scalp, right? And that scalp could potentially turn into a move to move as well if we kind of reject off this 14.9 and try to push back towards this 14.8. Right? We always see that on the NQ. We kind of have trouble in and around every 100 points, right?
Yes, sir.
So definitely levels of interest there coming into play, and a little bit of a fugaze on that strength, right? I got short, I added in, that strength was pretty strong, and then we kind of clipped that 132.20s and come right back in as ES and NQ kind of, especially the ES, failing to push through that 44 convincingly as of right now, right? And that could change. That could change on a dime, literally. But yeah, from what I'm seeing, from what's being printed on the chart, that's the limited information that I'm able to process myself. Now I know there are futures legends such as Arun, the man himself. Who might be seeing this very differently, right? And like I have no idea how he kind of looks at his levels, and that's something I got to learn from him. That reminds me, he said we were gonna do like a monthly meeting last time he was here. I don't know if you remember. I gotta hit him up for that monthly meeting.
I'm waiting for him to get back from Europe.
I'm definitely thirsting for more direction here.
He's in Europe.
Okay, yeah. Well, after he comes back from vacation, right? Yeah. Definitely.
A couple of things I want to mention here, Obi. With respect to, like, I would say the main statement that was said by Papa Powell today, here it is, word for word. We are prepared to raise rates further if appropriate and intend to hold policy at a restrictive level. It all defines about what is defined as restrictive. I would say probably above 5%, 4.5%. That's interesting right there, and that's quite, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but that's one thing I want to mention. The other thing I want to mention is a Canadian little news headline, but I think it is also appropriate for our friends down south. TD reported, I believe Wednesday, TD Bank.
Okay.
Right. Our American friends will know it as TD Bank. In Canada, it's called TD Canada Trust. The point is, you know how much they're earmarking for bad loans, my friend? $750 million. Wow. In bad loans they're earmarking on the year. So they expect, well, that's probably worst case scenario. They earmarked $750 million US dollars, okay, for bad loans. That gives me an indication of what they think of the state of the consumer. Why is that relevant? Because that affects purchasing power, right? And so retail discretionary and names get hurt. Companies selling discretionary items, and we saw that all week. All these companies that are discretionary based, Foot Locker, Dick's, Macy's, right? They all got slapped.
We were talking about that, actually. I was talking to Max about that, last week. I said, hey, Walmart reported they sold off pretty heavily on earnings, right? And then, what was the next one? And then Target reported, right? So after Target reported, they also sold off on earnings. And then Macy's reported. And sure, Macy's might have had a little bit of tailwind from the market because we sold off pretty heavily, but Macy's also sold off. And I think so did Foot Locker.
Yes, so,
right?
Foot Locker.
Foot Locker,
like,
sure, it sold off
absolutely.
most of its move in the pre-market, but
no question about that.
So, and Nordstrom as well, right? Let's check what JWN is doing on the day today. Take a look at that.
And this is like a
Definitely
name
missed opportunities
that actually had like, it was okay. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, man. These discretionary names are taken on the chin, and the banks and the analysts are all thinking the same thing, which is the consumers tapped out, man. They don't got nothing left, and if they got it, it's not for goods, it's for services. We talk a lot about that. Anyway, to help take that piece of information and help it guide your investing decisions, it's not as relevant for a day-to-day basis, but you know which names to look at because you know where the relative strength and the relative weaknesses are going to be, depending if you're long or short-minded. I like to have an understanding of the macro picture, maybe just for my own peace of mind, but I think also it helps to strategize day in and day out. All right, let's get to some names that we're actually trading. Affirm has been consolidating at this $18 level. Now, whether we do a Huadunkov here and 18 goes or whether we continue, who knows, right? The fact of the matter is what I see is a series of higher lows, but now we have lower highs as well. Look at this. So if I have to, I can adjust this trend line. It's not a hard and fast rule. So let's go ahead and draw that bad boy from the top and then over here. So you have a lower high. And then I'll adjust this bad boy over here. And we're going to take it from over here and we're going to do this. So higher lows, lower highs, bit of a consolidative pattern. Nothing wrong with adjusting these trend lines as new price action develops. As long as it's cogent, we'll see where we get the move up. But I feel like buyers are keeping this above 18 bucks for the moment, give or take, obviously, 10 or 15 pennies. We'll see if this one can get back into 1832 like it did earlier on. We broke that 1809 previous high with some vigor, baby. All right, let's have a look at the future because the future's been interesting. Dan the Man Emmons posited that we had an IB low of 14. How many times am I going to do that? 14,870, and look at what happened here, Ob1 Kanob. We touched 1490, and we rejected off it immediately. But we still have this very interesting higher high, higher low, pardon me, higher low, higher low, higher low, and then with a flat top here at 1490. The Katina man is yelling about something. He's short Google at 129, so the Katina man updating you there.
I see that.
He's short Microsoft 321.50. Anyone wanting to follow the Katina man's look there, take note. Before he gets excited. I get a lot of my enthusiasm from him, I think, right? But yeah, that's the look there. We're rejecting 1490. The question is, do we make a lower low through that 14,850? Let's have a look at that. So here's the trough, trough, trough. Do we break 14,850? If we do, that's a newer low, and that's a fantastic 1490 reject, and the shorts print. But we're still getting a flat top. There's no question about it at that 1490. We're having a lot of trouble breaking through that. It is still, I would say, a down day, even though we're marginally higher at the moment, Ob.
Yeah, for sure. That pop was a little concerning right there. A little fast. The tape speed kind of increased as well. But yeah, we see that this area is definitely of interest on top of this 132. Now, what I was waiting for, like I said before, was this interaction with that 14.9. Now, as you can see, this 15-minute candle. Take a look at that. We just started printing it, right? So on the initial test of this 14.9, we kind of wick past it, print like what? Just a few points above that 14.9 and then come right back in. So yeah, we were looking for that bit of trouble at that every 100-point level, and we kind of got a piece of that there on the 14.9 pushback. So let's see if this kind of holds there. Amazon as well kind of popped through that 132 level from before, and then kind of wicked into 132.40s and slammed right back into 132. So yeah, decent move there. It kind of reminds me of that move that we were looking at earlier here. Let's see if it kind of looks similar on the 1 minute. Not really, but yeah, this piece right here, very similar price action to that, where you kind of wipe up, you have this lick grab, this stop, I guess a stop hunt or whatever you want to call it, a little bit of a price action pop on that 14.9 test, and then we're coming back right back into the trend there. I almost kind of added to the short there as well, but I've been trying not to add to I guess losing positions as much, but I guess the bigger picture move is still kind of intact as we are interacting with these levels here. Now I am thinking that I could definitely be doing a little bit better if I was trading on something that had a much closer beta, or maybe even the futures themselves here. Now, as you guys know, on the floor we have access to the minis, and we can definitely trade the minis. But yeah, some crazy moves here, and I think maybe going forward, when Powell is talking, I might want to switch over maybe to the TQs or the Qs or the SPY, or maybe even the MNQs or the MES as well. Taking some of these market moves, putting some risk on these days where I understand that volatility is going to be at a, I want to say all-time high, but like at relative highs, right? Relative to what we've been doing over the past couple of weeks. We saw yesterday, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday, the crazy sell-off, almost to 500 points on the NQ. Let's take a look at that real quick here on that move that we had yesterday. So look at that. We talked about playing that 15.3, this kind of consolidation off that NVIDIA earnings. When we popped off of it and we came back in, this was the support, this 15.3. Coming into the morning, 15.4 is acting as resistance, so pretty tight on the NQ. And then I was just like, I'm just going to take an over-under off of that range break, keeping it simple. And yeah, that 15.3 comes down. Actually, if you want to call it 15.4, right? 15.4 highs, you come all the way back into 15, and then you pull even further back into that 15.750 here this morning. So
AMC is below
decent
13,
decent moves here. Some significant selling going on the futures as well. Decent pullback. Now let's take a look at the weekly and see if there's if we're breaking any levels. So yeah, we had a pretty strong trend there. It seems like we are testing the bottom end of this uptrend here on the NQ, right? This was all-time highs pushing towards that 17, and we couldn't even get to 17. What was this? What was the high there? I have as 16,767.5. So we can't even get past that. We get to 16, failure to follow through 16, bit of a pullback. Now we're back below 15 as well. Just looking left on the chart, next area of potential interest might be here on this tops here. So the trend was down. We broke that trend. We kind of started bidding back up. And then this trend was pretty tight here. It got pretty tight into this, seeing as, NVIDIA has been pretty strong, one of the market leaders up on AI. And now we're seeing a bit of that.
Boeing just did something crazy here, bro. We got to talk about Boeing. I have no idea what's happening, Obi. But here it is. Boeing just went nuts from 215 to 223 for no reason. Here it is. Boeing and Spirit Aerosystems are trading higher following a report suggesting Boeing is readying a restart of the 737 MAX deliveries in China. How are they going to do that when they can't even get it right in the States? I don't understand this, man. All right, well, that came in at, damn it, we missed it by like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
115, 223.76. Boeing just went crazy there. Look at that volume spike. Obviously, we're trying to hold 220 at the moment. Let's zoom out and figure out where the levels are. Okay, So interesting level here. There's the trough. We have about 220 to 219, about $1 worth of range. Funny enough, we retrace right there. So does this trough here, this was a sell-off, by the way, in the aftermarket on, I want to say, Wednesday? Yes. When we got the news that there was an issue with the Spirit AeroSystems? Yeah. Spirit AeroSystems suppliers, some of their suppliers, not all, and that we had that move down to there. So we're right back at that level now. Very interesting levels here on Boeing, not just from a fundamentals perspective, but from a technical perspective as well, no question about it. Let's see if 220 can hold, because I think it might be an area of resistance. So keep your eye out for Boeing. Fade Boeing, says Darwin. I don't know, brother. Yeah, I think it's a good look. Boeing just went nuts here, if you want to have a look at that. Let's move into this one over here and take out Oracle. Let's look at Boeing. Here it is. Okay, so what is the tape showing? 15 penny spread at the moment. We're holding 220. We earmarked 220, 219, possible resistance level on the move. Now, look, China, I think it is the biggest airline market in the world. Somebody correct me on that if we have, if we can get that data. But it's a bull flag, and it looks like we might get a bull flag continuation here. Oh, but as we pump into 221 3/4, can we break 222? We know the local high over here on the top, my friend, 223.75. Here comes 222 possibly. Good move here on Boeing intraday, now up almost 1.9%, looking to go 2% possibly here. What's the volume on our friend Boeing? Let me have a look.
6.4.
6.4 million shares on the day. We know it's been on the wrong end of the volume spectrum lately, but for, here we go. Another move right back down. I ain't trading it. It's too crazy for me. It's also very spready, but anybody interested in this one, you've been made aware.
Bit of a quadunk happening on
Yes,
the markets, right? ES and NQ pulling back off of that 44 and that 14.9 kind of continuing to pull back in. Haven't really broken this this up move there on the NQ. ES is starting to look a little weak there as the trend is starting to bend a little bit there. Yeah.
Yes,
so that's how the saying goes, right? I think someone in the chat mentioned it
Here comes
a
the
couple
Boeing
of weeks
fade.
ago. The Boeing fade,
Yeah,
I got it
219.
on watch.
Yeah.
220 seems like a decent level. 223 highs as well.
Lot of
but yeah, the trend
volatility.
is your friend until the end where it bends. I think that was the saying. So it seems like there's a bit of a bend here, potentially coming in. I'm sitting
Thanks,
short here.
Darwin.
We sat short through some crazy pops, some crazy moves there. Tried to get a little bit more short. Missed a few entries there as well. But that's fine. Let's see if we kind of start to break this trend as we are approaching the 2 o'clock mark, as we're pulling into the end of day here. We have we had some strong selling in the morning. We've done kind of our midday consolidation. Let's see if we continue trend going into the closing half of the day. Right?
Looks like we gave up the ghost here on Affirm a little bit, Obe.
Yeah, man, Affirm. I had that on watch. I was like, oh, that 18 area, that 1790. I want to get short in and around that area. Stopped out a couple times. Didn't really go back to it. But yeah, definitely Affirm there on the NQ, pulling back significantly off of those highs there. As let me just populate the chart. Yeah, so yeah, we kind of broke trend, going sideways as well. I don't know if we've broken it on the 15, not really on the 15, right? The 15 is holding strong, but once those 15 players start selling, oh boy, I think that could really come in. And if they don't, and if they hold support, this move could very well continue, but I liked 18 as an area to sell, and it's kind of showing itself, or starting to show itself as well. In the morning, I guess it was great. This was a decent price to sell in the morning, and I might be chasing that same price to sell now. But the picture, the overall picture, might be a little different than when it was coming out the open. The morning drive being real nice, and then the fade kind of coming back into those consolidation levels being nice as well on Affirm. Boeing kind of holding that 220. I like that. Let's see if we can kind of take a break of this consolidation here. That's what I'll be looking for. Let's take a look at the 1 minute, since it's been pretty hot. But before we do that, let's pass it over to Brendo.
Yeah, great look for Boeing and this SPR note. we'll highlight a great feature that pops up on Trade Ideas as well. If you missed it again, all weekend, not only can you get a free trial, but you can also get 30% off with Trader TV 30, guys. Michael Noss is here, has been here all day. We're talking about the brand new web version. On that, you can get stock races, which is a great place to find something like that SPR or Boeing that just popped up on a news headline.
Yeah, and Boeing is actually on the list here. It's moving up in the races on the top. You can see on my screen here, just right here. So quick explanation what a stock race is. It's essentially using a concept you've heard me talk about here and all the guys on the show, relative strength and relative weakness. So what we're doing here in real time, there goes Boeing up again, we are sorting by what is the strongest name and what is the weakest name right now. And as these things change order, as the kind of histogram moves to the right, you're seeing strength and weakness. Now, I have the S&P 500 up over here and the S&P 500 down over here, but you can cycle these in with whatever you want. If you want to look at the gappers, you can take a look, and this will load up now the up and down gappers that are moving the most to customize to your style. Now, the beauty, if you find something you like, you can see HE right here that I know Neil was talking about earlier. You can just click on it, and it brings you to this screen that I showed you earlier, where you have a chart, you have all your data window, what news is going on. And then again, down at the bottom, these are all of the competitors to HE and what they're doing well. So HE is pushing lower, but AES, which is another utility, is pushing higher. So again, a great way just on a web browser, on your phone, on an iPad, whatever it is, constant ideas given to you all day long with Trader TV 30 for 30% off.
Yeah, check it out on the weekend, guys. Get a free trial as well. A ton of great features on this new and simple, clean, easy to use web version as well. Back over to you guys.
For bringing us that. Always a very good tool. Now you actually don't have to download the app web version now. Michael Noss giving us a glimpse of that this morning prior to the 8:30 show. And I shall be learning more. Always in contact with Michael Noss as well. Anytime I have questions about trade ideas, I message him directly. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, you know you can reach out to him through Twitter, and he gets back to you immediately. Very, very good response. And they, sometimes if there isn't a technical indicator that they want, you request it from them, and they'll get the developer team on that. So very, very good company with which to work, one can know. But I'll send it to you here because I got to set up for something.
Yeah, I see that we're kind of printing that second red there. We pulled off, and we're starting to sell off even more on the formation of this next candle here. With about, I guess it's still relatively fresh. I'm keeping this wick in mind. I'm keeping the close of the previous candle as well in mind. We were talking about getting some more in short. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for now. If we are going to start to turn, I expect this 132 to kind of pull back in. If it does, that would be great. We finally get a break of this kind of trend. It is pushing towards 2 p.m. right? I like this look. Let's see if we can break below this wick on the ES and the NQ, this previous 15-minute candle as well. So that's the look here. Let's take a look at NVIDIA to give us a bit of confluence as well. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. Let's see. I want to see that low a day come in to really push this position here. Yeah, a bit of teetering above that low a day. We kind of wicked off this 450. We know that's a level of interest, right? And let's see if we can kind of execute in and around that 450, right? We definitely missed the best price on the day. We definitely missed for the short as it wicked it by 2 cents. Yeah, definitely didn't want to chase this move as it was rapidly selling off. Got to reassess that strategy there. Maybe when the move is good, I should be chasing a little bit with a limited risk, right? So let's see if NVIDIA kind of comes back into that 450. That'll be decent as the NQ and the ES kind of quadunking, making the second consecutive red on the 15 there on the futures. Let's see if this 132 convincingly breaks. Yeah, damn, I missed another entry there while talking above that 132. And you know what? That's fine. That's fine. We're looking for a distinct break of that 132. That may or may not still come, right? This 15-minute candle. How much time do we have on that left? Let's take a look. We got about 12 minutes, right? And yeah, that looking very similar to NVIDIA, obviously being the market leader here on the day. Day 2 earnings, we said we would definitely be interested. Missed my fills, but Microsoft, what is Microsoft doing? Microsoft kind of made some higher lows here, kind of coming back in. So let's see if we can kind of hold this trend that we've kind of formed here on Microsoft. You know what? I like that look. Let's see if we kind of keep in on this here as well, or we break convincingly below this trend that's kind of happening here on Microsoft. Look pretty clean there. But yeah, ESNQ still kind of, we haven't really seen a significant flush, right, of the trend, a break of that trend. Not yet, at least. And that might come in the later half of the day. Right, so that's what I'll be watching for. Yeah, BA. Let's take a look at that. Throw up some of the tickers you guys have been trading on the day today in the chat, and we can take a look at them as well. BA holding that 220 level. Pretty interesting here. Maybe, yeah, you should have been there for the initial reaction trade off the breaking news, but I was not there, and a bit of a fade coming in off of that move. Also great opportunity, seeing as we kind of wicked off of that couldn't really get to that 225. Now let's take a look left here and see if we have any levels to kind of interact with. What was this wick today? Was roughly high of day yesterday. We couldn't really get past, and kind of selling kind of came back in pretty heavily off of that yesterday's high. But we are holding 220 here, which is excuse me, which is interesting, right? Now, Sharif said that this could be significant news, as China might be one of the biggest.
Second biggest, thanks to Darwin for pointing that out.
Yeah,
U.S. being the biggest per passenger. I don't know by airplanes, but more passengers than the States, 600-something million.
Yeah.
China second, 400-something million. But while I have this, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader who fund unfunded traders. So that's a look there. Oh, but yeah, while I got you here, I want to point out the fact that the trade with Affirm, while I'm not calling it, saying that it's done, it is definitely consolidating sub 18 now. We had been doing the dance with 18. Now we are doing the dance with 1790, 1785. So a series of lower highs now, and to be pointed out, lower lows, but yeah, it's actually not a lower low. It's the exact same level. But if I had to guess one way or another, I'm seeing definitely lower highs and more inclined to think that this is the end of the trade for it. So where do I break? Where do I get out completely? This is one of those ones where it's either going to be 1780 or I'm going to have to give it to 17, like the bottom end of this trough over here, which would be about 17 2/3. Means giving up profits, obviously. You know, I don't want to pull the trigger on this one too early and then lament it later, especially as we get into a more liquid time of day. It's a Friday, you know. Is there that going to be that much volume at least this early on? Maybe into the 3 o'clock hour, the power hour, the volume really starts to kick up there, especially Jackson Hole Day. But we are summer still. We are Friday, so you know, I don't know. I have a bit of reservations about whether this one gets its legs under it or not. We'll have to keep it see. Jay Lee, I need some KRE Hwadunking. Inflation print higher, Fed rate hike pretty much confirmed. Why isn't KRE falling more? That's a good question, man. I mean, because it's probably so beat up this year. I mean, these banks, man. I mean, let's pull it up. Oops, wrong screen here. KRE. The regional banks have been absolutely crushed this year. We had the peak in Jan. You know, everything was running in January, and then look at this, guys. Oh my God! And then you actually had to redraw that trend line on a more on a steeper angle. Look, Jay, I think you asked me about these the other day, and that's why I had this trend line drawn here. You're seeing higher highs, but it is holding that trend line that we drew. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day prior, but It's a tough look for KRE here, and I don't know. I know actually that the Fed came out earlier this week and said that the accounting practice changes that were so much asked for after the debacle with SVB, Silvergate, and the like, with respect to marking long-term assets. You have to account for your long-term assets on mark-to-market. You can't just account for them on a yearly basis because they weren't accounting for the huge losses in the long-dated treasuries like the 30-year and the 20-year. They took huge losses on those, but they weren't reflected on the balance sheets. It looks as if the Fed is going to require more accounting adjustments for these banks, and I think banks of a certain size, I think 1 billion or 10 billion or something like that. I don't forget the threshold there. So there was news with respect to this name. Now, whether investors and analysts digest that positively or negatively, that's kind of beyond my scope of comprehension, I got to tell you there. But the fact of the matter is, man, it is holding this trend line. There's no question about that. From the down period that we had there, sub 35, I think we got to about 34.60. What are the banks doing today? Banking is all negative except for Charles Schwab, about half a point up on the day. Everything else on their mother's cousin is negative at the moment, including JP Morgan Chase, including Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. They're all negative. Wells Fargo, the list goes on and on. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why it's not tanking anymore, right? It's holding this trend line. Maybe if you get a decided break of the trend, then you really start punching in shorts here. But I would say to you that a perfunctory break of the trend line isn't really warranted enough to kind of really go ham on puts or ham on shorts because, you know, you have to use a confirmation signal. Now, some people use the 3%. It's got to go 3% below the trend line. And some people say, no, it's got to close 3 days straight, 3 consecutive days below that trend line. There's all these hosts of rules. Whichever one you employ, just make sure you employ it consistently. That's all, so that there is some, you know, consistency between your trading. I don't know how to answer your question. I got to tell you the truth. It looked like 43 was coming in this morning at 11 a.m. Then it bounced. Seems weird. I was looking more on the daily, to be honest with you here, but yeah, the trade that I'm concerned with the most here is Affirm, and it continues to dance below 18, but it's not really giving up the ghost in the way that, you know, one of these big movers would, especially, you know, given the time of day. If it was going to Khwadunk, I think we would have seen an aggressive Khwadunk. I don't know. I think we may see another test at highs, whether or not we get it, you know, while I'm on the show or while the closing show is on. We'll have to wait and see, but we're definitely dancing again with the mid-90s at the moment, up 30% or 29 2/3%. We haven't even looked at the scanner today. So involved have we been with these other names, Ob, that we kind of forgot about the big movers. And I'm seeing APM showing up here. It's doing bupkis as of late, so I'm not really interested in that name anymore. Yeah, scanner is kind of not interesting to me today. Let's see how the NQ is doing. Let's bring in the NQ. Yeah, that 14.9, still fantastic. Oh, this is the ES, excuse me. Great rejection at 14.9, and definitely Dan, you know, his level's coming into play here, give or take 20 points, which is nothing here on the grand scheme of things. So 14.9, not able to break it despite the fact that we had higher lows. Maybe we'll take it later in the day, like I keep saying, but we're not making any newer lows. That's kind of what I'm saying. Reliable Rudy, GNS has been on that scanner, high a day with volume, beautiful look. Let's look at GNS. That one showed up for me as well today. I did see it. GNS, what do we got here with Genius Group? Okay, yeah, all right, 10.5 million shares for $1 stock, 136 top. It looks like, you know, can't really break through that top. Let's go to the 1 minute on our friend Genius Groups over here. Look, it's good. It's good. It's not my type of stock, right? I don't like when the chart looks like this, but you had a fantastic hold here off VWAP, and we definitely are breaking through the opening range highs. That was a $1.35. We got a $1.36. I don't know. I haven't looked at the book yet, but there does seem to be reserve at that 136 as you've wicked off it once, twice, thrice, many more times off that. Looks like it's 5 or 6 touches. You're back at 136 right now. Not a bad look. Not a bad look. Need a stonk. Did you see what happened today with Rolex? No, I didn't. What? Tag me. I don't know what happened with Rolex. What? They reject somebody else? Here's what I heard about Rolex too. Like, you can't just go in there and like ask for a watch. You know,
of course.
Yeah. So now they're checking you out on social media and stuff. They ask you to leave. They're like, oh, we don't have any inventory. So then you put your name, and then they do a thorough look to see who you are. And then you can't get what you want. You get what they give you. And then once you buy that initial get what they give you type thing, you start earning your way in their books. And then next time around, they may upgrade you just a smidge, you know, to let you, okay, we got this model in play. And then you got to work your way up to the good models. Yeah, it's a whole thing there, bro. Jeez Louise. Anyway.
Does Rolex trade?
Pardon me?
Does Rolex trade?
I think it's owned by 4 lawyers.
Oh, okay.
Private,
company. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, cool, nice.
Yeah. They bought out a Swiss watch company, says Anthony D'Agostino, one of your boys.
Nice. The 132 is still kind of churning here as we wick off of that the last 15 minutes, in the last 50 seconds, in the last minute, we kind of bottom wick that 15-minute candle here. You know, something that I've noticed, a lot of price action on the Fugays. Like you'll print the first like 13 minutes like whatever, and then the last couple minutes it'll either wipe the move or it'll kind of you know, players will come in either way and kind of give you that, make that wick on the candle.
Yes, sir.
So to say, right? And we're seeing some of that right now. But the thing is, still 2 consecutive reds on both ES and Q. Let's see if we kind of bid back up off of this, or we kind of continue back in. As yeah, we are wicking a little bit off the trend from before here. This 132 still seems like it's relatively of interest here as well. I know people were talking about AMC. AMC is doing its thing, man. AMC, further continuation to the downside here. Kind of had a bit of a bounce here off that 1260, but look at this trend, man. This trend is hella clean off of these morning tops, double top here at that 1440 level, and then you kind of fade into it. There's a couple places you could have probably hit this off this lower high, and then when you break this kind of consolidation, come in, test into it, and in and around here, just around underneath that 14 to take it into 1250, 1260s down on the day with that low day break. AMC looking like it is continuing that sell-off that happened yesterday post-split. Now I know, sure, we had a bit of market tailwind as well on that move, but the thing is, AMC had been kind of selling off of its previous split. The ape, this was that the ape settlement here, and then you do a reverse split as well, 1 to 10 on that right after. So a bit of a sell-off. As I think a couple days ago, AMC was trading at what, like $2-3?
Yeah, but
something
split
like that.
Adjusted,
yeah, split adjusted.
Yeah.
So bit of selling off coming there. So third consecutive red forming as we speak.
Do we have any AMC theaters left in Canada, or are they all shut down?
I think so. I think there are a few.
Is there one in that Scarborough area? Remember that one, Kennedy and 401? There used to be that giant AMC there.
Maybe I'm not too familiar. I know there was an AMC in Ajax.
There was, eh?
The east side. I don't know if they're still around. The AMC 30 they had. But yeah.
I haven't seen one in a minute, man.
Yeah, man.
They're
not doing too hot. Cineplex is.
That's the one that dominates around here. Yeah. It's what was the other one called? There was famous players and Cineplex. Do we still have any famous players, or are they done?
I'm not too sure.
Man, I haven't been to the movies in so long. I am so out of touch, but it is all good. All right, Obi.
Who's got time to watch movies when you can watch tape?
I don't know what to say.
So much excitement, so much drama, so much excitement, so much action. Every genre you ask for, it's there.
I love it, bro. Yeah, he speaks real because he does record his screen. And like, how much space do you take up? Do you have an external on that?
Yeah, I
bad boy?
do. I got to get a new one fairly soon, as that one's. I think I got like an 8 terabyte or a 4 terabyte when I first came on, and then yeah, it's starting to fill up as well. I realized that like I can save on a little bit of space by cutting down some of the frames. Yeah, a bit of volume here.
Here comes the volume on Affirm, guys. Let's look at that. Look at that breakout through 18. 18 was a bit of a local top. We couldn't get through it. Here it comes again, 1810. I'm happy I didn't sell this. We talked about, you know, it looked like the buyers were holding it up. I mean, I don't want to eat my words, watch it flunk now, but the point is we still have lower highs, right? If we're going to adjust this trend line now, because we got to adjust it on the fly here, we are still printing lower highs. And there it goes, right back down again. Sub 18. Do the buyers step in here, or is this as good as it's going to get? Because that's a lower high. So unless we're going to break above 1820, the trade might be over here, at least for the moment. Now, it could get going during the liquid time of day. I would submit to you the algos are probably trading this right now in a range, taking profits on the bottom, taking profits on the top. You know how these computers be doing. We love the algos. We love AI. We're good with everybody. Please don't come get me.
I mean, we don't try to fight the AIs, right? No.
Obi,
you can sidestep them a little
Anthony
bit.
F. has a question for you. It goes as follows. Can you ask Obi what program he uses to record screens? Also, if he creates playbook reels for setups and tape momentums. That's a good question.
So that's something that I've been working on. Yeah, the playbook I have right now is just a PowerPoint, and I have some tape that's associated with that playbook, little clips and stuff. But yeah, no. What was the other part of the question? The program. So just Screen Recorder Pro. I think it's on the Microsoft app. Whatever. It's like the default screen recorder that Microsoft kind of comes with on the PCs. But yeah, just a simple program, nothing too fancy to record. As long as it can record the screen effectively, it's good enough. But yeah, just that's what I've been doing. But yeah, no, I definitely have to associate a lot more of that. Like for example, this wick right here that we saw earlier to get short off of, that was like a failure to follow through, right? A failure to follow through is part of the playbook. Now again, it can be applied in different scenarios, but that mechanic is definitely a little bit part of the playbook. Now, playbook is something that I have to that I'm actively working on. It's not perfect. There's a lot more improvement that I need to bring into it. But yeah, no, definitely always encourage traders to build a playbook. Now, mine's not the best. It's not as effective. But the fact of the matter is that I'm working on it. I'm trying to make it effective. I'm trying to set rules and regulations for myself to execute in and around some of those price action confirmations with relative to the playbook play, right? So yeah, definitely have a playbook.
Asking here, what do you think of NVIDIA for the afternoon? Brother, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a tough one to call. Let's have a look at the chart. You know, I didn't trade NVIDIA today at all. Here's the look. It's doing nothing right now, right? Finding maybe some support there at the 451, 452 area. But look, it's a series of lower highs and a bit of a consolidation bottom. Yeah, this is a toughie. I mean, I think the market kind of, this either is the tail that wags the dog or the dog that wags the tail. NVIDIA has kind of been the catalyst for these markets lately, at least to the upside, and it's asleep right now. It's down 3.75% here off fantastic earnings, right? Let's go to the half an hour. What's the chart show us? Okay, so we have a bit of a bottom here at 455. And that takes us back to August 22nd. That was an obvious bottom off this big boy Huadunk. We got down to 455. We're south of 455 right now. We're 453 3/4. Possibly 455 could be a top, right? We danced with that level as well on the 23rd. That was in the pre-market, so that should be viewed with more suspicion as it was on lesser volume. But the short-term trend is very clear. Lower high, lower high, lower high with lower low. So there's a downward channel. I would say, you know, draw out your lines, whatever you see them. Your line's the best fit as well. And, you know, if they break through those lines, you can start looking for breakout trades. But, yeah, it's a tough one right at the moment. I don't have a look on it, to be honest with you, unless it really breaks out of this range. It's been doing nothing. Maybe if we make newer highs, maybe through 460, seemed to be an intraday top. You had an attempt there at 1110, another attempt at 1140, all of which rejected. You also have view up at 461. I got to tell you, I don't have a look one way or another, but a firm just huadunkt It could not hold 18, Obi, and now it is 1780. Do we get bought up here? Same level, though, that we've been dancing with, but now we have lower highs all the way through. And there you go, some buying coming back in. A lot of bamboozlement on this name, man. We got a lot of selling in spades. Does it get bought up? We've seen this happen multiple times. We Huadunked over here, we got bought up. Much in the same way over here again. Let's see if we get that break. If we're going to get that break, we're going to cut the trade. But the fact of the matter is, the dips have been bought up, and there we go, right back into the 90s again, man. This thing is violent, bro. Yeah, I'm not going to pull the trigger quite yet on this, but yeah, it's not showing me what I want because we're getting a series of lower highs here, making me feel like the trade is over. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see what some other people are asking here. Julian, when there is a reversal like on SPY today, when do you say it started uptrending versus just a consolidation from the downtrend that bottomed at 11 a.m.? Well, let me have a look at the SPY because, you know, I don't trade the SPY. We look at the ES. But what I'm thinking, what you're asking is, let me read that again. When there is a reversal like on the SPY today, okay. When do you say it started uptrending versus, okay, so I see what your question is. My uptrend, a trend requires 2 points of contact to the downside, and then if you really want to get creative with, I mean, you know, make it very strict to the upside as well. So here's what we got. Lower high, another one, and another one, right? So if you can connect 2 points of contact, that's the minimum definition of trend, okay? Now, the fact of the matter is you can connect it, you connect this bad boy to here, but all of a sudden, you know, we broke it. Now, there's nothing wrong with redrawing your trend lines. So you can end up drawing it like this. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, even Obi, on his chart, he had multiple trend lines, and that's fine. The book even tells you that, right? You can redraw speed lines. You can redraw the trend lines. There's no question about it. But what I think you're asking is, how do you know it's reversed? Well, I look for at least 2 points of contact, right? From a lower high, another lower high, or sorry, higher low, pardon me, another higher low, whatever the case may be, whether you're going up or down. That's, I think, what's what you're asking. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, we're back at 4,400 now on the ES. Looks like we're trying to claim that again. And we may be making another test here, possibly on the NQ for 14.9, we're about 19 points below it at the moment. So we'll keep an eye with 14,878 on the NQ. So keeping my eye on those two. Also keeping my eye on Affirm, as we are in the lower end of the range here that we've been in essentially since 1245, right? How many times we've dipped off this approximate level and then got bought back up, not making newer highs, by the way. So a bit of a tough trade so far. Don't want to cut it prematurely, but yeah, that's a look.
Nice, man. I think that's a decent look there. You know what? I saw that the ESNQ kind of bid back up and pushed to this level. We kind of wicked up into the 30s again and couldn't really make it too far past that. So got a little bit more short there on that pop. Now I know, like I said before, this seems like what we're kind of doing here. We saw that, I kind of identified that on Microsoft. Microsoft looking pretty strong on this trend here. So I think I'm going to use this a little bit closer than some of the other names, right? So Nvidia doesn't necessarily look like that. It's more of a ditto as well. Apple as well. Apple's kind of sideways, right? Google, let's see what Google's doing. Google's pretty much sideways, bit of an uptrend there, but Microsoft looking distinctly different as well. A little bit of sideways, but the trend is much, much cleaner here, giving us some direction. So let's see if we kind of break below. We are kind of consolidating sideways, made a lower high there as well, and we did sell off of this this resistance before on ES and NQ, right? So yeah, we bid back up. We had 2 consecutive reds. Now, if the selling is really there, let's see if we can even make it back past this 44 and push back into this 14.9. And if we can't, and we kind of make a lower high as well, right? Then definitely this this trade will be there. But I am fighting the trend. I'm starting to realize that. I mean, not starting to realize that. We knew that. Sharif kind of pointed that out earlier. I am counter trend trading there on this sideways consolidation. But yeah, definitely here, where I was covering some of these shorts where there were reasons to buy. Definitely those reasons to buy kind of working out here for those any of those who got long in and around some of these levels as we kind of push back and retraced a decent amount of the move on the day here across the board, right? Not just on Amazon, on Apple, Microsoft, ES and NQ as well. NVIDIA, not so much. NVIDIA is still teetering. Look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, and maybe higher low, but sideways consolidation, price compression, and then overall trend is definitely to the downside here on NVIDIA. Let's see if that 450 break comes in sometime during the day. Now, I know our time here is coming, nearing an end with a couple of minutes left, but that
weekend,
450,
baby.
I'm definitely going to be interested in that 450 if that comes in the later half of the day. We've just been teetering here a couple of points. We know that NVIDIA has been doing a significant ATR, right? Multiples of its ATR off of this earnings move, yeah, it probably still has definitely a lot of room to go, whether it's back to the upside or back to the downside. But that 450 definitely going to be key. Let's take a quick look left on NVIDIA before we leave you here. And try to identify a few levels just looking left. So right here, this level that kind of had our trend was significant for the trend. We're kind of holding above that level right now. So I think this is definitely a good look for the over-under, and that happening to be right above 450, right? 450 being the place where we strongly bid up and kind of continue the move. We have kind of tops there as well. Resistance turning into support on 450. So let's see if that support is real or not on that 450. If not, today is the Friday. We have been selling off crazy earnings reports, exhaustion moves, big profit taking, big players in from the low lows under 200 on NVIDIA. And yeah, push that 5 and kind of sold off, wicked off that 500 on NVIDIA. So that's kind of the look going forward.
All right, Obi, it is overtime for us.
Yes,
and
sir.
I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I know I'm going
You
to
as
try.
well.
You and I will be back on Monday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Obi and I will see you guys, same bat time, same bat channel. Right knows at the big desk.
Take care.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Happy Friday afternoon as we make our way towards the weekend here on a day that, let's face it, turns out to be basically flat for the overall market.